Dr. Vegapunk has finally made his grand entrance.
Oh my god! Okay, it's happening! Everybody stay calm!
What's the procedure, everyone? What's the procedure?
Stay calm!
And we certainly have a lot of really exciting topics to discuss, including big recent world events, time travel, a Death Star, a clone army, and the true nature of Devil Fruit. In fact, Vegapunk's miraculous mind could be the key to untangling many of the deepest mysteries in the world of One Piece.
Now, I want some friggin' answers!
And so today's video is sort of a big theory of almost everything centered around Dr. Vegapunk. I originally wrote and recorded today's video as separate chapter reviews. However, in the process of stringing them together, it grew into something a bit bigger than I was expecting, as the events of the past few chapters have contained some very exciting developments involving almost all of the most important characters in the One Piece world. New story arcs are always exciting, because they give us a wealth of possibilities to discuss. I'm also going to expand on theories pertaining to Devil Fruit, Joy Boy, and the Void Century in relation to the details about Vegapunk revealed over the past several chapters. Because this video started as individual reviews, written and recorded as the chapters came out, there might be a few details which are outdated, but those should be few and far between. I'm working on a big Void Century theory centered around the mythic dragon figure, which gave rise to Kaido and Momo's mythical fish fruit. So you might consider today's Vegapunk Theory of Almost Everything video as a sort of preview. I'm going to provide timestamps for all of the topics discussed in each chapter, so feel free to jump ahead or jump around if you're only interested in the events of the most recent chapter. But before getting started, let me quickly say welcome to anyone new to the channel. I post weekly One Piece chapter reviews and theory videos, so if you're interested, please consider subscribing. It really helps this channel grow, and I really appreciate your support. So now getting into the discussion, we first learn that Marco left Wano with Shanks on the night of the Fire Festival celebration. Notably, as he prepares to head back home to Sphinx Island, we see a short flashback to the night of Ryokugyu's attack. I wasn't at all surprised to learn Yamato's real reason for staying on Wano was to protect Momo. Green Bull's attack exposed Wano's vulnerability in the wake of Kaido's downfall, and as Yamato recognized, he was only driven off thanks to Shanks' incredible display of Conqueror's Haki. So although Yamato tried to find some comfort in sacrificing her dreams by first touring the land of Wano, she ultimately remained behind to protect the land and people Odin treasured. So essentially, my analysis in both the video I posted a few weeks ago and in my post immediately following chapter 1057 was 100% accurate. In fact, I wanted to make a follow-up video after chapter 1057, but just didn't get around to it. But the conversation in this week's chapter between Luffy and Yamato played out exactly as I predicted. I know many were surprised by Yamato's seemingly sudden decision to stay behind, and though I correctly pointed out the evidence which indicated she was going to stay, and that she was lying to Momo about her reason for doing so, I do think it's good Oda has now provided a clear explanation on panel, which will hopefully offer some solace for those who are hoping for Yamato to join the crew. With that being said, Yamato's request to someday be called a crewmate is similar in nature to Vivi's, and I suspect her willingness to sacrifice her own dreams will someday be rewarded. Whether it's before Laugh Tale or after, it seems likely she will sail with the Straw Hats at some point in the future, when duty no longer compels her to remain by Momo's side. On the topic of Straw Hat candidates, there are no updates on Carrot this week, but we also don't see the Straw Hats in the present, which means there's still a strong chance she's stowed away aboard Thousand Sunny.
I've made a huge mistake.
It's notable that Oda gave more closure to Yamato and Marco, whose arcs on Wano ended somewhat abruptly. This bodes well for Carrot, whose character arc also lacked closure, as I pointed out in my earlier video.
You don't know what you're talking about, do you?
Returning to the present, Marco disembarks from Shanks' ship and silently flies across the water back home. There is something about Marco's farewells to both Luffy and Shanks in this chapter that felt a bit final. This makes me wonder what or who might be waiting for him upon his return home. Of course, we know Weevil has been targeting former members of Whitebeard's crew, and thus far we haven't seen him in the aftermath of Wano, thus his whereabouts are unknown. There is something foreboding about this scene, which makes me wonder if Weevil has already destroyed Sphinx Island, or could be waiting to ambush Marco. Marco may simply be returning home to a quiet retirement, but his handing off the reins to the younger generation could also signal his impending demise. While Weevil's tenure as warlord was short-lived, he certainly appears to be unnaturally cobbled together, which makes me wonder if perhaps his creation is somehow related to Vegapunk or Mads, which could be explored at some point down the line. Moving on, the bulk of this week's chapter takes place on the island of Amazon Lily in the aftermath of an epic battle which ensued in the wake of the warlord's dissolution. As we saw in chapter 1056, Kobe was aboard the fleet of marine ships dispatched to arrest Hancock. which we learned this week was led by Vice Admiral Yamakiji. Surprisingly, it seems Hancock's Devil Fruit was the prize Teach said he was going to claim. This caught me a bit off guard, as I previously suspected Blackbeard would target Kaido's mythical fish fruit. It's worth noting Teach only brought 2 of his Titanic captains with him to Amazon Lily, meaning the other 7 could be elsewhere, like Totland. The fact that Teach has such keen interest in acquiring Hancock's power indicates her fruit is more important than we were aware of at this point. This is particularly true given that it wouldn't seemingly benefit Blackbeard or any of his known commanders to wield such an ability. As Hancock points out, at least as far as she's aware, her power's effect is so potent because of her beauty. Blackbeard and his commanders are indeed rather ugly, so it's hard to imagine any of them wielding Hancock's ability to such effect.
Then I'm certainly grateful to be ugly.
But perhaps the Mero Mero fruit confers its wielder additional abilities in its awakened state, which even Hancock isn't aware of at this point. I hesitate to suggest it's another secret mythical Hito Hito fruit like Luffy's, because the elders said the drastic measures taken to hide its true name were unique to the Nika fruit. So perhaps Teach intended to give Hancock's power to the yet-to-be-revealed 10th Titanic captain, who could perhaps possess the requisite attributes to put the Mero Mero fruit to good use. In any case, the standoff between Marines, Blackbeard pirates, and Kuja warriors makes for quite the dramatic scene. The Pirate Empress successfully petrifies most of the Marine fleet, including Helmeppo and Vice Admiral Yamakiji, as well as Blackbeard's 2 commanders. It seems that, like Luffy, Koby is pure enough in heart to withstand Hancock's powers, but the fact that Yamakiji was successfully petrified makes Vice Admiral Momonga seem all the more impressive in retrospect. However, Teach is only able to avert being petrified by negating Hancock's power. Hancock warns that if Blackbeard kills her, all those turned to stone will remain so permanently. This confirms what I assumed was already obvious, that the effects of some devil fruit persist past the expiration of their wielders, which should hopefully dispel any notion that Big Mom's homies will die with her. Teach's lack of loyalty is once again proven, as he decides to kill Hancock anyway, despite the fact that it would cost the lives of Vasco and Catalina. But before he can do so, Rayleigh comes to the rescue. Rayleigh's strength is again proven, as Teach is clearly unsettled by the Dark King's arrival. Though we don't actually see the end of the standoff, it seems Blackbeard agreed to retreat without a fight, and though he didn't claim Hancock's Devil Fruit, it seems he took a consolation prize of sorts by abducting Captain Koby for unknown reasons. Returning to the present, in the aftermath of the battle, Rayleigh says that although his reputation allowed him to scare off Blackbeard, he's grown old, and thus likely wouldn't win if they'd actually fought. This speaks to the fact that Rayleigh was indeed on par with the Emperors during his prime. Of course, the situation was also complicated by Hancock, who could have petrified Teach if he were to engage Rayleigh in combat, so it's not quite accurate to say Rayleigh simply bluffed his way to victory. Hancock's future remains an interesting question, as she correctly notes that her presence now endangers Amazon Lily, particularly with her new bounty of 1.6 billion. While her desire to go marry Luffy is played as a joke, it does beg the question if she'd be the safest among the Straw Hat Pirates. However, much more likely, I suspect she's going to soon set sail with the Kuja pirates, given that she already captains her own crew. But the question then is, what will be their next destination? Could Hancock join Cross Guild, adding another former warlord to their ranks, along with Mihawk, Crocodile, and Buggy? That certainly seems like a distinct possibility, and personally is what I'd like to see most.
Do you want to form an alliance with me?
Absolutely, I do.
Good. Excellent.
But it's also possible she could take part in the impending Straw Hat Grand Fleet incident, allying her crew with others united under the Straw Hat's Jolly Roger. Koby's abduction seems like it could be the trigger for another major incident, much like Blackbeard's defeat of Ace, which precipitated the Paramount War 2 years earlier. Teach's motives remain unclear, but it seems he and Koby have some history, as he says the Rocky Port incident somehow allowed him to defeat the former Rocks pirate member Wang Ji, yet to be seen on panel, and thus take control of Beehive Island, his current base of operations. I suspect Koby's capture and subsequent escape, either alone or with the assistance of the Straw Hat Pirates, could propel him upward to the rank of Marine Vice Admiral or even Admiral, should one of the current seats be evacuated at some point in the near future. Perhaps acting as an analog of sorts to Garp, Koby could even fight by Luffy's side against Blackbeard on the lost island of God Valley. I remain very curious about the Rocky Port incident, which was also somehow responsible for Law's induction into the Seven Warlords, and wonder if we could see a flashback to this pivotal event at some point in the future. It was also interesting to learn that the yet-to-be-seen Wang Ji ruled Pirate Island before Teach claimed it as the center of his territory. He was first mentioned by Sengoku as a notable member of Rocks in Chapter 957. Though he didn't rank among the 4 emperors while Luffy sailed through paradise, he would seemingly fit as one of the silver medalists described by Crocodile in Impel Down. I have to wonder if he occupied a particularly prominent role among rocks to have seized control of Xebec's territory after the fall of their captain on God Valley. If he wasn't killed by Blackbeard, it's possible he was arrested and taken to Impel Down, or could have retreated elsewhere in the New World. In any case, if he's alive, I wonder if he could be another contender to join Cross Guild. I made a community post a couple months ago asking who could have been the first mate of the Rock's pirates. I'm working on an entire video on that topic, but Wang Ji taking over Xebec's territory does seemingly make him a candidate for that role. On that note, the character I suggested as the most likely to have ranked second among rocks 40 years ago was also featured in chapter 1059. We just learned that Shakuyaku, or Shaki, was former empress of Amazon Lily 2 generations before Hancock. This is noteworthy because Gloriosa previously stated in chapter 522 that the 2 empresses prior to Hancock both died of the same love sickness with which Hancock is now afflicted toward Luffy. There are of course a ton of questions here, first and foremost of which is why Gloriosa said that Shaki was dead. This also begs the question whether Shaki could have once been bonded to Rayleigh in the same manner. Could she and Rayleigh even be Hancock's parents? This seems like a natural assumption and can't be ruled out. In fact, it might even be the simplest explanation for why Rayleigh came to Hancock's rescue. We previously saw Rayleigh swim all the way across the Calm Belt to Amazon Lily, and his commitment to protecting Hancock could represent a fatherly bond. In chapter 1059, it certainly seems the two are closely connected, but there are other possibilities as well, which may be even more interesting. Clearly, Rayleigh and Shaki are closely bonded in the present, which naturally leads to the assumption that love sickness struck like a hurricane and attached Hancock's predecessor to the Dark King. That's certainly possible, but I don't think we should take anything for granted. The nature of Rayleigh and Shaki's relationship remains ambiguous. While it could be romantic, Shaki previously indicated that Rayleigh disappears for months and was seeing another woman elsewhere on Sabaody. Whatever the Viver cards may indicate about a potential marital connection, it's not exactly clear that any romantic love is shared between this apparent couple. Yet we know through Gloriosa that Shaki's intense affection was once targeted at a particular individual. But was it really Rayleigh? She certainly doesn't exhibit the same characteristics in his company as does Hancock near Luffy. Shaki is presently 64 years old, and was a notorious pirate over 40 years ago, during the era of rocks. While captaining the Kuja pirates explains her past life of piracy, it's still notable that she specifically said she was chased by Garp, the hero credited with dismantling the Rock's pirates. I previously put forward the idea that Shaki once acted as the first mate of the Rock's pirates. Learning that she was once captain of the Kuja certainly lends more weight to this idea, as it indicates just how much power she likely possesses. So what if the object of Shaki's past infatuation wasn't Silver's Rayleigh, but Rock's Xebec? There's a lot more to be said on this topic, and of course some other interesting possibilities, all of which I'll talk about in an upcoming video. But if Oda is willing to casually reveal Shaki's role as a Kuja captain, it begs the question which details he's still saving for a big revelation at some later point, like during a God Valley flashback. Could we here learn that Shaki, infatuated with Captain Xebec, was the Rock's pirate's first mate? Perhaps this could explain why Gloriosa previously told Hancock that Shaki died. Was she assumed dead after God Valley? Or did Rayleigh, Roger's first mate, help break the hold Xebec had over his second in command? Perhaps Rayleigh is welcomed by the Kuja, not for having once been loved by Shaki, but for his part in breaking her attachment to Xebec. It's also important to remember Big Mom already had her own family and crew during the Reign of Rocks, meaning it's possible Shaki and the Kuja could have joined Xebec without the influence of love sickness. Maybe Shaki was second in command to Xebec, but developed an infatuation for Rayleigh through the incident on God Valley, which persisted following the fall of Rocks. This seems less likely, but can't be discounted. As I said, there are lots of possibilities here, which we'll discuss in an upcoming video. In any case, I haven't even gotten to the most interesting revelation from chapter 1059, Vegapunk's new weapon. As expected, the replacements for the recently dismissed 7 warlords are indeed new iterations of the Pacifista, but with a surprising twist. The new models are termed Seraphim, a class of angel, and feature the same distinct visual characteristics as the Lunarians, indicating the genetic material Vegapunk collected while Albert was in captivity decades earlier has been used in their creation. The term Seraphim fits the Judeo-Christian iconography Oda has used for the central conflict against the world government. The origin and significance of the Seraphim's star-shaped irises remains a mystery, but invokes the image of a pentagram, further tying the Lunarians to the iconography of fallen angels. This also lends more weight to the idea that though these celestial dragons falsely believe themselves to be divine, in truth they secretly serve the devil of the One Piece world, Lord Emu. While the prior iterations of the Pacifista were all patterned on Warlord Bartholomew Kuma, the Seraphim revealed in chapter 1059 are children resembling Hancock and Mihawk, which has a ton of very interesting implications.
Begun. The Clone War has.
Does this mean the world government could make Seraphim based on anyone, pirate, marine, or otherwise, whose genetic material they've collected over the years? If so, the list of potential candidates to be turned into Seraphim is seemingly limitless. Does the fact that these new Pacifista are children indicate that they're still aging? Will they continue to increase in strength as they grow into adulthood? The fact that they're children somehow makes them seem creepier, so perhaps it's just a stylistic choice. But if they are indeed growing stronger, it would certainly make toppling the world government seem even more urgent. Does the fact that they're not all patterned on Kuma mean these Seraphim possess a greater degree of individuality?
More human than human is our motto.
If so, this could be both their greatest strength and their greatest weakness. It certainly seemed Kobe was struggling to rein in the Mihawk model Seraphim. If these new iterations are more living, I also wonder if they could wield devil fruit powers. Further, it would seem there's nothing stopping the world government from making multiple clones of each version, and judging by the amount of damage done to Amazon Lily, an entire clone army of Seraphim could be deadly enough to endanger the entire world, particularly if they're still growing stronger. As I've discussed in earlier videos, Vegapunk's true motives and loyalties remain an enigma, while Momo's artificial fruit and Kuma's order to guard Thousand Sunny suggest he could be working in secret as a subversive agent. These new Seraphim model Pacifista certainly make him seem far more sinister. While I have a lot more to say on the topic of the Seraphim model Pacifista, I'll save that discussion for another video. With that said, I'll leave you with one final thought. The question everyone will be asking is which other pirates Vegapunk's used to create Seraphim? Law, Buggy, Kaido, Whitebeard, or even Roger? Of course, those are all very likely candidates, but what would hurt Luffy the most? An ace model Seraphim serving directly under Sakazuki. As the final saga begins, it seems the world government's forces are overwhelmingly powerful, with Imu, the Five Elders, Kong, CP0, Sakazuki, Kizaru, Ryokugyu, Kurouma, the rest of the Marine Fleet, the yet-to-be-revealed Heavenly Knights, and now these new Seraphim model Pacifista. It's becoming much clearer why Luffy and the Straw Hats will need to unite those all around the world and use the power of the ancient weapons to fight for freedom and bring about the new dawn. Chapter 1060 opens on Thousand Sunny as the crew sailed toward their next destination. It's honestly very exciting not knowing what island awaits on the horizon, as this is the first time since Punk Hazard the Straw Hats have set sail without knowing their next destination. Accordingly, I'm expecting the next island they visit to be a completely new location, but more on that topic later in the video. It seems the Straw Hats are finally catching up on news from the outside world beyond the advent of Cross Guild, which was previously discussed in the port on Wano. There were a lot of great details in the scene, and I always love to see the crew's interactions as they're out at sea. In fact, these brief interludes between story arcs are some of my favorite moments in the entire series. News of Vivi's disappearance and Sabo's supposed role in killing Cobra are of course the center of the conversation. Luffy, Nami, Sanji, and Chopper want to race to rescue Vivi, though of course they don't actually know where she is right now. Zoro acts as the voice of reason by reminding Luffy that Vivi isn't in Alabasta or Mari Joie. I love the callback to the argument after leaving Alabasta, with Zoro advising patience, much to the frustration of the more passionate members of the crew, complete with Luffy, Nami, Chopper, and Sanji hurling nonsensical insults. Zoro, however, notes that Luffy also trusted Ace to take care of himself back when they first learned he was in danger, only to later intervene when the opportunity presented itself. While I do understand Zoro's point, and there really isn't anything the Straw Hats can do right now without knowing more about what happened to Vivi, I'm not sure Ace is the best example here, considering Luffy ultimately failed to rescue his brother. Even so, it's not like these Straw Hats raiding Impel Down a few weeks earlier, or clashing with Blackbeard before Ace was delivered to the world government would have yielded any better results. Above all else, I think what Zoro's words imply is that the Straw Hats will intervene to save Vivi when they learn what happened to her after the Reverie, and it would seem they could receive that news in the not-so-distant future. Just like saving Ace was kept on a back burner during the Sabaody and Amazon Lily arcs, I think we could see the crew make a few stops before the mission to rescue Vivi begins. While it's possible they could learn about Vivi through either Bonnie or Sabo, I also wonder if the members of the Straw Hat Grand Fleet in attendance at this year's Reverie could get word to Luffy about what happened to Vivi. We at least know she's not with Sabo at this point. I've always believed Vivi would rejoin the crew before the final island, as they parted not with farewell, but with a promise that they would always be crewmates. While it seems we're going to have to wait a bit longer, I think it's finally almost time for her return. Luffy's anger at Buggy ascending to the rank of Emperor never gets old, though it seems Luffy isn't going to find out about the battle on Amazon Lily involving Hancock, Rayleigh, and Kobe for the time being. I think this reinforces the idea that Kobe's abduction is going to have big ramifications at some point down the line. It's also nice to see Luffy trust Robin to keep tabs on world events and only update him on what he absolutely needs to know. Luffy then returns to the topic of Sabo, as he correctly insists that Sabo is innocent of killing Cobra. Robin agrees, but interestingly distinguishes that the Revolutionary Army stands opposed to the Celestial Dragons, not regular kings like Cobra. Implicit in this statement is the notion that the Revolutionary Army would have no problem with killing the world nobles, which, as I've said in the past, I think could be the differentiating factor between Luffy and his father Dragon. Oda is drawing inspiration from the notoriously bloody French Revolution, which, though it was established on just principles of liberté, égalité, fraternité, crossed the very fine line to class vengeance. These Celestial Dragons are indeed despicable after 8 centuries of ruling the world, but in order for the cycle of abuse and hatred to finally be broken, the world needs to find a better path forward. It's also possible that Dragon and his captains will lose control of the revolution they started. While Dragon was clearly distressed upon hearing the news about Sabo and Cobra, the world as a whole rejoiced Cobra's death and championed Sabo as the Flame Emperor. The One Piece world has been destabilized by centuries of oppression and thus are intent on exacting vengeance against nobles and kings alike, regardless of Dragon's intentions. Luffy insists that Sabo only wants to ensure others don't have their liberties taken away, which again demonstrates that Luffy has greater depth of understanding than he's often credited. He then recalls the oath that the 3 brothers made years earlier on the shores of the Goa Kingdom, and though we readers are still kept in the dark, at last reveals the end of his dream to his crew for the first time. While it's frustrating we don't hear what Luffy says, seeing the crew's reactions in this double-page spread makes for a great moment, and only makes me more curious about what Luffy hopes to accomplish by becoming Pirate King. At this point, I still don't have any great theories about the end of Luffy's dream, but we know based on the crew's response that it's something both ridiculous and perfectly in line with Luffy's character. Luffy says it's something he can only do as Pirate King, and we know he wants to be Pirate King because the one who succeeds Roger is the most free. I know there are theories out there which suggest Luffy wants to throw a global party, but those ideas really don't resonate with me personally.
I don't get it. I'm sorry, I don't get it.
And I'm not really sure they fit with Robin, Jinbei, Usopp, and Zoro's shocked expressions. We also know, based on the fact that Luffy shares his dream with Roger, that it's something Whitebeard considered childlike. Ultimately, it's something Luffy believes he'll only be capable of achieving once he becomes Pirate King, and seemingly represents a shared goal which even Roger failed to reach. This means that in accomplishing this dream, Luffy goes a step beyond Roger. While my first impulse was to say Luffy could want to visit the moon,
You want the moon? Just say the word and I'll throw a lasso around it and pull it down.
or go to space,
The final frontier. To boldly go where no one has gone before.
I'm not really sure those ideas fit any better, though I do like the idea that setting out to accomplish Luffy's dream could set the Straw Hats on their next adventure following the end of the series and discovery of One Piece.
Bring me that horizon.
Ultimately, I get the impression Luffy's dream won't be learned until the very end of the story, while discovery of One Piece and the true history will almost certainly precede the final battle to liberate the world. Luffy's dream may not be realized until the dust settles from the final war. On that topic, the Straw Hats, Ace, Sabo, Shanks, and Yamato are now the only ones who know about the end of Luffy's dream. Momonosuke may also know the dream through Oden's notebook. This really did feel like a monumental moment for the Straw Hats, so in a sense, it does seem like this could signal that the crew is now complete, or at least that these 10 will be present for the discovery of One Piece. In which case, I suppose it's worth pointing out that Yamato also knows about Luffy's dream, despite not being present aboard Sunny, which could imply she's still going to be the 10th person at some point down the line before Laugh Tale. However, I'm not convinced that this scene has any implications regarding potential future crew members. We already discussed Vivi at length earlier in the video, and by all accounts, she doesn't know Luffy's dream, despite being considered a crewmate. Roger also divulged his dream on more than one occasion, as we saw him tell Whitebeard and Oden in chapter 966. Sabo, Ace, and Shanks all know about Luffy's ultimate goal, despite the fact that none of them are members of the Straw Hat Pirates, and it seems quite likely Caribou also overheard the end of Luffy's dream. So ultimately, despite the powerful sentiment of the scene, I do still think the door is open for others to join the crew in the future, which means the dream of Straw Hat Smoker still lives. On that note, we find out Caribou is again chained up in a barrel aboard Sunny. Luffy did promise him a ride, though I suspect he stowed away again and was quickly discovered off-panel. The fact that the crew's been at sea for some time and that stowaway Caribou has already been discovered would seem to imply Carrot simply isn't aboard Sunny as I predicted. Admittedly, things aren't looking great for Carrot at the moment, and I'm almost ready to say I was wrong about her joining, but I do still think there's a very small chance.
I am not crazy.
Caribou being discovered aboard Sunny does line up with something I predicted last month. It's possible that Oda didn't want to repeat the same stowaway gag for Carrot a second time, so perhaps Caribou absorbed Carrot after both snuck aboard the ship back on Wano. Is it likely? At this point, no.
I'd say more like 1 out of a million.
So you're telling me there's a chance? Yeah!
But it's still possible, and if my prediction does turn out to be correct, it would be some pretty powerful observation hockey at work.
I must confess, I'm a bit psychic.
I think it's just ridiculous enough to fit Oda's style, and if Carrot is indeed inside Caribou, then she could also have heard Luffy's dream. Moving on, we come to what is perhaps the most exciting scene from this week's chapter as the Marines trace Sabo's call to the Revolutionary Army. He first confirms that he wasn't the one to kill Cobra, but more importantly, he desperately needed to tell Dragon a terrible truth, that the empty throne wasn't empty. However, unfortunately, he was cut off just before he could tell Dragon exactly who or what rules the One Piece world in secret. Because Sabo was so desperate to make contact, he didn't use a white transponder snail to jam the signal, and thus the Marines were able to trace his location to the Lelouch Kingdom, one of the 8 nations to rebel against the world government in the wake of Cobra's death. Upon hearing this news, the blonde elder says Sabo was unlucky, to which Gorbachev responds this was simply his fate. In what is perhaps the most ominous scene in the series to date, simultaneous to Sabo's emergency transmission, we see Lord Emu, still shrouded in shadows, strike Lelouch Kingdom from the world map. At the same time, the sky above the small island nation darkens as a large object seemingly looms above the clouds, before a sudden burst of intense light. Then, in an instant, the island and all of its inhabitants were completely obliterated. The intelligence officers listening to Sabo's suddenly terminated broadcast then state plainly that nothing abnormal was overheard, as the Lelouch Kingdom simply never existed. While this event is tragic enough on its own, we've actually seen Lelouch Kingdom in the past, both at the start of the Reverie and during Ace's cover story arc, which sadly means, as we can see in this chapter, that Moda, the girl Ace once befriended, has seemingly been killed by Lord Emu. In fact, we even see a character resembling Moda looking up as Lelouch is being destroyed. Killing innocent, albeit minor characters is not Oda's usual style, which could demonstrate just how serious he is about raising the stakes in this final war. But it also makes me wonder if there's perhaps something else really going on here. While it does appear laser fire is raining down from the heavens to destroy Lelouch, I wonder if perhaps we're instead seeing Lelouch simply erased from space-time, or maybe it's being absorbed or beamed up into something, the massive object looming over the kingdom.
It's like a shop vac. They say that? Yep. Fix it up.
We all know Sabo is going to survive somehow, probably through some miraculous Deus Ex Machina, but perhaps it's because the island's erasure doesn't mean complete annihilation. Of course, that's purely speculation, and it certainly appears the island is being destroyed by a giant space laser of some kind.
Continue with the operation. You may fire when ready.
But it could explain how Emu was able to erase certain islands and people from history. And in any case, the fate of Lelouch could have also befallen God Valley, which was similarly erased from all world maps, and could even explain what happened to the Forgotten Kingdom from the Void Century. There's a lot more to unpack from this scene than I can possibly do justice in the span of this chapter review, but I want to at least point out a few important details. First, this reinforces what I've believed and have argued for a very long time, that the world government is the ultimate evil force in the One Piece world. Blackbeard is the moral but not thematic antithesis to Luffy, representative of the hero's shadow. He needs to be confronted and synthesized before Luffy can claim One Piece and become the Pirate King. Discovery of One Piece and the true history means inheriting the burden of history, Joy Boy's will to liberate the world from the dark forces of oppression, of which Emu, the world's secret king, is the ultimate embodiment. Doflamingo earlier stated that he knows about a sacred treasure in Marijois, which I believe is simply Emu, the world's secret ruler and the immense destructive power which he wields. Many are now pointing out the distinct similarities between Lord Imu and Enel, the central antagonist of the Skypiea saga. And I gotta say, I was ahead of the curve on this one, as I already highlighted these similarities in earlier theory videos. Oda rarely writes one-sided conflicts. He grounds both sides of the conflicts in his stories with clear and understandable motives. The true villains are often outsiders or manipulators, who exploit and worsen existing tension, division, or conflict for personal gain. Crocodile, Eneru, CP9, Blackbeard, Doflamingo, and Kaido have all used similar tactics. They're outsiders, manipulative villains who instigate or worsen conflicts between two groups for their own ends. They have no personal stakes in the outcome and no true allegiance to either side. We see that the motives of these villains are typically self-serving, and that their subordinates are often cast aside or viewed as expendable. They don't actually care about who wins the conflicts they incite. Oda's villains are also commonly actively working in secret toward their true ultimate goal. Orchestrating these conflicts and taking power is simply a means to an end. There is a sort of fractal nature to Oda's storytelling. As the story progresses, certain self-similar patterns emerge, and I don't mean the abundance of princesses who borrow Nami's face. Individual story arcs mirror or model the broader conflict in the One Piece world narratively and thematically. By examining these patterns, I believe we can both characterize the war which occurred during the Void Century and understand the present state of the One Piece world. We know that there was a conflict between the 20 Kings and the Forgotten Kingdom, and based on established patterns, we can surmise the true villain didn't belong to either group in earnest. This likely means Imu took advantage of the conflict between the Forgotten Kingdom and 20 Kings for personal gain. He approached the founders of the world government as a friend, but they were unaware of the true nature of the entity with whom they struck their Faustian bargain 8 centuries earlier.
And in their desperation, they turned to a man they didn't fully understand.
I will remind you that Oda has often used Judeo-Christian iconography and motifs to characterize key elements of this central conflict, including the aptly named Devil Fruit. The world doesn't know Imu exists, yet his occupancy of the empty throne indicates he presently rules as the secret king of the One Piece world.
The greatest trick the devil ever pulled was convincing the world he didn't exist.
Well, the devil in the One Piece world does exist, and the world remains unaware of this secret. But even worse, he has convinced the world that his enemies, the ones who stand against him, are their enemies. Crocodile pretended to be the hero of Alabasta, all the while stoking the flames of civil war. The devil brought Jesus to the desert and tempted him with rulership over all the earth, unimaginable material wealth. So what was used to tempt the 20 Kings? What did Imu offer them to earn their allegiance? I believe the answer is the Devil Fruit, which seemed to be an intentional allusion to the lost paradise of Eden, particularly coupled with the Jewel Tree Adam and Sunlight Tree Eve. In Genesis, the devil assumed the form of a serpent and tempted Adam and Eve to eat from the tree of knowledge of good and evil, such that they could be like God. The tree existed as an eternal symbol of free will. As long as good is a choice, evil is a possibility which must be continually rejected. Evil is powerless until willingly actualized by those who listen to the voice of the tempter. So perhaps in similar fashion, Imu tempted the 20 Kings to eat the devil's fruit with the promise it would make them like gods in order to vanquish their enemies. After all, we must ask how the 20 Kings were able to triumph in the Void Century War, particularly if the Forgotten Kingdom wielded Pluton, Poseidon, and Uranus. Like Adam and Eve, who committed the original sin by obeying the serpent, perhaps the 20 Kings succumbed to Imu's deception. The Devil Fruit may have once been exclusively granted to the 20 Kings, which allowed them to combat the Forgotten Kingdom. But the Devil is a trickster, a deceiver, and the power received did not belong to the 20 Kings to keep. When they died, their powers regrew elsewhere in the world. Over time, they became dispersed throughout the Grand Line and fueled further conflict. I suspect many of the strange phenomena witnessed on the Grand Line may be scars of the cataclysmic war which ensued as the powers became dispersed throughout the entire world. We saw the long-lasting impact of the battle between Akainu and Aokiji on Punk Hazard, which is now transformed into an inhospitable land of ice and fire. One location that particularly stands out is Eni's Lobby, the doorstep to the world government, which features two strange phenomena, eternal sunshine and a bottomless pit which continuously receives the sea. The 5 elders, perhaps the last of the 20 Kings, seem resigned to their fate. They're complicit in Imu's crimes, not out of true ideological loyalty, but out of fear of reprisal for not helping him get what he wants. Just like those who served Enel, they wrongly believe they'll be spared Imu's wrath if they do his bidding, and thus, though their actions are indeed evil, they seemingly consider the alternative to be even worse. This also implies that just like Enel, Crocodile, Doflamingo, and Kaido, Imu hasn't yet attained his true objective. Despite ruling as World King, he's still working in secret toward his ultimate goal. Just as becoming Pirate King is a necessary step toward Luffy achieving the true end of his dream, Imu still wants something after becoming the World King. and thus represents an active rather than a passive threat to the One Piece world. Imu is not an idle king, and he'll erase any light he needs to obtain his true objective. On that topic, we don't see the massive object above the clouds which rains beams of destructive light down upon the Lelouch kingdom, but the natural assumption is that it could be Uranus, one of the ancient weapons. While this certainly seems like a reasonable conclusion, I don't believe this to be the case.
I'm not sure that I agree with you 100% on your police work there, Lil.
I'm going to talk about the ancient weapons in more depth in an upcoming video, but it's important to note that Joy Boy's allies are protecting both the ancient weapons and the One Piece until the arrival of the New Dawn. As Neptune said, every weapon depends on how it's used, and just like the D's, falsely called devils, I believe the supposed weapons were largely misunderstood. Of the three, only Poseidon has been fully revealed as the mermaid princess Shirahoshi's ability to command the Sea Kings. I further suggested in my unreleased review for chapter 1055 that Pluton could in truth be the vessel once sailed by Joy Boy, the world's first forgotten pirate king, his personal Thousand Sunny, or Uro Jackson, built by a Void Century predecessor of Tom and Frankie. I further believe all three weapons, Pluton, Poseidon, and Uranus, are equally tied to the power of the sea and are meant to bring about the world's liberation. It's worth noting that the ancient weapons are hidden by the same nations which protect the road poneglyphs, pointing the way toward One Piece. Poseidon is on Fishman Island, Zoe and Wano together protect Pluton, and Uranus is likely found on the island from which Big Mom stole her road poneglyph, which only introduces more questions. Where did Linlin steal her road poneglyph from originally? There are lots of options here, but Elbaf seems to make the most sense. The winter solstice, celebrating the death and rebirth of the sun, ties Elbaf to the same New Dawn, Road to the Sun prophecies as the other road poneglyph protectors, and close allies of Joy Boy. Their ships also feature the same dragon figurehead as the statue from the Torii Gate on Onigashima and the top of Ryugu Castle. Uranus in Greek mythology is the sky god whose blood gave birth to the race of giants, which could substantiate a mythological connection between the Norse-themed Elbaf and Uranus. My guess for Uranus' identity is that it somehow harnesses the power of the moon or moons to control the tides and weather.
That's no moon. It's a space station.
Working in tandem with the other two ancient weapons to confer an advantage to a seafaring civilization.
The moon shall join your coalition.
Yeah, we got the freaking moon. What are you gonna do without tides, Peru?
Speaking to Sea Kings, a massive warship which rides the waves, and the power of the tides and weather all relate to the mythological powers of Ryujin, the sea dragon deity in Japanese mythology, which may serve as the basis for the dragon revered on Elbaf, Wano, Fishman Island, and Alabasta. Adding my own personal speculation, which I've brought up in the past, I even wonder if Nami's supernatural ability to detect weather patterns could be somehow related to controlling Uranus, and perhaps was the reason her island was targeted when she was an infant. Another reason I don't think Imu presently controls Uranus is Caribou, who will likely learn the third weapon's location before relaying news about Pluton and Poseidon to that mysterious certain someone in the New World, who is most likely Blackbeard, even though Cross-Guild would be the more interesting option. So if it's not Uranus, then what is the object Imu seemingly controls? It's hard to say, though I've seen others point out that 16 beams of light descend upon Lelouch, perhaps relating to Doflamingo's 16 Holy Bullets attack. It seems Imu was controlling this entity directly, perhaps similar to Momo's bond with Zunisha. Whatever this entity might be, it seems to channel the power of light, representing the sun, which has some interesting thematic implications. As I pointed out, though he lives as a deity, Imu is essentially the devil of the One Piece world, and as Shakespeare said, the devil had the power to assume pleasing shapes. He presents himself as a vessel or being of light, which is interestingly the root Latin word for the name of the Lelouch kingdom eradicated by Imu in chapter 1060. Imu and the world government present themselves as divine, while the forces for good are falsely called devils. In this age of night, Imu falsely presents himself as the light of the world. Ultimately, while I'm not exactly sure what power Imu wields, it's no small coincidence he occupies the land where the sunlight tree Eve grows, and that Lelouch was destroyed by beams of light. I don't think he wields a light-based devil fruit, as that power already belongs to Kizaru, and as I've suggested in earlier videos, Imu himself may be an entity beyond devil fruit powers.
Or something older.
Interestingly, the sun never sets on Enies Lobby and seemingly Marijois, further reinforcing the idea that Imu's power somehow relates to light and is representative of the sun. The advent of this new power also adds a very real sense of urgency to ending Imu's reign.
We will deal with your rebel friends soon enough.
The world has waited 8 centuries, but is growing restless in this final saga as the New Dawn at last approaches. It seems Imu's targeting the 8 rebel nations for erasure, news of which could both instill fear of the world over and incite even more anger toward the world's nobility. I imagine there must be some limitation on this power, as Imu wasn't able to use it on Ohara, Enies Lobby, or even Wano. In fact, it would be overpowered if there wasn't some type of limitation. Even so, knowing that an entire island can be wiped out in an instant further reinforces just how much power is wielded by the one who appears to be the final enemy Pirate King Luffy must someday face. It also proves that he is essentially Emperor Palpatine, with both a clone army and a Death Star. And now, Dragon knows that someone or something resides on the empty throne. As Doflamingo foreshadowed, secrets have a short shelf life, but the real question is now what the Revolutionary Army is going to do with this information. Are they going to keep it to themselves and share it only with a select few, or spread the secret of Imu's existence all over the world? I'll also point out something that I thought was pretty obvious, that Sabo is not the target of Imu's attack. The elders already knew Leloucha was going to be destroyed and said it was either misfortune or fate, which just so happened to bring Sabo to a site Imu marked for elimination. Oh, and obviously Sabo is not dead. While he may be taken out of commission for a while, assumed dead at sea for the second time in the series, there's absolutely no chance Luffy's brother was killed despite being on Leloucha when it was destroyed. In the final scene of chapter 1060, the Straw Hats venture into icy waters as they seemingly approach a winter island, when they suddenly discover Jewelry Bonnie trapped in a maelstrom. It's a complete mystery how she became lost so far out at sea when we last saw her at the Reverie. My best guess is that she was teleported by Bartholomew Kuma, with whom she has some sort of bond. I suspect Bonnie could lead the Straw Hats into the next major story arc, which I've suggested could revolve around Dr. Vegapunk. It seems we may have finally learned the name of the island where Vegapunk's lab is located at the end of chapter 1059, Egghead Port, which leads me to believe it could be the Straw Hats' next major destination, and Bonnie could make a lot of sense as their guide, considering Kuma was previously the subject of Vegapunk's experiments. In fact, I've suggested in the past that Bonnie would be heavily involved in a future Vegapunk story arc, so this development both makes sense and fits pretty well with my earlier predictions. On that note, I suspect she may have some ties to the distant past, perhaps even coming directly from the Void Century like Toki, given the particular interest the world government has expressed in her capture. She is, after all, referred to as the Queen Dowager of Sorbet, meaning widow of the former king. While this could indicate a familial or even marital relationship to its recently deposed King Kuma, I think perhaps her family ascended 8 centuries earlier, and the king to whom she was married could have been one of the 20 founders of the world government, perhaps the 6th elder. But that's a topic for another video. In any case, now that Bonnie has entered the story, Rouge remains the only worst generation captain who has yet to play an important role, and I suspect he could be involved on Elbaf in the future. In the opening pages of chapter 1061, we see the Straw Hats struggling to rescue Luffy and Chopper, now caught in the same current as Bonnie. In what makes for a very cool panel, we see a massive shark head emerging from the icy depths to swallow Sunny whole, evoking the imagery from the poster for Jaws. And given the shark head which adorns the wall above Oda's toilet, I have to wonder just how long he's been waiting to draw this scene. At least with Jinbei finally aboard the ship full time, these Straw Hats now have a dedicated lifeguard to rescue the stupid devil fruit users who find themselves lost at sea far too often. Which is to say, Jinbei dives in after Luffy, Chopper, and Bonnie, while the rest of the crew defend Sunny against the giant robot shark, which despite the menacing appearance of its submerged maw, as expected, has a goofy face once it's fully revealed. Now, Carrot may not be stowed away in a barrel aboard the ship, but I will point out the newly revealed, bunny-eared, barrel-shaped propeller which Frankie uses to navigate Sunny to safety. Oda is certainly a master of foreshadowing, so while this could have absolutely nothing to do with Carrot, it does seem oddly timed, and makes me wonder if perhaps there's some validity to my admittedly ridiculous theory that Carrot is somehow stuck inside Caribou, stuck inside a barrel on the ship's deck. Sunny's propeller was actually first revealed in a non-canon anime filler special, at which time it was lacking bunny ears. So while the propeller itself has technically been seen once before, the rabbit ears are entirely new. Again, this could mean nothing, but it could also foreshadow Carrot is not as gone as she seems. Of course, this is no ordinary shark these Straw Hats are dealing with here.
Sharks with frickin' laser beams attached to their heads!
Not only is it a robot, but it also comes fully equipped with heat-guided missiles, which successfully force the ship to capsize. But just when all hope seems lost, the remaining crew are rescued by what at first I assumed to be a new model Shogun Frankie, until I remembered that we saw it fully repaired in the Tokage port before the crew left Wano, which means that this robot is something entirely new. In the next scene, we learn that Toshigi and the children rescued from Punk Hazard are still at the nearby naval base G-14, led by newly introduced Vice Admiral Dahl. We last saw Smoker and Tashigi en route to Vegapunk's location in the aftermath of Dressrosa, as neither were in attendance at this year's reverie. While we don't get to see Smoker in chapter 1061, I have to assume he's somewhere nearby. As stated at the end of chapter 1059, the rest of Kobe's fleet returned to the island of Egghead, and now Helmeppo is begging for help to rescue his friend from Beehive Island. Just like within the story, I feel like Helmeppo is often overlooked and overshadowed by Kobe's meteoric rise, but considering where Helmeppo started from, seeing just how much he cares about Kobe does a great job of demonstrating his moral growth. Also noteworthy, the newly introduced Sword Commander Hibari speaks with the same distinct dialect as Aka Inu. This could indicate some type of familial connection between the two, or at least some type of joint origin. Hibari seems to be remarkably close to Captain Kobe, who's already been set up to challenge Aka Inu's authority. Perhaps dating the boss's daughter could add more fuel to this potential fire. Interestingly, the newly introduced Sword Rear Admiral says that they've been unable to contact Drake, whom we haven't seen since the immediate aftermath of the battle on Wano. Drake asked to fight by Luffy's side and was last seen in the ruins of Onigashima as Hawkins drew his last breaths. He said he would need to sort out his escape from Wano at a later point, but we never actually saw him in the falling action. I suppose it's possible, though incredibly unlikely, that he's been stowed away aboard Sunny. I also wonder if Drake could have left Wano with the Heart Pirates, considering he helped Law escape from Orochi's prison. In either case, the fact that he's been unreachable is bound to come up again later. It would seem then that the Marines currently gathered at G14 will inevitably become embroiled in the conflict on Egghead once the story starts really moving. Considering that the higher-ups are currently refusing Helmeppo's request, I have to wonder if Luffy agreeing to help Kobe could put the Straw Hats on the road toward their next big destination. It does seem a bit premature for a clash with Blackbeard, even if I don't think the Blackbeard pirates are the final antagonists of the series. Personally, I've always felt that Teach himself is much more interesting and impressive than the rest of his crew, so I could perhaps see a preliminary clash on Beehive Island against the 10 Titanic captains before Luffy and Teach have their decisive final battle further down the line. After all, the crew still needs to go to Elbaf somehow, and while it's possible the Island of Giants will just be a stop along the way before the battle with Blackbeard, right now it's hard to see the path or narrative threads which connect these islands. As much as I hate to say it, I could also see Oda splitting up the crew again, similar to the first leg of the journey in the New World, with half the Straw Hats showcased on Dressrosa and the other half on Whole Cake Island, before they were at last reunited on Wano. Personally, I'm hoping we don't go that route, but I can't deny it's a possibility. I'm sure we'll have a much better idea of what Egghead is leading to soon enough. And it's worth remembering Oda set up conflicts with both Big Mom and Kaido early in the New World, only for both to be tied together much later on Wano. Right now, the story's in a similar rising action phase, so I suspect this won't all tie together for quite a while. We next learn that Luffy, Chopper, Jinbei, and Bonnie have washed ashore on what appears to be a tropical island, despite the wintry weather in the surrounding waters. Luffy, of course, forgets Bonnie as a fellow member of the Worst Generation until she reminds him. Whatever ties Bonnie might have to Kuma and the World Nobles, it's pretty clear she's not just pretending or playing at being a pirate. So hopefully we'll see soon enough what makes her a serious rival to Luffy, just like the rest of the Worst Generation. It seems her running into the crew is similar in nature to their meeting with Law on Punk Hazard, as Bonnie is also traveling solo without her ship and crew. This makes me wonder if Bonnie could accompany the Straw Hats for another long stretch of chapters, just like Law. If the underwater battle between the giant robot and Mecha Shark earlier in the chapter wasn't enough to give it away, Bonnie then reveals that the Straw Hats have arrived on the island of Egghead, where Vegapunk's research facility is located, as we pan away to a wide view of the entire island. At the same time, we see Sunny lifted to the surface by the giant robot, from which a young woman emerges, claiming to be Dr. Vegapunk. So there's a lot to unpack from these two scenes, but let's start with the island itself. While the upper regions of Egghead are still shrouded, appropriately it seems there's a large egg-shaped device at the summit of the mountain, which immediately reminded me of the Windfish egg from Link's Awakening. The egg appears to be cracked open, with ring-like satellites in orbit surrounding the upper half. The jungle itself seems to extend all the way up the mountain, and I would imagine Vegapunk's lab is located somewhere at the center of the egg device, for which the island is seemingly named. Luffy and his friends are near the entrance to a large tunnel, which I suspect they'll soon enter. As noted by Nami in chapter 1060, by all accounts, Egghead should be a winter island, which begs the question why the island itself seems to be tropical.
It's a magical place.
It's worth remembering that Frankie was sent to Vegapunk's homeland of Karakuri Island when the crew was separated on Spoutty, where he learned in chapter 592 that Vegapunk was attempting to build a large device to heat his frigid homeland in order to help the people of Baltimore. Thus, it would seem the large egg-shaped device at the island summit could represent a completion or perfection of Vegapunk's weather-altering technology, used to transform a would-be winter island into a tropical paradise. You might even call this device a weather egg, which could mean that Nami's Climattack-based weather egg attack could be clever foreshadowing. It was stated in Chapter 592 that Vegapunk already had the idea of how to build the climate-altering device perfected in his head, but lacked the means to build it with currently available technology. It would seem then that working for the world government has had its benefits, as Vegapunk now has the requisite resources to realize his dream. Another interesting detail I'd like to note is the distinct devil fruit spiral pattern, which can be seen in the clouds gathered around the upper reaches of the island. This isn't the way Oda typically draws clouds, so I think we can say with certainty that this was an intentional choice. After all, it's no small coincidence that Vegapunk is renowned for being at the forefront of devil fruit research. As I suggested in my earlier theory video, I think that this spiral pattern is very significant to the functionality of devil fruit. Note that when Sanji's Germa powers awakened while fighting Queen, the spiral pattern on his eyebrows changed directions, or you could say they reversed polarity.
We're both reversing the polarity. Yes, I know that. There's two of us. I'm reversing it, you're reversing it back again. We're confusing the polarity.
So what this indicates is that the spiral eyebrow pattern somehow relates to these Germa powers. So what we know is that Vinsmoke Judge was previously associated with Vegapunk. Vegapunk is doing devil fruit research, and Vinsmoke Judge would thus have some understanding of how they work and what they are. He later experimented on his children using lineage factors to augment their supernatural abilities, most of which resemble those belonging to devil fruit users. Sanji's Germa powers were dormant but awakened during his battle with Queen, at which time his eyebrow spiral pattern changed directions. This indicates that this spiral eyebrow pattern is somehow related to these Germa powers, and it's no small coincidence this spiral pattern matches that on the surface and stem of devil fruit. One final note on this topic which indicates just how important this spiral pattern is to Sanji's design. Oda originally planned to name Sanji Naruto, but chose not to do so because Masashi Kishimoto's series Naruto began publication in Weekly Shonen Jump in 1999, just before Sanji made his first appearance in the series. So, for those who don't know, Uzumaki Naruto, the main character of that series, is named in reference to a spiral or whirl pattern. Uzumaki is a name which means whirlpool or maelstrom. The name Naruto is a reference to the Naruto whirlpools. These are distinct, powerful whirlpools which are commonly found near the city Naruto in the Tokushima prefecture. Oda actually considered naming Sanji after his spiral eyebrow pattern, which indicates its overall importance. Oda even jokingly responded to a reader question in the Volume 45 SBS by making note of this connection. The reader asks if all devil fruit feature the spiral pattern. Oda responds affirmatively and says that the spiral is what distinguishes them from ordinary fruit. He then says that he wonders whether Sanji is actually a devil fruit, which may have been his comedic way of subtly foreshadowing this connection. Ultimately, it's difficult to say exactly what the spiral pattern means, but based on the fact that the disembodied soul of the fruit features the spiral pattern, I can only surmise there must be some sort of connection between the spiral and the fruit's living component. But I think the stem may be particularly important, which carries some potentially interesting implications for Kaido and the mythical fish model Azure Dragon fruit in particular. Artificial smile fruit made by Caesar and Doflamingo have a 1 in 10 chance of imparting powers of some kind, but the souls of the animals contained in the fruit seem to incompletely merge with their hosts, making them far from fully functional. Notably, smile fruit have an ordinary stem and a circular rather than spiral pattern on their surface. Vegapunk labeled the artificial duplicate of Kaido's fruit a failure, yet thus far it appears to be much more effective than Smile in recreating real devil fruit abilities. Notably, we see that though it features the same circle pattern as Smile, Vegapunk's artificial dragon fruit features a spiral stem. This speaks again to the fact that the spiral pattern is related to the functionality and potentially the soul contained within the devil fruit. This is even more interesting in light of the design of Kaido's mythical fish model Azure Dragon fruit revealed in One Piece Magazine 13. The mythical fish fruit features not one, but 2 spiral stems.
This is getting out of hand. Now there are 2 of them.
One blue and one pink, which is completely unique among devil fruit designs revealed thus far. It's the only fruit to feature more than 1 stem. Now, I don't know for sure what this means, but the fact that this feature is unique among devil fruit could potentially explain Vegapunk being able to extract some component from Kaido to make Momo's artificial duplicate. So could this mean Kaido's fruit originally contained not 1, but 2 souls? Perhaps this explains the twin dragons in One Piece. It would seem then that whatever Vegapunk's devil fruit research entails, it's somehow affecting the island's ecosystem. While I personally believe the giant egg represents the perfection of Vegapunk's weather-altering technology, I think it's important to consider all possibilities. The only other alternative I can imagine is that Vegapunk is somehow warping spacetime around the island of Egghead, quite literally making it a world from 500 years in the future, explaining both the ecological difference from the surrounding waters and the manner in which it's being described as an island from the future. Of course, time travel can often make for messy stories, so while Oda did open that Pandora's box through Toki's devil fruit power, I think a little goes a long way.
Time travel is really hard to write about!
And personally, I've always preferred the whatever happened happened school of thought when it comes to time travel in fiction.
Can't change the past. Can't do it. Whatever happened, happened, right?
With Back to the Future being the obvious exception. Of course, the last and probably most important part of the chapter we need to discuss is Vegapunk himself, or if the revelation at the end of the chapter is to be believed, herself. Now, of course, there are plenty of reasons to suspect there's more going on here than meets the eye.
A game is the foot.
While I won't entirely rule out the idea that the woman we see at the end of the chapter is indeed Vegapunk, we've already heard quite a bit about Old Man Vegapunk over the past 600 chapters since his name was first mentioned by Kobe on Water 7. As we already discussed, Franky spent 2 years on Vegapunk's home island of Karakuri, where he studied and improved his own inventions. Everyone from Kobe to Sentomaru to Caesar has consistently referred to Vegapunk as an old man, so as much as the Yamato revelation has primed readers to accept this supposed Vegapunk at face value, it does seem incongruous with what we already know. So what's really going on here? Is this really Vegapunk? There are actually several interesting possibilities. The woman who calls herself Vegapunk is wearing a jumpsuit labeled Punk 02, matching the numbering convention Franky and Vegapunk have used for their inventions, so it would seem entirely possible this female Vegapunk is simply an android, clone, or robotic avatar of some kind for the real Dr. Vegapunk. All of those options seem pretty reasonable, considering the army of robot Kuma Pacifista and Seraphim Vegapunk has created. It's worth noting that this woman speaks in a manner befitting an old man, so perhaps the man behind the curtain is somehow speaking through her. Maybe through either the power of science or devil fruit, Vegapunk has managed to upload his consciousness into the cloud, remotely controlling multiple physical bodies. It's also possible that Vegapunk, the perennial scientist, has somehow transformed himself, intentionally or unintentionally, through his devil fruit research. Perhaps this was foreshadowed through the baby geezer side effects Chopper experienced thanks to Caesar's modified Rumble Ball. Another possibility is that the woman introduced in chapter 1061 is an entirely separate person from the Vegapunk who formed Mads and grew up on Karakuri Island. Perhaps she's either Vegapunk's daughter or granddaughter, also named Dr. Vegapunk. It's worth noting that Vegapunk didn't provide a title card affirming this character's true identity, further suggesting that there's something else going on here. In either case, my hope that Vegapunk might take inspiration from Doc Brown in Back to the Future still lives, at least for now. In terms of design, interestingly, Punk 02 wears her hair in front of one eye in a manner very similar to Sanji, which is perhaps no small coincidence considering the prior affiliation between Vince McJudge and Mads. There are also some notable visual similarities to the fabled marine hero Sora, whose name Sanji's mother just so happens to share. Similarly, her giant mecha suit is highly reminiscent of Franky's designs, which makes perfect sense considering Franky's cybernetic enhancements were borrowed from Vegapunk's research. In fact, I think it's very likely Franky's original cyborg modifications to himself were made using Mads technology. Franky initially turned himself into a cyborg after he was run over by the sea train and set adrift. The means by which he did so, however, have always remained a bit of a mystery. Franky fortuitously happened upon a wrecked vessel in chapter 358 on which he was able to apparently reassemble himself. Yet the ship itself is a bit of a mystery, as it doesn't really match the design of any known pirate or marine vessels. It would further seem that the materials needed to perform such radical body modifications wouldn't be commonly found on any ordinary ship. By training, Franky is also a shipwright and not a bioengineer, so perhaps the ship in question was a remnant of Mads, which was forcibly disbanded by the world government. Franky could have found Mads' technology aboard the ship and used it to turn himself into a cyborg, in which case, not only would Vegapunk's technology be responsible for Franky's recent enhancements during the time skip, but even his original cyborg modifications, which makes sense as Franky's forte is really shipbuilding, despite his prowess in studying and adapting advanced robotics. The bigger question is of course Vegapunk's motives, as there seem to be a number of contradictions. On the one hand, we have good reason to believe Vegapunk has been working behind the scenes for quite some time as a benefactor to the Straw Hat Pirates, which suggests he could be a subversive agent within the world government. The fact that Mads was forcibly integrated into the SSG suggests as much, not to mention the steps Vegapunk took to seemingly protect the fully functioning artificial fish fruit from Cypherpole, and the last command he allowed Kuma to execute to guard Thousand Sunny for 2 years. At the same time, the newly created Seraphim model Pacifista as weapons for the world government certainly make Vegapunk seem far more sinister. Despite Punk 02's cheerful demeanor, she suggests that rescuing pirates was certainly not her intention as she works for the world government. So at this point, it's hard to say with certainty what goal Vegapunk is hoping to achieve, but I have a full theory video in which I at least partially address these topics, particularly in relation to the artificial fish fruit. Ultimately, I can't help but still feel somehow Vegapunk's service to the world government is compulsory, especially when we consider the very clear evidence that Vegapunk's goal in developing new technology is ultimately benevolent, through his rejection of Caesar's unethical practices to his dream of heating Karakuri Island. Uncovering what really happened to Kuma and reconciling the tremendous debt they owe him for saving their lives was the first objective Frankie set for the crew when they departed for Fishman Island immediately following the 2-year timeskip. It would seem settling that score is the very reason Bonnie has made her way to Egghead. It's been 12 years since the timeskip, so it's exciting to see that particular plot point is finally being addressed. On that note, this mecha-filled arc should be big for Frankie, Sanji, and even Chopper, all of whom have some association with or have been affected by Vegapunk. While I certainly expect we're going to see a Mads flashback, I'm also really hoping this arc will be Frankie's time to shine. It's always fun to see the Straw Hats arrive at a new destination, but I'm particularly excited to see what Oda has in store for Egghead. For the past several years, I've been predicting a Vegapunk arc would immediately follow Wano, which, now that it's been confirmed, means it's time to start talking about exactly what storylines might be addressed and which characters will be involved. Oda indicated in the Volume 48 SBS that we would learn more about what Devil Fruit are once Vegapunk eventually enters the story, which is particularly relevant in the wake of Luffy's awakening, so we can certainly expect to find out more about what they actually are and how they function. It's important to remember just how deliberate and consistent Oda has been regarding the lore and distribution of Devil Fruit throughout the One Piece world. In the 4 Blue Seas, Devil Fruit are said to be incredibly rare, to the extent that they're regarded as myth or legend. They are specifically referred to as a treasure from the Grand Line, and accordingly very few pirates outside the Grand Line are demonstrated to wield these powers. Oda introduced only 4 confirmed Devil Fruit users in the entirety of the East Blue saga: Luffy, Buggy, Alvida, and Smoker. Even if we consider Monkey D. Dragon to be a likely 5th Devil Fruit user introduced during the East Blue, it's still remarkable how few characters derive their strength from the same source as Luffy in the first 2 years of publication. When the story began, Devil Fruit at first glance would seem to simply be the means by which Oda explains the strange powers and abilities wielded by the characters in his story world. There need not necessarily be any greater narrative emphasis placed on what they are and where they come from. Generally speaking, the magic or power systems in works of fiction are sometimes, but not always, related to the central conflict or mystery of the respective stories. The cause for the mutant X gene doesn't need to be a mystery for the story of X-Men to function, for example. We never learn why magic exists in the world of Harry Potter, Nen in the world of Hunter x Hunter, or Chi in the world of Dragon Ball. These magic or power systems are simply immutable aspects of the respective story world. Think about this from Oda's perspective. He devised a system to explain superpowers in his story, yet showed incredible restraint in not using it extensively until the Straw Hats arrived in the Grand Line. In the East Blue, Buggy was the only Devil Fruit wielding primary antagonist Luffy faced, yet as soon as the Straw Hats entered the Grand Line, where Devil Fruit are believed to originate, they are commonly found in the possession of not only major antagonists like Crocodile, but also underlings like Mr. 5, Miss Valentine, and Mr. 3. The frequency with which Devil Fruit users are introduced increased dramatically as soon as the Straw Hats left the East Blue behind, yet they are still regarded as something rare and special, and Oda is still deliberate in where they are commonly found and where they aren't. As the series has progressed, we have even learned that Devil Fruit are a secondary power or magic system. Haki is the true primary underlying power system in the One Piece world, which governs and supersedes Devil Fruit. What all of this establishes is that Devil Fruit are far more than a means to a narrative end. They are more than a superpower delivery system. Much like alchemy in Full Metal Alchemist, quirks in My Hero Academia, and the Force in Star Wars, the very nature and existence of the power or magic system is part of the central conflict and mystery which has been slowly uncovered throughout the Straw Hats' voyage. Now, of course, all of this begs the question of what exactly are the Devil Fruit, and where do they come from? We know they impart a wide range of powers, some of which are quite strange, but we don't really know how they were made or how they function. The terminology Devil Fruit links them to the story of Eden, and as such, I wonder if perhaps the Sunlight Tree Eve, which grows somewhere in Marijois, could be their origin point, explaining in part why the Holy Land is called the center of the world. Consuming the fruit from the Tree of Knowledge of Good and Evil came with a heavy cost. Adam and Eve were cast outside of paradise into the land east of Eden, and the garden where both the Tree of Knowledge and the Tree of Life grew was closed off, guarded by angels with flaming swords. Oda doesn't import ideas exactly as they are presented within his sources of inspiration, but here we see some interesting parallels. The Tree of Knowledge and its fruit were planted not by the devil, but by God. The devil in this tale had no creative power of his own, only the ability to persuade. Accordingly, within One Piece, we must ask why Imu even needs mortal servants. Are they somehow necessary to achieve his goals and to realize his desires? It's difficult to say who originally planted the Adam and Eve trees and created the Devil Fruit. It's possible these strange fruit were directly created by the evil entity for whom they are seemingly named, but equally possible the Devil Fruit represent a stolen repository of power. After all, it would seem the Lunarians may have taken inspiration from the angels with flaming swords charged with protecting Eden and the Tree of Life after the fall of Adam and Eve. Perhaps the Lunarians once protected the Eve Tree and the Devil Fruit, but were similarly tempted by Imu and surrendered their position of divine protectors to claim divinity for themselves, and thus opened the window for the 20 Kings to transgress some sort of sacred ground and steal the Devil Fruit. All men dream, but not equally. Those who dream by night in the dusty recesses of their mind wake up in the day to find it was vanity. But the dreamers of the day are dangerous men, for they may act their dreams with open eyes to make it possible. As for what the Devil Fruit actually are and how their powers work, I believe the answer may be found in a rather curious line of exposition from chapter 218. The Straw Hats had just departed from Alabasta and discovered Robin stowed away aboard the Going Merry, when suddenly a massive galleon fell from the heavens into the surrounding sea. This scene was accompanied by a narration box which reads, "Anything man can imagine is a possibility in reality," and this quote was attributed to physicist Willie Caron. Anything man can imagine is quite the statement. Even more so when we consider it was attributed to a physicist rather than a pirate or an adventurer, particularly given the themes and inspiration for the Skypiea saga which this scene opens, and the fact that the story follows the adventures of the Straw Hat Pirates. It's easy to imagine an explorer like Noland or a pirate like Roger or Odin, captivated by the seemingly limitless potential of the horizon, making such a bold or fanciful claim, that anything imaginable is possible in reality. However, physicists like Willie Caron should in theory make empirically evidenced claims. It's rather conspicuous Oda chose to designate the author of this quote as a scientist, considering he had not highlighted the significance of any particular scientific endeavors or research within the story world up until that moment, aside from the oblique reference to Vegapunk made by Miss Merry Christmas. Notably, no qualifiers were placed on this assertion. Absolutely anything man can imagine is possible.
I don't know, I can imagine quite a bit.
Willie Caron, physicist, was sufficiently convinced through his studies that anything, a term which is by nature nebulous and open to interpretation, is possible in reality.
Oh, you're crazy. Am I? Or am I so sane that you just blew your mind?
As crazy as this notion might sound, perhaps this claim was indeed well evidenced and empirically backed.
It's impossible. Is it? Or is it so possible that your head is spinning like a top?
Perhaps it tells us something about the Devil Fruit and how they actually work.
It can't be! Can it? Or is your entire world just crashing down all around you?
After all, Devil Fruit research is an active field of study, and the wide range of powers they confer seemingly fit the description of anything man can imagine. On that note, it's precisely what I believe Devil Fruit actually are and how they function. They distill and invigorate people's dreams. They materialize in objective reality, that which people could otherwise only imagine, and the bounds seem to be limitless. Turn into a house, swim through concrete, duplicate a person's likeness, leap forward through time, turn people into toys. An eclectic assortment of abilities which represent people's dreams or desires. The Devil Fruit allow these dreams to awaken and to be manifest into the world. This is even more appropriate when we consider the thematic importance of pursuing impossible dreams within One Piece. The quote from Willie Caron appears at the start of the Skypiea saga, which also introduced us to Warlord of the Sea Don Quixote do Flamingo. His name is a reference to Don Quixote de la Mancha, a character from a classic Spanish novel. In the story, an old man, considered to be crazy, transforms the world around him through his pursuit of impossible dreams. He imagines windmills to be dragons and a local barmaid, Dulcinea, to be a noble princess. This story demonstrates the power of imagination to reshape reality, as Don Quixote's delusion transforms the world around him by changing the way others, most notably Dulcinea, view themselves. After being treated as a noble, her self-image improves. Given that this sentiment is birthed by an old man's delusion, you might consider this to be a case of folie à deux, or madness shared by two. But the more charitable interpretation is that what conventional wisdom perceives as madness or senility frees Don Quixote from societal presuppositions, to see the invisible truth by recognizing Dulcinea's true qualities. And the fact that his imagination has real-world transformative influence on at least one person's life is proof enough. Despite his namesake, Don Quixote do Flamingo represents a complete inversion of this ideal as he seeks to stamp out people's dreams. We know that Haki and Devil Fruit do not operate independently. In truth, Haki governs or supersedes Devil Fruit powers. I have here suggested that Devil Fruit represent distillations or manifestations of people's dreams. Anything man can desire brought to life in reality. Thus, you could also think of a dream as a very strong desire or will. Devil Fruit work by manifesting the desire of whatever living element resides in the fruit in the material world. A very powerful strength of will which, by some mechanism, transforms a dream into reality. Not only does this description resonate with these central themes in One Piece, but it could also fully explain the relationship between Haki and Devil Fruit. Devil Fruit appear to be living or possess some sort of living component. This is evidenced by the fact that inanimate objects infused with Devil Fruit like Lasso, Funkfried, and Bunbuku are brought to life by their Devil Fruit powers. Smiley, Sabo, and Yola may also indicate Devil Fruit possess some type of memory of their prior incarnation, though the jury is still out. While it's an interesting idea to consider, regardless of whether or not there's any truth to Devil Fruit possessing memory, we have good reason to believe that not only are they living, but that they contain a soul of some kind. As further evidence, Jabra ominously warned that consuming more than one Devil Fruit invariably results in death because of the warring souls it breeds within. The other CP9 agents dismissed this as mere superstition on the grounds that Vegapunk has already unlocked the many mysteries of Devil Fruit. But nevertheless, it stands that no one, aside from Blackbeard, can possess more than one Devil Fruit power and live. Oda depicted this reincarnation cycle visually through a simple graphic near the start of Dressrosa. Interestingly, the essence of the fruit, depicted as a soul complete with wings, was shown exiting the body of its deceased user and then entering a nearby fruit of the same type. The soul then transfers to a new host after they have eaten a single bite, rendering the rest of the fruit inert, suggesting the soul immediately transfers fully into its new host. If Devil Fruit indeed contains souls, it begs the question of which living materials were used to make them. Artificial zone fruit are made from lineage factors collected from currently living animals, explaining why Caesar has only been able to make the ordinary variety. The creatures on which ancient zones are based are extinct, or mostly extinct, making the requisite lineage factor inaccessible without access to an ample number of amber-encased mosquitoes. Momo's mythical zone was created from Kaido's lineage factor, explaining how Vegapunk was able to replicate its living component. But what about Logia, or Paramethea, if these are indeed representative of people's dreams? I wonder if the Devil Fruit classification system is based not only on the nature of the powers they confer, but also the material from which they were made. The creatures on which ancient zones are based, like dinosaurs, once lived but are now extinct. But did the mythical creatures ever really live in the One Piece world, or do they, like Paramethea powers, arise from man's imagination? There's one last aspect of Devil Fruit we need to discuss: awakening.
This better not awaken anything in me.
Doflamingo referred to awakening as an entirely new level of Devil Fruit power, and this term is quite interesting given the frequency with which Oda has used sun and moon, or day and night motifs, throughout the entire series to describe the central narrative conflict. Roger asserted dreams are one of the immutable forces which help guide the world toward freedom, so it's rather interesting when we consider the idea that Devil Fruit are living entities of some kind, and that they may represent a manifestation or distillation of dreams. What happens when dreams awaken? It seems based on the terminology, the soul or spirit resident in the fruit awakens or more fully incarnates in the material world, allowing greater manipulation or control. Does awakening represent the soul of the fruit overtaking the individual by which it was eaten, a runaway daydream, so to speak? When you think about it, the dream or desire of the fruit ordinarily is confined to the user's body. It can only transform the properties of the individual by whom it was eaten in its non-awakened state, but awakened, that power expands. The domain of the fruit's will to transform reality and bend it to its will increases to encompass the user's surroundings, much like Haki or willpower. Strengthening Haki or awakening a devil fruit expands its sphere of influence, representing a sort of subjugation of the objective reality to the will of the individual. But is this good or bad? After all, we are talking about the devil's fruit, which, as discussed earlier, is perhaps no misnomer. It's important to note that Haki in One Piece is morally neutral. Both morally upstanding individuals like Luffy and evil villains like Doflamingo are equally capable of using Conqueror's Haki. In other words, both good and bad people can have exceptionally strong willpower. As Neptune said, every weapon depends on how it's used. I bring this up because Devil Fruit are indeed a powerful weapon, and if my assertion is correct, their power represents the individual will subjugating and claiming dominion over objective reality. But this act isn't framed as morally good or morally evil. Just as the line dividing good and evil does not evenly parse between pirate and marine, those with exceptionally strong willpower may be either good or evil. This is important to understand, because the sea, which represents freedom in the One Piece world, rejects those who have eaten the Devil Fruit. Submersion in water completely drains their strength and renders them unable to swim. This may suggest that devil fruit originate from the world's oppressors, in which case the soul material used to make these living weapons was likely stolen or surrendered by the 20 kings who neglected to read the fine print when making their Faustian bargain, in which case it's easy to see why those who wield these powers would be cursed. But if this power was simply stolen, if these distilled or manifest dreams can be a force for good in the right hands, it would indicate that those who wield these powers could in theory achieve harmony with the sea if reconciliation of some kind is made with their true divine or benevolent point of origin. A friend of mine noted the fact that Buggy and Toki, the only known devil fruit users on Roger's crew, both fell ill as the Roger pirates closed in on discovering Laugh-Tale. And if the treasure One Piece is deeply connected to the sea itself, then perhaps the final island also rejects those who wield these powers. This could theoretically represent a major obstacle for the Straw Hats, considering Luffy, Robin, Chopper, and Brook have all eaten devil fruit. This is admittedly speculative, but it does lend weight to the idea that there needs to be some sort of atonement for the theft of these perhaps divine powers.
And you have meddled with the primal forces of nature. And you will atone.
Of course, all of this is purely speculation, but I do wonder what could emerge from a fully awakened devil fruit power if they indeed contain souls. What could be the relationship between Luffy's devil fruit and Joy Boy? Could the fruit's awakening, the manifestation of the soul contained within, somehow signify Joy Boy's return beyond Luffy simply inheriting his will? Further, if my assertion regarding the importance of the mythical fish fruit is correct, that the sea dragon based on Ryujin, revered on Fishman Island, Wano, Alabasta, and potentially even Elbaf played a pivotal role in the distant past, then what would happen if Kaido's fruit fully awakened? What might this tell us about other powerful devil fruit like Blackbeard's Darkness Logia? There are of course still many unanswered questions. Why is there only one of each devil fruit power? What living element was used to bring Logia and Paramethea powers to life? Were the devil fruit dispersed during the Void Century or much earlier at the end of the Age of Heaven? Were they made to do good, to do evil, or does that depend entirely on the individuals by whom they are wielded? Did these powers originate by supernatural or scientific process? The ancient One Piece world seems to have had sufficiently advanced knowledge, and as noted, Willie Caron was a physicist. Vegapunk seems to have uncovered many of these mysteries through his research, yet there also appears to be a very real cosmic-scale battle of good and evil at work behind the scenes. We learned in chapter 1037 that Zunisha's arrival in the waters off Wano struck fear in the hearts of the world's highest authority because it signified the awakening of a fruit which has been dormant for centuries, Luffy's Gomu Gomu fruit. Though Luffy's fruit indeed behaves as a Paramethea, imparting its wielder with the properties of rubber, the elders went to great lengths to hide the fruit's true name and nature from the annals of history. Fearing the power was about to awaken, they ordered one of their elite CP0 agents to ensure Luffy meet his end in the rooftop battle against Kaido. Though Luffy was struck down and appeared to die atop the roof just as the elders requested, it seems they inadvertently caused the very event they were trying to prevent. Here we learn that Luffy's fruit was in fact a mythical zone of the Hito Hito variety, model Sun God Nika. Although the Sun God indeed seems to borrow some inspiration from Hanuman or Son Goku, Luffy has in truth transformed into a living cartoon character, capable of fighting in any way he imagines, bending and stretching anything and everything to his will, including the very forces of nature. Kaido even describes him as something right out of a story, or as I said, anything man can imagine brought to life in reality. But essentially, this means Luffy's cartoony powers perfectly match the aesthetics of his Gear 5 form, as he's basically an old black and white cartoon brought to life. But perhaps it's better to think of him as a black and white or pen and ink manga character.
I don't understand. Is this you being meta?
It's a very meta transformation, as Luffy is now a cartoon character who stretches the limits of what's possible in an already cartoon world, which is itself generally pretty free from the constraints of ordinary reality. Luffy is now a manga man in a manga world, something right out of a storybook or comic. Reading One Piece is such an enjoyable experience, largely because Oda consistently demonstrates such passion for his own story and characters. It's very clear Oda enjoys writing One Piece just as much as we enjoy reading it. Willie Karen says anything man can imagine is a possibility in reality, but now it truly feels like anything Oda can imagine is a possibility in One Piece through Luffy's new powers. It's notable that the name Nika was hidden, but doesn't really reveal the true nature of Luffy's power. In his awakened state, Luffy still inflates, bounces, and stretches. In practice, he's still a rubber man. The name Nika means grin or smile, and fittingly, Luffy's fruit is so named because his strange rubbery powers stretch smiles across people's faces.
Why are you smiling like that?
I just like to smile. Smiling's my favorite.
Luffy brings joy to people and gives them hope in a brighter future. It inspires them to band together to pursue freedom, and that terrifies the Five Elders. On that note, Zunisha says hearing Luffy's heartbeat makes it feel as if Joy Boy is near, which further suggests Luffy's powers once belonged to the Warrior of Liberation from the world's lost epoch. At the very least, it would seem Luffy's Nika Devil Fruit somehow directly links him to Joy Boy. On that note, I'll clarify again that I don't think this suggests Joy Boy was in truth the sun god Nika. The fruit's power is based on a myth in the One Piece world, and it has evaded the Elder's grasp for the past 8 centuries. The source material for Mythic Zone is a mystery, but the fact that Nika is considered to be a legend or myth in the One Piece world suggests that if there ever was a real sun god Nika, he likely lived long before the Void Century. Joy Boy was likely a mortal figure in the same archetypal mold as Luffy and Roger, who exemplified many of the same characteristics. The Nika fruit called out to Luffy for that very reason. Kaido suggested Luffy's awakening could have transformed him into something or someone else, much like the jailer beasts from Impel Down. But Luffy's own will was strong enough to maintain control, despite the fact that wielding these new Nika powers proved to be incredibly taxing. Perhaps the reason Luffy was able to control Nika is because his own will is so close to that of the Devil Fruit. After all, there's very strong indication the fruit chose Luffy as its partner. It's worth noting that in the Road to Laugh Tale, Oda specifies that everyone believed in Nika in the distant past, which indicates the sun god was nothing but a legend even during the Void Century, again reinforcing my belief that Joy Boy and Nika were distinct entities or individuals. As the Elders state, Zone Fruit have a will of their own, again tying the power of these fruit to will, desire, or dreams. This takes us back to the question of when Devil Fruit were first created, by whom, and for what purpose. Again, Haki is the world's true underlying power or magic system, a fundamental or inextricable aspect of the One Piece world. Kaido plainly stated that Haki reigns supreme, and that strong Haki, rather than a strong Devil Fruit power, is needed to conquer the world's seas. He cited the former pirate king, who sailed to the end of the sea without a Devil Fruit. Not only does Kaido's assertion underscore the fact that Haki governs and supersedes Devil Fruit abilities, it hints toward the fact that Devil Fruit powers are in some way artificial. They represent a borrowed or stolen power, will, or dream. Although Imu may have tempted the 20 kings with the power of the Devil's Fruit, it would seem they were never able to possess Nika's power. The Nika fruit chose Joy Boy in the Void Century, and it chose Luffy in the modern era to help actualize its will for the world transformed, liberated from the grasp of its oppressors. We now know for certain Devil Fruit existed during Joy Boy's era, which likely means they were created at an even earlier point in history. Perhaps, as I've suggested, they were guarded by the Lunarians during the Age of Heaven, treasures or gifts of divine origin, stolen by the forces of darkness at some critical juncture. Interestingly, the awakening of Luffy's powers could also reveal quite a bit about the mythical fish fruit. Despite also possessing a mythical zone power and demonstrating a clear understanding of awakening, Kaido failed to utilize what Doflamingo described as a whole new level of Devil Fruit powers, meaning we didn't even see the world's strongest's final form. Now, some believe Kaido was already fighting in awakened state throughout the raid on Onigashima.
I am awake.
What? But personally, I don't think it's particularly likely. Oda knows he hasn't fully explained awakening to readers, and thus has made a point to clearly explain whenever awakened powers are being used. Perhaps Kaido didn't awaken because he didn't want to cede authority or control to the will or spirit of his devil fruit. The fact that he believed it was possible for Nika to possess or overpower Luffy's will could speak to this fact. Perhaps the fish fruit's will is simply out of tune with Kaido's. After all, I've suggested the mythical fish fruit represents the power of the sea, which guides the world toward freedom, a desire which starkly contrasts Kaido's present pessimistic view of the world and his ambition to start a global war. Whatever the reason, it would seem the mythical fish fruit hasn't yet awakened, and thus, unlike the sun god Nika, its will or desire for the world hasn't yet emerged in the modern era. Luffy's awakening and the Five Elders' corresponding conversation indicate that many of my predictions are accurate, but I suspect we'll see more very soon. I'm a bit surprised that Eustace Kid isn't involved in this story arc, considering both how much time Luffy got to spend with Law and the fact that Kid would seemingly make for a pretty perfect fit in an arc involving giant robots and a punk-themed Vice Admiral. But perhaps it's not too late for him to be somehow drawn into the conflict on Egghead. While many are expecting a quick exposition-heavy arc like Zoe or Sabaody, I actually think this story arc is going to be a bit more substantial, as unlike Zoe, home to the friendly mink tribe, and Sabaody, neutral territory and a haven for all sorts of unsavory pirates, Egghead is hostile world government territory, and thus is bound to be crawling with enemy forces like the Pacifista and Seraphim. There are also other forces associated with protecting Vegapunk and potentially coercing him to do the government's bidding, including Sentomaru and potentially even Admiral Kizaru. On that topic, the proximity to Wano could certainly explain Sentomaru's style of dress and use of Rio. Ultimately, unlike Zoe, I don't think this arc is going to be light on conflict. For reasons I'll detail in an upcoming video, I've long suspected Kizaru could act as the main antagonist for a Vegapunk story arc. Facing Sentomaru, the Pacifista, and Kizaru again, the very forces responsible for disbanding the Straw Hat Pirates on Sabaody 550 chapters earlier, and this time emerging victorious, would actually serve as a great litmus test to demonstrate their growth, especially now that the Straw Hats are officially an Emperor crew. Not to mention Kizaru's downfall could provide a vacancy, allowing Kobe to climb to the rank of Admiral, as I suggested in my review for chapter 1059. I even wonder if we could learn more about the underworld, the yet-to-be-fully revealed observers from Punk Hazard, and the level 6 prisoners from Impel Down. If, as I suspect, the weapons Sabo and Koala were tracking through Dressrosa could have originated from a world government source like Egghead. We know some of the weapons were being produced in Kaido's weapons factories on Wano, but the distinct liqueur iron mentioned on Dressrosa would seem to point away from the land of samurai, known primarily for its rich deposits of sea stone. I'm also a bit surprised the Germa 66 cover arc involving Sanji's siblings, Judge, and Caesar is still ongoing, considering the Vinsmokes and Vegapunk's former partner would also seemingly fit well in this story arc. But perhaps for the first time, cover arc and ongoing narrative will intersect in real time. Returning to the topic of Vegapunk's motives, as I've suggested in past theory videos, I think Momo and Kaido's mythical fish fruit is one of the most important in the entire series. The lengths to which Vegapunk went to replicate and then protect the artificial duplicate from the world government seemingly speaks volumes about his or her character. Ultimately, I can't help but feel that much like Jinbei, Vegapunk has been built up for a very long time as a potential antagonistic force, only to later reveal his true benevolent or kind nature, explaining the seemingly net positive impact Vegapunk and Kuma have had in saving the Straw Hat Pirates. On that note, there's a reason I brought up Doc Brown as a potential source of inspiration for Dr. Vegapunk, as Egghead is said to be an island from 500 years in the future, which is perhaps no misnomer. And no, I'm not necessarily talking about time travel, at least not exactly.
Is he talking about what I think he was talking about?
If you mean time-traveling bunnies, then yes.
I thought it was especially interesting that Punk02 says the government calls her, or him, a scientific genius despite their mediocrity. While this could be considered a classic humble brag, it would actually fit well with the idea that through either technology or perhaps some type of devil fruit power, Vegapunk's mind is quite literally seeing a world from 500 years in the future, at which point in time his intellect and scientific prowess would be nothing special. This would also fit with the description from Karakuri Island of the design for the weather device already being perfected in Vegapunk's mind, despite lacking the requisite fabrication materials. I guess it's also possible that Vegapunk could see the world of the future and its miraculous technology through powerful observation haki. Perhaps Vegapunk possesses the world's most advanced future sight. To be clear, I'm not discounting the idea that Vegapunk could be just as he or she appears, an unrivaled scientific genius. It's specifically the frequent use of the term future, which leads me to suspect there could be something more going on here. If Vegapunk indeed sees or has been to the world of tomorrow, then perhaps knowing what Imu has in store should he succeed in his ultimate goal could add to the growing sense of urgency in this final saga for Luffy and allies all around the world to prevent whatever dystopian outcome might await them. While how is a bit of a mystery, the term future seems to come up frequently in reference to Dr. Vegapunk. Vegapunk's hometown on Karakuri Island is referred to as the Future Land Baltimore. The chapter in which Frankie reveals his new mecha suit developed from Vegapunk's technology is called the General from Futureland. Importantly, Vegapunk's mind or intellect is said to be 500 years ahead of the rest of the world. Given that Wano has already introduced the first time travelers in One Piece, I suspect this terminology could be a deliberate choice on Oda's part to signal Vegapunk's involvement in temporal manipulation or travel of some kind.
Great Scott. I know, this is heavy.
In chapter 1044, one of the 5 elders questions whether they made the right choice by sacrificing one of their best agents and enraging Kaido in order to prevent Luffy's awakening. The Karl Marx elder replies that there's a potential future which would make them beg for the negative repercussions they have recently incurred. The use of the term potential future is interesting and potentially revelatory as it suggests they possess some degree of foresight. I think this perhaps suggests Vegapunk has the ability to see into the future, which both informs the world government's leaders and motivates his actions. Perhaps Vegapunk's intellect is quite literally from centuries in the future. Perhaps his miraculous inventions and discoveries in part arise from his ability to peer or shift his consciousness forward through time. If this assertion is correct, perhaps Vegapunk's clairvoyance is less certain or defined than the prophetic predictions made by those like Charlie and is more like a probability cloud. Think Doctor Strange in Avengers Infinity War, predicting the probability of a particular outcome.
Went forward in time to view alternate futures, to see all the possible outcomes of the coming conflict.
Vegapunk isn't a prophet like Charlie, but he can see the futures, and many possible futures there are.
Difficult to see. Always in motion is the future.
I'm assuming a lot here, but perhaps Vegapunk's true goal is to avert the darkest timeline. Maybe he's trying to prevent a particular dystopian endgame scenario. Now, if you'll indulge my idle speculation for one more moment, I believe the 20 Kings likely banded together with noble intent, but were manipulated by Lord Imu and thus are now entrapped by an 8 centuries old Faustian bargain. The elders seem to be primarily concerned with maintaining a balance of power. They seem to view the world government as an apparatus to maintain this balance and are willing to suffer the existence of piracy as long as the actions of the key players can be at the very least anticipated and neutralized, if not controlled entirely. The elders aren't pursuing further conquest, at least for the time being. Above all else, they want stability, predictability, and Luffy's power is the antithesis of predictability. He's referred to as a dangerous variable, and that's exactly why the government is so afraid of his power awakening. Simply put, it's chaos theory, or the butterfly effect. Small disturbances or variations in complex systems are amplified over time to produce completely unpredictable results. A butterfly flaps its wings on one side of the world, causing a hurricane on the other. An idiot in a bar accidentally eats a devil fruit, and less than 15 years later sets in motion a chain of events leading toward a global revolution. Personally, I believe the elders are motivated more fundamentally by fear of the devil they helped seat on the empty throne 8 centuries earlier. As I've explained in the past, I believe the 20 Kings were manipulated by Imu, an outsider who promised them the power to eliminate their adversaries in order to achieve his own ends. Much like Eneru on Skypiea, he lives as a god, yet still desires greater power, authority, and control, and thus is actively working behind the scenes for his own purposes. The elders genuinely believe they're helping the world by preserving the balance of power, because they're afraid of incurring the wrath of the devil who rules the world. Perhaps the elders fear revolution not only because it would mean the end of their rulership, but because they believe resistance is futile, that any attempt at attaining true independence would be doomed to failure given the magnitude of the dark forces which must be overcome. Perhaps this darkest timeline Vegapunk sees is one in which Imu gets what he wishes and completes his yet to be revealed master plan. A terrible dystopian future which Vegapunk and the elders are trying to avert. Although the elders believe Luffy's awakening introduces a chaotic variable in their otherwise perfectly deterministic, controllable system, perhaps Vegapunk feels or even knows differently.
It's all an illusion.
When we have control
You
again.
never had control. That's the illusion.
The specifics aren't really particularly important to this theory, but if Vegapunk somehow has knowledge of or can see into the future, then perhaps it was by his design the artificial dragon fruit was created from Kaido's and left where it would be found by Momonosuke. In chapter 1007, the leader of CP0 said the world government pressured Vegapunk to hand over the artificial fish model Azure dragon fruit. Vegapunk instead declared the fruit to be a failed experiment and left it behind on Punk Hazard, where it was later discovered and eaten by Momonosuke. None of this strikes me as coincidental. Momonosuke, Kinemon, Kiku, Kanjuro, and Raizo jumped forward in time 20 years, immediately following the death of Momo's father Kozuki Oden at the hands of Kaido. Kinemon and Momo then set out to sea in search of allies and arrived on Punk Hazard, where Momo just so happened to find an artificial devil fruit made from the very person responsible for the death of his parents and the decimation of his homeland.
Do you really think all this is an accident?
No, he orchestrated it.
Even Yamato says it was no small coincidence Momo happened to meet Luffy on Punk Hazard, that they were guided by the hands of fate. Essentially, Vegapunk used Kaido's genetic material, extracted while Kaido was in captivity, to synthesize this artificial fruit which was for some reason deemed a failure and left behind on Punk Hazard with Caesar after Vegapunk evacuated. Aegis Zero worked directly for the Celestial Dragons, and strived to protect or shield their interests around the world. This means CP0's interest in the artificial dragon fruit must in some way serve the interests of the Celestial Dragons. Vegapunk may have deemed delivering this rare and valuable treasure to Momo to be critical to the future. Save the Shogun, save the world. Despite the fact that Momonosuke's devil fruit was deemed a failure, thus far it appears to be functioning normally. Even Momo's small stature was a consequence of his age rather than a deficiency in the devil fruit itself, and now that he has aged into an adult, he matches Kaido's scale and appearance. As such, it seems rather curious Vegapunk would leave this artificial fruit behind and that it would wind up in Momo's possession immediately following his jump forward in time. The things we know about Vegapunk's character seemingly clash with his making weapons of war for the world government, which makes it even more strange Vegapunk would leave the artificial dragon fruit made from Kaido's lineage factor in Caesar's hands. So what if Momonosuke's artificial dragon fruit is not a failure? What if it was a success and Vegapunk intentionally left it behind in a place he knew it would be found by the person for whom it was created? If Vegapunk is covertly working against the government's interests and the mythical fish or dragon fruit is as valuable as CP0 indicate, he would have very good reason to deem it a failure and thus keep it out of their hands. This could also explain his willingness to leave the fruit within Caesar's grasp. If Vegapunk somehow knew or anticipated the fruit would be discovered by Momonosuke, then leaving it on Punk Hazard could be seen as a calculated gamble. We don't yet understand the role Momo is meant to play in bringing the new dawn, but I believe his possessing the mythical fish model Azure dragon fruit will be necessary in some way, and thus Vegapunk may have deemed his deceptive tactics to deliver this mythical fish fruit into Momo's hands to be of the utmost imperative, and worth jeopardizing his role undercover working for the world government.
Bring all of this crumbling to the ground.
The extreme efforts Vegapunk took to recreate Kaido's fruit indicate its tremendous importance, but the why question remains unanswered. Why is this devil fruit so important? Why was it worth all this effort? What if I told you there was a single, yet to be identified character from the distant past who holds global significance, and that uncovering this figure is the key to answering all of the biggest questions in One Piece? And surprisingly, I'm not talking about Joy Boy, Sun God Nika, Shirahoshi, Blackbeard, Luffy, Buggy, Shanks, Roger, or any of the other usual suspects. In fact, this incredibly important figure hasn't yet been given a name, but its influence can nevertheless be seen throughout the entire One Piece world, and much like the mythic warrior of liberation Sun God Nika has been hiding in plain sight for a very, very long time. What happened in the Void Century? What are the ancient weapons? Who was Joy Boy? What is the One Piece? I'm certainly not the first person to try answering these questions, but this legendary figure may tie everything together. If so, any attempts to unravel the mysteries of the One Piece world may be incomplete without first identifying this key variable. While we may certainly begin to learn some mysteries of the ancient world through Vegapunk and his inventions, the more pertinent question is what awaits the Straw Hats on the horizon. While Vegapunk's understanding of the world may be at least partially rooted in its lost history, he's likely motivated more immediately by visions of the future. It's interesting to note that Oda's concept sketch of the crew from a point 2 years prior to the start of publication included a botanist among the Straw Hat Pirates. Given Vegapunk's significance in researching Devil Fruit, I have to wonder if perhaps he absorbed whatever role and dream Oda had planned for this unnamed lost Straw Hat. On that note, given Vegapunk's role in perhaps working as a behind-the-scenes benefactor for the Straw Hat Pirates, I have to ask, is it too soon to wonder if he could potentially become a member of the crew in the future? Now, of course, I'm half joking here, and I don't want to come across as someone who jumps at every new character as a potential new crewmate. That, in fact, is not the case. Over the past 19 years I've been reading One Piece, the only characters I've really argued in favor of joining the crew are Frankie, Jinbei, Carrot, Vivi, and Smoker. But it's an interesting idea to consider given all that we've discussed. Besides, I really don't want to back too many horses in this race simultaneously. While things aren't looking great for Carrot right now, I still haven't given up entirely on her joining, even if now it's a seemingly extraordinarily unlikely possibility.
No.
I've already more than said my piece about why I believe Carrot was going to join the crew. Given that it's seemingly increasingly unlikely she's aboard Sunny, the last thing I'm going to say on the topic is that I do still wonder if she could somehow meet up with the crew again sooner rather than later. The scene in chapter 1056 in which she was promoted to become Queen of the Minks felt sudden, as Oda really hadn't done enough to establish her leadership qualities. While the Minks and Zunisha will undoubtedly have an important purpose at some point down the line when Wano's borders open, their role in world history and the meaning of the New Dawn prophecy to their people can really only be learned through the true history on Laugh Tale. Pedro's sacrifice fulfilled the same narrative function as the death of the mentor or tragic flashback, which spurred the rest of the crew onto their current paths in life. Carrot has indeed inherited Pedro's will, and his final words to her were passed down from the former pirate king. Everyone has their time to shine, so keep moving forward. Given that Pedro's unfulfilled wish was to join Roger, it would follow that the best way to carry on his will would be to accompany Luffy and crew. In particular, Carrot expressed interest in the Giants, and the mystery of Sulong as the Mink's true form could tie into the missing moons, which I previously suggested are somehow related to the 9 realms from Norse cosmology. And as such, I wonder if she could still somehow be part of the adventure on Elbaf. Her connection to the mythological Moon Rabbit and the homage to Dragon Ball's Son Goku in both her name and Sulong powers indicates she's still somehow special among the Minks. So perhaps even if she has returned home for the time being, something will prompt her back out to sea in the future. Especially given the nature of Perospero's taunts, it doesn't really seem like a satisfying end for her adventure to simply return back home despite the lofty new position she's been granted. The fact that we didn't see Carrot say farewell to the Straw Hats, despite being a long-term friend and traveling companion, still leads me to suspect her story isn't finished. Even Johnny and Yosuku got to say goodbye to the Straw Hats. With all that being said, if becoming Queen of Zou is indeed the end of her travels with the Straw Hats, I'm not sure it's a fully satisfying ending, but I remain curious what role she and the Minks will play in the final war, and how the New Dawn will restore them to their rightful place in the world. But as much as I've focused on making videos advocating for Straw Hat Carrot over the past few months, make no mistake, the agenda I've been pushing on message boards dating all the way back to 2006 is that Smoker is going to eventually join the Straw Hat Pirates. And if so, I think it could finally almost be the time. I'm going to make a full video dedicated to this topic in the not so distant future, but undoubtedly it would seem Smoker and Tashigi will be involved on Egghead, along with Kobe and Telmeppo's Sword Fleet. Many have, in my opinion, mistaken Smoker as the Garp to Luffy's Roger, but I don't think this comparison really holds up, given that Kobe the hero, friend and rival to Luffy, is a much better analog to Garp, the very marine responsible for his training. Not to mention, Kobe is still on the rise. Many seem to underestimate Kobe, but his dream of becoming an admiral shouldn't be taken any less seriously than Luffy's desire to become Pirate King. Conversely, at this point, Smoker really doesn't seem to rival Luffy anymore, especially after the advent of Gear 5. Which begs the question why Oda has kept Smoker in the story for so long. It's here worth pointing out that the Straw Hats and Smoker share a very similar sense of justice, despite Smoker's intense hatred for those who call themselves pirates. In fact, they've ended up fighting on the same side each time their paths have crossed in a meaningful way, on Alabasta and again on Punk Hazard, and somehow I suspect Egghead will continue that pattern. Smoker was able to maintain his rigid worldview because the government-sanctioned agents Luffy previously toppled, Crocodile, Doflamingo, Caesar, and Virgo, all could be dismissed as mere pirates despite their evil acts under the world government banner due to their past affiliations. But the last time we saw Smoker, Aokichi foreshadowed some type of future change in affiliation for Smoker, as there are many truths which only become clear and other ways justice can be served outside of the Marines. Smoker hates pirates, but it's important to remember that well-written characters are dynamic rather than static entities. Their perspective may change in response to events within the narrative. Yamato is a great example. Many assumed her departure at the end of the Wano story arc was a foregone conclusion, based upon her stated goals. but it's equally important to understand the underlying motivation or desire which shapes a character in projecting the direction of their narrative arc. The text alone isn't enough. We also have to look at both the subtext and the context. We don't yet understand Smoker's underlying motives, and his current uncompromising perspective on piracy is at odds with his demonstrated sense of justice, which indicates he's primed for some type of change. Smoker's worldview is presently unrealistically rigid, dependent on the lie that the line dividing good and evil aligns perfectly between Marines and pirates. A character like Aokiji doesn't present a crisis for Smoker, as he has left the Marines and aligned himself with a pirate. Whatever Aokiji does now, he's no longer a Marine. Kobe is the reformer, the one who rises up and purifies the ranks of the Marines from within. His journey parallels Luffy. He's the Garp to Luffy's Roger. He's even trained directly by Garp. Smoker has never intentionally sought out higher rank, or fought for reform within the Marines. He's never directly confronted his superiors like Kobe or Fujitora. His course of action has been to simply defy orders when they conflict with his own sense of justice, which is remarkably close to that of the Straw Hats. Whether or not Smoker joins Luffy, I believe his character arc is fundamentally about confronting this false ideology. Luffy is a good-natured pirate. Smoker has begrudgingly acknowledged this to an extent, but what he hasn't yet been able to recognize are evil Marines. I think Kizaru could be the one to finally drive that point home if some of my speculation is accurate regarding his role in the story. Kizaru has no known pirate allegiance. He'd be a corrupt Marine through and through, and that's something Smoker hasn't yet faced. Such a crisis could catalyze him finally making a change. Smoker doesn't yet understand the true nature of the world government, the fundamentally corrupt organization which the Marines presently serve.
You work at the behest of a system so broken that you didn't even notice when it became corrupted at its core.
Regardless of the fact that there are plenty of good Marines, the entire organization serves at the behest of a corrupt authoritarian regime. And thus, until the Celestial Dragons are deposed, the Marines really can't truly serve justice. This may or may not be significant, but in chapter 321, Aokiji indicated Smoker asked him to deliver a message to Luffy, but these words have never been revealed. Accordingly, I wonder if we could learn what was said when and if Smoker's allegiance shifts, perhaps when he and Luffy next cross paths. So maybe Smoker will be assigned to infiltrate the Straw Hats as a sword initiative on a mission to rescue Kobe, much like Drake among the Beast Pirates. Over the course of their travels, he could then come to respect Luffy and ultimately join the Straw Hats in earnest. Or maybe learning that Kizaru, a Marine Admiral, referred to by Sentomaru with honorifics befitting a Yakuza boss, is deeply corrupt and heavily involved with the underworld, will finally break Smoker's faith that the Marines serve justice in any meaningful way. Ultimately, I think his understanding of piracy is somehow rooted in a yet-to-be-revealed childhood trauma, which perhaps the Straw Hats will at last help to reconcile, and thus prompt Smoker to recognize that their actions serve the justice he's been seeking his entire life. Rather than capturing Luffy, perhaps Smoker will instead follow Kuzan's path and depart from the Marines, joining the crew of the world's Warrior of Liberation. In any case, I have much more to say on this topic, and Luffy said that he and Smoker will settle things when they next meet, which should be very soon. The last thought I want to leave you with is that though these Straw Hats and their allies successfully toppled Kaido and Big Mom, and are now ranked among the 4 emperors, the tone of the story hasn't changed. Oda is still writing the crew in the same way as they go about their light-hearted adventures, meaning there's still going to be plenty of tension moving forward. Toppling Kaido doesn't mean Luffy is now the uncontested world champion. Oda doesn't operate according to some fans' rigid sense of power scaling. As demonstrated by Crocodile and Lucci, antagonists in One Piece are also dynamic characters equally capable of growth and change. Make no mistake, Luffy still has an uphill struggle to reach Laugh Tale and become Pirate King, which I think is very evident so far in the way Oda's writing the Straw Hats' adventures on Egghead. So in other words, if my speculation is correct, then yes, Kizaru would very much represent a formidable adversary for Straw Hat Luffy. The first thing I want to talk about in chapter 1062 is the cover story arc. The past several installments showed the Vinsmoke siblings and Caesar at last escaping the clutches of the Charlotte family, but as we now return to Chocolate Town, we see the entire landscape was frozen, which indicates that Kuzan was almost certainly one of the invaders, meaning, just as predicted, there were 2 sets of invaders simultaneously attacking Totland. Earlier in this cover story arc, Brûlé relayed the news about the invaders on Cacao Island, but Reiju and Ichichi were infiltrating Montdoor's lab on Whole Cake Island, which made it clear these were 2 separate incidents, particularly since the silhouettes shown on Cacao Island didn't match the distinct shoes worn by Germa 66. As I noted in my review for chapter 1059, Blackbeard only brought Catalina and Vasco with him to Amazon Lily. meaning the whereabouts of the other 8 Titanic captains remained uncertain. This would then suggest that Aokiji could currently be ranked among Blackbeard's 10 Titanic captains, which honestly makes sense, but the real question is whether or not he's really loyal to Blackbeard. Of course, the predictable outcome of this storyline is that Kuzan is working undercover as a sword operative, and honestly, I think that's almost certainly the direction things are headed with Aokiji. But personally, I'm hoping he decided to join Blackbeard's crew in earnest, as it would be a much more interesting angle for his character. Perhaps he believes Blackbeard is the only one capable of stopping Sakazuki, who he personally believes represents a much graver threat to the world given his rank and authority as fleet commander of the Marines. I'm just not sure Kuzan working undercover for Sword would mesh completely with his earlier statements to Smoker about a broader perspective which can only be really gained outside of the Marines. Those words would ring pretty hollow if Aokiji was simply working for a different clandestine intelligence gathering agency within the Marines. However, I guess it could set up Smoker also working for Sword, perhaps even infiltrating the Straw Hat Pirates, as I discussed earlier, as one possible way he could join the crew in the future. More importantly, the Blackbeard pirates almost certainly invaded Totland to steal Big Mom's road poneglyph during her absence, as I've been suggesting for quite some time. Big Mom and Kaido's fates were purposely left ambiguous. Both were dropped deep into the earth, never to be seen again. With the offshore volcanic eruption assumed to have brought about their demise. But nothing's been confirmed, and I highly doubt either of the 2 fallen emperors were killed. Not only is it not Oda's style, but the rule of thumb in fiction is that if you don't see a body, the villain is certainly not dead.
You saw him die? No. You checked for a pulse, right? Well, he fell into a river. He fell into a river? Of course Shaw's alive. Haven't you ever seen a John Carpenter movie?
Their absence from the world stage has nevertheless been acutely felt, as both have lost their emperor standing, replaced among the ranks of the 4 emperors in the eyes of the world by Luffy and Buggy. This is a topic I brought up in earlier videos, but what does it really mean to topple an emperor? What really grants them their authority? Unlike the 7 warlords, these positions aren't officially awarded to them by the world government. They're far from ordinary pirates, as each of them control vast territories with complex infrastructure and command massive armies. That's the very reason Cypherpol has treated their organizations more like hostile foreign governments, relying on traditional espionage tactics of infiltration and destabilization to bring about their downfall. In order to topple these monstrously powerful adversaries, CP0 have integrated themselves into the criminal underworld, which serves as connective tissue throughout the second half of the Grand Line. The bowler hat wearing agent, potentially named Guernica, suggested their goal is to manipulate the emperors into tearing each other apart from within. The war on Onigashima to liberate Wano resulted in the defeat and potential capture of Kaido's elite officers and the fall of his territory. As Kaido himself stated during the rooftop battle, he had already lost nearly everything he had worked decades to build. The same cannot be said for Big Mom, whose territory and crew weren't really in jeopardy. While Perospero may have been defeated and captured, the majority of her crew weren't present for the battle. Yet Big Mom, just like Kaido, had her emperor standing diminished in the eyes of the world. This loss of status for Big Mom isn't fully explained by her defeat at the hands of Law Kid, because her army and territory should have remained intact. As long as Big Mom survived, she should be able to easily reclaim her emperor standing. She's still more powerful than the vast majority of pirates on the seas. So this begs the question, why is Big Mom no longer considered an emperor? It's worth noting that the Germa 66 cover story arc picked up right after the Straw Hats escaped from Totland, meaning the events of this cover story arc took place several weeks earlier than the ongoing events in the main narrative. Which is to say that Big Mom's fall from the rank of Emperor isn't only a result of her defeat at the hands of Law Kid, but also the destruction of her territory at the hands of the Blackbeard pirates, which could also be the reason Blackbeard's bounty was recently increased. Given that the current cover story arc is centered on the Vinsmokes, I'm not sure Oda is going to show us exactly what happened on Totland, or if he's going to leave it to our imaginations, with the parting shot of frozen Cacao Island serving as our only hint as to what transpired after Sanji's siblings made their escape. While the puzzle wasn't too hard to solve, I do think Oda's setup and subversion here was rather clever in the way he hid the second set of invaders in plain sight, with clues to what was really happening available if you pay close attention to the details. Caesar's gas attack had the unforeseen side effect of weakening Totland's primary defender, Katakuri, who might have otherwise served as a powerful deterrent against Blackbeard's crew. Brulee's ability should, in theory, allow some of the remaining Charlotte family members to escape, perhaps including Katakuri, though I suspect running away isn't really his style, and thus he might be captured by Teach's crew, setting him up to meet with the Straw Hats again at some point in the future. The bigger question, however, is what this ultimately means for Big Mom. Returning to the matter of the fallen emperor's unresolved fates, both of their stories remain incomplete, and as such, I think they will be revisited in the future. We never learned about Kaido's Oni heritage, Yamato's mother, or the inciting incident which instilled in Kaido his errant worldview.
Pain. That's it.
The barely contained hostility among the members of Rocks may inform Kaido's distrust of pirate alliances, but doesn't adequately explain his worldview or his present goals. Further, given the fact that Kaido emphasized Yamato's Oni heritage while asserting the folly of friendship, the paramount importance of strength, and the necessity of rulership through fear, I think it's far more likely a more primary relationship from even earlier in his life is responsible for Kaido arriving at his presently held beliefs. The brief glimpse of young Kaido doesn't really illuminate this motivation, but does reinforce the fact that it was instilled in him from a very young age. This flashback was not done in Oda's usual style. Typically, he depicts a full event from a character's past, which shapes their present goals and worldview. Though we saw multiple points in Kaido's life, none of these events helped shape or impact him into who he is today. By that I mean to say his character is rather static throughout this entire flashback. Kaido was already convinced that strength is the paramount virtue from the time he was 10 years old. But my point here is though we saw a series of events from Kaido's past, and we saw just how long he's advocated for this world of war, none of these events directly inspired Kaido's present goals. They only reinforced something he already believed. What remains is the question of inception. Where did the idea originate? The fact that he was already potentially working as a mercenary for the Vodka Kingdom, an ogre exploited for his strength by the humans surrounding him, only begs more questions about Kaido's backstory and the history of the Oni. Although we learned quite a bit about Kaido's backstory in chapter 1049, I still want to see more.
I want more.
More, did you say?
And I think there's very good reason to believe we will see more in the future. In fact, he's the only emperor whose flagship hasn't yet been revealed, as we've seen the Red Force, Moby Dick, Saber of Zebek, and Big Mama Chanter. Kaido was a lone ogre living among humans in the Vodka Kingdom, indicating he originates elsewhere. Yamato's mother remains a mystery, and the epithet Ogre Princess indicates that she and Kaido hold nobility among this mysterious race. That Yamato was simultaneously referred to as Kaido's son and Ogre Princess indicates that this nomenclature is not directly related to gender. Kaido referring to Yamato as his son rather than his daughter may be more related to a particular set of responsibilities expected of a male heir as opposed to a female heir in the culture from which Kaido originates being foisted upon Yamato. Perhaps it has more to do with the succession of power and authority than anything else. My best guess is that leadership either in Wano or in Kaido's place of origin is exclusively patriarchal. Yamato is Kaido's only child and thus is expected to play the role of Kaido's son. So the title son in this case is a representation of a set of expectations or responsibilities. But being Kaido's only child, she's nevertheless intended to step into the role of Kaido's son. It's also interesting to note that Kaido now demands Yamato become shogun of New Onigashima based on her mythical devil fruit. Just like Luffy, Yamato accidentally ate her devil fruit because she was hungry, but Kaido says he went to great lengths to acquire it and never intended it be given to Yamato. So who was the mythical Okuchi no Mikami devil fruit intended for, if not his daughter Yamato? Kaido couldn't have desired the devil fruit for himself, given he acquired the mythical fish fruit 38 years ago on God Valley, and his commanders were all given ancient model zone powers. So does this suggest the burden Kaido now places on Yamato was birthed by this blunder, and that he previously intended to assign this position to someone else? Perhaps someone to whom we have not yet been introduced. I'm discussing this topic because it demonstrates not only the volatility of Kaido and Yamato's relationship, emphasized by his harsh demand that she lay down her life for claiming the name Odin, but also the rigidity of his principles and ideology in all aspects of his life. Yamato cannot simply be a daughter with the role and responsibility of a son. She must be called son in order to fulfill the purpose Kaido intends for her, and she has absolutely no say in the matter. I suppose you could say to an extent Yamato demonstrates the same rigid or formal reasoning as does her father, though obviously she exhibits much better moral standards and more noble goals. Yamato wants to be free like Odin, so she must be Odin. Odin was a man, so she must be a man. Odin is dead, so in Kaido's eyes, if Yamato wants to be Odin,
literally,
she must also be dead.
Literally.
If Yamato is going to take on the role and position of his son, she must be his son. The Oni are apparently a very literal people.
His people are completely literal. Metaphors are gonna go over his head.
Or at least they seem to heavily emphasize the importance of titles and names in defining who a person is, their intended role and purpose, and the values they stand for and support. He told Yamato that it is her fate to be hated by others because she's an ogre, which suggests his present pessimistic outlook on friendship and camaraderie has been shaped by his own experiences as an ogre. In fact, it seems Kaido has committed himself to the warrior's path, in part because he considers it futile to resist this fate. He told Yamato that no matter what she does, the samurai will never accept her as one of them. In his experiences, deep down, those who claimed to be his friends in truth feared him and perhaps exploited his strength. Importantly, he directly related this perspective to being an ogre. So what does this tell us about Kaido's past? Essentially, there is a societal perception of ogres, which Kaido has committed to upholding because he believes people will inevitably view him through that lens. In a sense, Kaido believes society will consider him a monster no matter what he does, so why pretend otherwise? This characterization fits well with the kabuki theater motif consistently used throughout the Wano story arc. Yamato has cast herself in the role of Kozuki Oden and is attempting to play the part of her hero in real life.
I wouldn't have cast it any other way.
In similar fashion, Kaido has resigned himself to play the part of monstrous ogre cast for him by society. And of course, this pattern is cyclical, which suggests the ogres have been similarly regarded throughout history, maligned and misunderstood, much like the fishmen, minks, and others. Kaido may have even been more idealistic in his youth, but was quickly and thoroughly dissuaded of any fanciful notion that value may be found in friendship. Kaido's errant worldview has been shaped by the societal perception of ogres, which basically means Kaido is Shrek. It would seem Oda's not yet ready to tell us about the history of the ogres or the Oni, and so for now, Kaido remains a bit of a mystery. Perhaps most significantly, it's important to remember that despite Kaido telling King that Joy Boy will be the one who defeats him, on a personal level, Kaido isn't looking to be defeated. He's looking for a place to die, because death completes a warrior, and that point hasn't yet been addressed one way or the other. Big Mom's story also seems to remain unfinished, as she seems to have remaining ties to Elbaf. While this particular point was made more clear in Big Mom's battle against Law and Kid than Luffy's battle against Kaido, I don't think the worst generation captains have surpassed Big Mom and Kaido yet in terms of strength. Meaning, for a number of reasons, Luffy is not yet the world's strongest. This would be all the more evident if Kaido and Big Mom somehow survived a swim in subterranean magma. Luffy hasn't always been presented as an underdog, but crowning him the King of Beasts would fundamentally shift the balance of power in the story and leave Luffy very little room for upward growth in the story arcs beyond Wano. While Teach fights dirty and has multiple devil fruit at his disposal, it's hard to imagine even as formidable adversaries as Shanks, Dragon, and the Admirals being considered credible threats capable of generating real narrative tension if Luffy is considered the undisputed world's strongest. Luffy could become Superman with no kryptonite, or Batman with no Martha. Ultimately, the Wano story arc, and more broadly the story saga, wasn't about Luffy replacing Kaido as the world's strongest creature. He willingly became a soldier in this war, led into battle by General Shogun Momonosuke. This was about Momo, ironically named Invincible, perceived to be a helpless 8-year-old child, toppling the world's strongest. Kaido's overwhelming strength was meant to more directly juxtapose Momo's apparent weakness. Lin was outmaneuvered, but not overpowered, which means despite her loss of standing, she remains an incredibly powerful adversary should she resurface at some point down the line, and the use of the term resurface is rather intentional. We learned from Oden's father that Pluton is buried deep beneath Wano, which just so happens to be where Big Mom and Kaido were last seen. When Kaido initiated the new Onigashima project, he said their first goal would be to collect the ancient weapons, including Pluton. So it would be a pretty ironic twist if Kaido somehow found himself immobilized in a secret chamber deep beneath Wano, staring directly at Pluton. While it's entirely possible the two were expelled upward through the offshore thermal vent, I wonder if instead they remain encased deep within the earth in hardened sea stone magma, the perfect prison for powerful devil fruit users. We know Wano sits on rich deposits of sea stone, and that pyrobloin, one of the primary components, is ejected into the atmosphere through volcanic eruptions, meaning it's likely said magma contained sea stone, and thus would have entirely immobilized Kaido and Big Mom, even if they miraculously survived. As I brought up in the discussion for chapter 1051, I think there could be another major battle on Wano in the future, given that its borders are going to remain closed for the foreseeable future. We know Wano's borders need to open someday, and when that happens, there are sure to be many parties interested in claiming dominion over the land of samurai. Further, the arrival of the Marines importantly serves as an analog to the arrival of Admiral Matthew Perry accompanying the real-world opening of Japan's borders at the start of the Meiji era. But someday, when Wano's reservoir is drained and Pluton is unleashed upon the world, I think this could also lead to Kaido's re-emergence. Perhaps Kaido's distinctive laugh will echo ominously through the abyss below the Flower Capital as they descend into the shadows to liberate the ship named after the god of the underworld from its subterranean resting place. While I highly doubt Luffy is going to fight Kaido again, I do wonder if perhaps the task of confronting Kaido and driving him away permanently could ultimately fall to Momo. Or, who knows, maybe Zoro Kills Kaido fans will finally get the last laugh.
You serious?
That's crazy. Never mind.
I originally believed that in fulfilling Toki's prophecy and Mori's yet-to-be-addressed grudge, Luffy would channel the power of the Akazaya Samurai shadows to strike down Kaido, with Nightmare Luffy's return referred to as Dream Luffy, embodying the dreams of Wano. While that prediction ultimately didn't pan out, I'm still not fully convinced Oden's retainers have completed their mission, particularly given that Oden's charge to open Wano's borders hasn't yet been fulfilled. If Kaido does re-emerge down the line, then perhaps rather than Luffy, Momo will be the one to channel the shadows of his 9 retainers, proving himself the one truly fit to awaken the power of the Mythic Dragon by facing off against Kaido. As for Big Mom, I think there are a few possibilities. While it's not at all unreasonable to assume she's imprisoned alongside Kaido, I still think she could have some role on Elbaf in the future, either as an antagonist or as a supporting character who receives some form of redemption. Perhaps if Kaido's encased deep in the abyss below Wano, then Big Mom was sent blasting off like Team Rocket. We never saw what happened to the Big Mama chanter after Marco knocked it back down the waterfall, which means a significant portion of Big Mom's crew remains in play, as they avoided both the battle on Onigashima as well as the destruction of Totland. Big Mom seeking to rebuild her fallen empire could even serve as the motivation for her to again seek an alliance with Loki and the Giants, to exact her vengeance on Luffy, Law, Kid, Blackbeard, and all other pirates responsible for her downfall. Unlike Kaido, despite the apparent loss of her territory, much of her fighting force remains intact, and I can't imagine the remnants of the Big Mom pirates aren't going to strike back in a big way, and what could be bigger than invading the land of giants? All that said, it's quite possible there could be an antagonist on Elbaf like Prince Loki who rivals the strength of the 4 emperors, and Big Mom's story could even end with reconciliation or some sort of redemption. After all, we saw she adopted the far more kind and docile Olin persona when stripped of her memories, and though it doesn't justify her evil actions, Big Mom's dream of creating a land where everyone can live in harmony is noble. This indicates there could still be some good left in her, worthy of redemption. Perhaps resolving her conflict with Loki and the Giants will ultimately endear Big Mom to the Straw Hats, fulfilling Lola's original promise to Nami. If Big Mom does re-emerge, her empire won't be easily rebuilt. Thanks to those like Morgan's, the world's papers won't help restore her tarnished reputation.
I'm gonna put some dirt in your eye.
She's starting from the ground up. We know Big Mom believes that having the giant army at her back would make her unstoppable, and on an even deeper level, we can't rule out the possibility that Loki somehow deceived both Big Mom and Lola, given his namesake, the Norse god of mischief. Oda may have even regathered Lola, Chiffon, Pound, and Capone in order to pick up Big Mom's story in the future, and it seems there's a lot to explore on Elbaf. I also suspect Elbaf could see the return of Enel. Birka, Enel's home island, shares its name with both a real-world Norse trading port and the city on the moon. The Giants in One Piece have a consistent Norse motif, so it would make sense for Enel and Aruj to be involved on Elbaf. Incidentally, I don't think it's a coincidence Enel's Devil Fruit powers the ancient city on the moon. I wonder if perhaps it was stolen from Elbaf in the distant past, having once been intended for the One Piece version of Thor. After all, devil fruit aren't commonly found on the White Sea where Enel originates. Now that I've wasted enough time discussing a single cover story panel, let's get into the actual chapter, because there's a lot of exciting stuff happening in chapter 1062. First, we resume the confrontation between the Straw Hats and Punk 02 in the icy waters surrounding Egghead. It's revealed pretty quickly that, as expected, Punk 02 isn't really Vegapunk, or more specifically, isn't the only Vegapunk. This is one of the possibilities I brought up in my discussion of chapter 1061, but it's worth noting we still don't exactly know what's happening here, but more on that topic later. As Punk02 said in chapter 1061, her pulling the Straw Hats from their would-be watery grave wasn't at all an attempted rescue, as she tries to shake them down for whatever treasure they might have on board. However, this heated conversation is soon interrupted by a masked figure named Punk01, or Saka, who refers to 02 by the name Lilith. Saka then prompts Punk02 to realize she made a potentially grave miscalculation by threatening the Straw Hat Pirates, as both Zoro and Robin are perfectly poised to strike her down with deadly force if necessary. While I'm sure Sanji's detractors will have a field day with this, personally I'm just happy to see the devil child Nico Robin finally being regarded with the respect she deserves. Interestingly, Zoro says he wants something from Vegapunk, though exactly what that might be remains a mystery. My first thought was a bionic eye, but I feel like reliance on prosthetics would be rather out of character for Zoro, and not to mention, wouldn't really fit my pet theory that Zoro isn't blind in his left eye, but is keeping it closed until after he defeats Mihawk, because it would have been lost in training were it not for Mihawk's mercy, and thus is considered as good as gone in Zoro's eyes, or eye. Nevertheless, this highlights the fact that not only Zoro, but almost all of the members of the crew stand to significantly benefit from meeting the world's premier scientist. A deeper understanding of Devil Fruit benefits Luffy, Chopper, Robin, and Brook, while his technological prowess in the fields of robotics, climate, and other gadgetry could be of tremendous use to Frankie, Nami, and Usopp respectively. And of course, Sanji's family and newly awakened German powers are directly tied to Mads and Dr. Vegapunk. Notably, Punk01 tells Lilith he has some interest in the Straw Hat Pirates, which supports my assertion that Vegapunk's ultimate purpose has been to assist the Straw Hats from afar, perhaps because he knows they're the ones destined to someday liberate the world. We then return to the shores of Egghead, as Luffy, Bonnie, Jinbei, and Chopper make their way into the tunnel, and we here seemingly receive confirmation that Kuma is in fact Bonnie's father, whom she says Vegapunk turned into a cyborg. This was previously indicated on Bonnie's Viver card, and certainly seemed to be the most obvious relationship between the two. As I discussed in my review for chapter 1060, I thought the relationship could have been a bit more complicated, but in this case it seems the principle of Occam's razor prevails. Again, resolving Kuma's fate was the first task the Straw Hats set for themselves when they first entered the New World, so it's exciting for that story to finally be revisited after all this time. But this only reinforces the notion that Bonnie could be a major ally, fighting by the Straw Hat side for quite some time, especially given that she's currently traveling solo. Bonnie notes that she visited Egghead in the past, but that the island has been built up significantly during the intervening years. When Luffy and the others finally make their way up the ladder, they're instantly mesmerized by what appears to be a sci-fi wonderland, filled with futuristic buildings, giant robots, and a monstrous kaiju from outer space. Unfortunately for Luffy, when he attempts to interact with these marvels of the future, he discovers they're nothing but holograms, illusions of light, created from the mind of Dr. Vegapunk. I love the fact that the imaginary parfait is enough to send Luffy into a hunger-induced Gear 5 outburst, proving that one of the world's most dangerous Devil Fruit powers is indeed in good hands. While Bonnie suggests everything on Egghead is a sham, we know at least some of the inventions are real, like the giant robot, mecha shark, and weather-altering technology. As I predicted, chapter 1062 confirms that the large egg-shaped device at the island summit represents the completion of Vegapunk's dream, weather-altering technology. We're next introduced to Punk06 named Atlas, who not only brushes off Luffy's punch, but also manages to inflict damage on the illusory space dragon looming overhead. Importantly, she confirms that the self-serve, made-to-order cafeteria is one of the actually functional devices, satisfying Luffy, Chopper, and Bonnie's uncontrollable appetites. Atlas refers to the egg device as the aircon, able to transform the atmosphere of any island, which begs the question why Vegapunk hasn't returned to Karakuri and the people for whom he first invented this miraculous technology. It seems these holographic projections of futuristic technology mesh really well with the idea that Vegapunk's mind or intellect still far outpaces reality, for a number of factors, chief among them being time, talent, and money. It seems a recurrent sticking point for Vegapunk is the lack of requisite resources to bring his imagined inventions to life, and his team of assistants just can't seem to keep up. Which briefly leads into the philosophical question of what even constitutes reality, as Punk06 is able to directly physically interact with the augmented reality holographic projections. Atlas says the others will need to make their own decision regarding the line dividing fantasy and reality, but says her own mind has already been made up. I think this supports my suggestion that Vegapunk's mind or consciousness somehow sees the world of the future, just as vivid and real from his perception as anything happening in the present. After all, time itself, or our perception of time, is in a way sort of an illusion.
People assume that time is a strict progression of cause to effect, but actually, from a non-linear, non-subjective viewpoint, it's more like a big ball of wibbly-wobbly, timey-wimey
stuff.
It's interesting that light is seemingly going to be an important motif in this story arc, as it lends weight to the idea that time travel of some kind could be in play. Perhaps Vegapunk perceives present and future simultaneously, explaining why he's constantly struggling against the constraints of the present and attempting to build his world of tomorrow. Not to mention the room full of holograms somehow reminds me of Back to the Future Part 2. The prominence of light in Vegapunk's inventions also lends more weight to my assertion that Kizaru is going to play an important role in this story arc. Atlas says she's able to interact with these holograms using photonic gloves, which, returning to a point I made in the discussion for chapter 1061, could mean Kizaru will act as the primary antagonist for Luffy to fight on Egghead. Perhaps he'll at least initially rely on these photonic gloves to incur damage, even if he later uncovers his own trick for combating Kizaru's light-based powers. Interestingly, when Atlas introduces herself as Dr. Vegapunk, Bonnie seemingly sees through what she thinks is a deception, which indicates she's familiar with the real Dr. Vegapunk, and will recognize his face when he's at last revealed. A few quick notes about Atlas's design. Not only does she seemingly have a tail, but her hair is curled in the same distinct devil fruit swirl pattern surrounding the upper reaches of the island, suggesting these 6 sides of Vegapunk could all be somehow connected to these clouds in some way. In the last scene of chapter 1062, we see Lucci, Kaku, and Stussy, masked CP0 agents, en route to Egghead aboard a world government fleet on a mission to return a problematic Kuma Seraphim and to eliminate Dr. Vegapunk, all while leaving the island's technological resources undamaged, which is surely going to be no easy task for the government, as Kaku explains that Vegapunk has somehow created 6 satellite bodies, all of whom are equally Dr. Vegapunk. As I said earlier in the video, while we now know that Punk 02 isn't the only Vegapunk, it's still not entirely clear exactly what's going on here, evidenced by Lucci's confused response. There do seem to be some shared traits among the 3 punks we've already seen, most notably Atlas and Lilith both lamenting the lack of funds to fuel their research. Yet there are also some pretty stark differences in their personalities, as the translator notes that so far only 02 speaks with the distinct mannerisms of an old man. At this point, we've been introduced to 3 of the 6 satellite bodies, Saka, Lilith, and Atlas, punks 1, 2, and 6 respectively, also known by the codenames Logic, Evil, and Wrath. The 3 remaining punks are listed as 03 Edison, codename Flare, 04 Pythagoras, codename Wisdom, and 05 Yoke, codename Desire. As far as the government's concerned, Vegapunk created these satellites to overcome the lack of time and talent needed to bring his dreams to life, but perhaps there's more than meets the eye. Their distinct personalities could suggest they're all clones, but perhaps it's a bit more complicated. Earlier, I suggested that all 6 minds are somehow networked, though it would seem they don't represent a hive mind given that Lilith and Saka relied upon traditional forms of communication, meaning they can't read each other's thoughts. So rather, it would seem then that for all of these satellites to be equally Vegapunk, he somehow partitioned his mind into 7 parts, with the real body remaining hidden, elusive. The real Vegapunk is referred to as Stella. Or Star, which could mean a few different things. Not only does this suggest these 6 satellite forms revolve around this central body, but it could also mean the real Vegapunk remains elsewhere, like a distant star. Perhaps we won't even see or meet the real Vegapunk here on Egghead. Maybe Stella Vegapunk is actually in space, hinted at by the alien kaiju, perhaps on the moon, or any of the other yet to be seen celestial objects which seemingly orbit the Earth. I've suggested in the past that the missing moons could be somehow trapped in the branches of Yggdrasil, the world tree growing on Elbaf, representing the 9 realms from Norse cosmology, which at this point is just a theory, but perhaps could be where we find not only the giant monarchy, but also Vegapunk's real Stella body. Again, returning to the topic of what defines reality, I also wonder if perhaps all that's left of Stella Vegapunk is his mind. We know Vegapunk was an old man, so perhaps his physical body expired, leaving behind only his consciousness, or intellect, uploaded into the cloud through the power of science, a devil fruit power, or both. Perhaps this is the same power or ability which allows Vegapunk to peer forward through time. This could then suggest Vegapunk, a consciousness divided across all 6 satellites, needs his physical bodies or avatars to keep living, explaining why Cypherpole needs to eliminate all of them. If so, perhaps even if all 6 are destroyed, a new body for Vegapunk could be created with Frankie's help, which could serve as a mortal vessel to house his disembodied consciousness. After all, Vegapunk's mind is what's most important. Maybe he'll even be uploaded into Thousand Sunny, like L3 in the Millennium Falcon. The other question is what exactly the codenames for these bodies represent. Perhaps Vegapunk fractioned himself into 7 parts, with each body containing a piece of his broken psyche: logic, evil, wrath, wisdom, flair, and desire. The names Wrath and Desire indicate the satellites could map to the 7 deadly sins, sort of like the homunculi created by Father in Full Metal Alchemist, but I don't really know if the others fit particularly well. None really seem to fit sloth, gluttony, or envy. Breaking down the various shades of Vegapunk is an entirely separate topic, but I wonder if perhaps Oda is taking some inspiration from the greatest robot on Earth story arc from Atom or Astro Boy by Osamu Tezuka, which was later adapted into the series Pluto by Naoki Urasawa. That story also featured 7 powerful robots or cyborgs, and Atlas' design certainly invokes the imagery of Astro Boy. In any case, Vegapunk's motive in dividing himself is also an important question which still needs to be answered. Is he a scientist lost in his own pursuit of knowledge, who sacrificed pieces of his own soul, like Voldemort's Horcruxes, or is his real body elsewhere, like Nagato and Naruto, controlling the 6 bodies of pain? Or could Vegapunk's real motive have been to compartmentalize secrets even from himself?
Put it in a place that only I can find.
I suggested earlier that Vegapunk's real purpose could be to act as a subversive agent.
Conspiracies and theories thereof.
And just like Kuma, he's been working for years in secret to save the world, knowing that the Straw Hats are the ones ultimately destined to fulfill that role. For some reason, Kuma agreed to be lobotomized, perhaps because Imu or someone high up in the government possesses the ability to peer through a person's thoughts, to uncover their true motives. This would mesh well with something I brought up in an earlier video. The bowler hat wearing Cypherpole agent, perhaps named Guernica, told Drake he admired his ability to pursue his own sense of justice. I said this could mean he's a cyborg of some kind, but whether or not that's the case, his words indicated that he was unable to defy the world government's commands. The name Guernica references a 1937 anti-war painting by Spanish artist Pablo Picasso. This has some interesting implications for Guernica, the very person responsible for distributing the image of awakened Luffy to the entire world. Perhaps Kaido's Thunder Bagua freed him from the world government's control. Picasso's painting also has some distinct visual similarities to Giola's living art. Maybe like Kuma, Vegapunk needed to keep the nature of his actions hidden, even from himself, and thus divided himself into 7 parts to keep the secrets of his research safe. Which could in turn mean that Vegapunk's fractured bodies have indeed assisted Imu's endeavors, despite the true intentions of Stella Vegapunk, explaining the sinister nature of the Seraphim. Maybe the Straw Hats will need to reunite all 7 pieces of Dr. Vegapunk to make him whole again, thus saving him from himself. I think this could work on a number of levels, particularly if Stella Vegapunk is not on Egghead. Maybe he knows some secrets of the world which can't yet be revealed. All that being said, I suspect, given the spiral pattern on Atlas and in the clouds, that this has all been accomplished through a devil fruit power. Notably, we don't actually know if the giant robot in the illusion lab is a hologram like the kaiju, as we know it's within Vegapunk's power to build giant robots. As such, I wonder if perhaps it could be Edison, Pythagoras, or Yoke. I also wonder if the hologram girl who appears to high-five Atlas is somehow relevant. Luffy asked if she's real, but conspicuously didn't receive an answer. Now, if all of this sounds confusing, it's because the elusive Dr. Vegapunk remains an enigma even after at last making his long-awaited entrance into the ongoing narrative. It seems like Oda's going to be playing with a lot of different sci-fi concepts during this adventure in the land of science.
Yes, science!
Including robotics, genetic engineering, artificial intelligence, alien life, the nature of reality, and potentially even time travel. So I suspect things will get even more complicated before we receive any definite answers. On the topic of Kuma, we see that he serves as the basis for the problematic Seraphim being returned to Egghead, and I have to wonder if perhaps Seraphim Kuma was created as a Trojan horse of sorts. The fact that the government struggled to control Seraphim Kuma lends more weight to what I said in the review for chapter 1059, that the Seraphim possess a greater degree of individuality from the previous Pacifista, and we know that the real Kuma was once known as the Tyrant because of his violent nature before he was subjected to the government's experiments. Not to mention, he was a prominent member of the Revolutionary Army. In that sense, I wonder if perhaps this Seraphim Kuma represents an unaltered clone, or even could house the mind of the original Kuma, extracted from his previous body. It's worth noting that the Seraphim Kuma lacks the Lunarian's distinctive white hair, suggesting he's somehow separate from the others, perhaps explaining his non-compliance. In any case, it's interesting that Cypherpole is being sent to eliminate Vegapunk, whom the government has regarded as such a valuable asset for so many years. Lucci seems to suggest that this decision is somehow tied to the destruction of Leloucha, and though Kaku shuts down the conversation, makes me wonder if the massive object unleashed on the 8 rebel nations could be Vegapunk's creation. Imu's personal Death Star, and now that it's complete, he wants to erase all knowledge of its existence, including its creator. To make the Star Wars analogy even more complete, perhaps Vegapunk planted one critical flaw somewhere deep inside this device, and desperately needs to relay news about this weakness to the Rebel Alliance, or I guess Revolutionary Army. Or perhaps, in completing the Seraphim project, Vegapunk has finally outlived his usefulness. Another possibility, if Vegapunk is a subversive agent, is that his deception has been revealed now that the world government knows his experiment to recreate Kaido's power was actually a success, thanks to Momo's open use of that ability during the raid on Onigashima, which could have been easily reported by Cypherpole. I guess you could say the jig is now up, and the world government is ready to eliminate Vegapunk for his crimes.
Oh, I'm telling you, the jig is up. It was a bad jig to begin with. We never should have started this jig. It was a good jig. It was a bad jig, a terrible, terrible jig.
It's interesting to note that when Lucci questions the government's motive for eliminating Vegapunk and wonders if it could be somehow connected to Lelouch, Stussy tells him such a perceptive person shouldn't be searching for answers, and Kaku tells him not to drag the others into his trouble. Personally, I've always wondered why Lucci went back to work for the world government after they tried to eliminate him and the other former CP9 agents. Of course, we know Lucci is sadistic and enjoys his work as an assassin. Working for the government seems like a means to an end, as it affords him a license to kill. However, he also seems like the type of character to hold a grudge. As such, I wonder if his true motive for joining CP0 is self-serving. Of course, this would not make him an ally to the Straw Hats or those fighting for justice in any way. I'd imagine Lucci has no warm feelings toward Luffy, Frankie, Robin, and the other Straw Hats, but that doesn't necessarily mean he's any more loyal to his new bosses, same as the old ones. All of which is to say that perhaps when the opportunity presents itself, Lucci is not going to stand by the government's side, and instead will take the opportunity to strike against them. Certainly, if the tides seem to turn during the final war, I can't imagine Lucci will stand by their side out of ideological loyalty. In any case, my original prediction was that the Straw Hats would ultimately be tasked with rescuing or liberating Dr. Vegapunk in a potential Vegapunk story arc, so all of this fits pretty well with my expectations. With that being said, however, I don't think this conflict will be as simple as the Straw Hats battling Cypherpole, as we already have some indication that the Marines, specifically Sword, are going to become involved in this conflict. We already have strong evidence from Drake's interactions with Who's Who and Guernica that Sword and HS0 are rival organizations within the ranks of the world government, and perhaps won't be on the same page regarding the matter of Dr. Vegapunk. While CP0 is intent on executing Vegapunk for yet to be known reasons, perhaps the Marines will instead wish to protect him, not out of benevolence, but to continue forcing him to make their weapons of war. Interestingly, Sword would be acting as a shield in this case, and HS0 a sword. But then again, I suppose all is not as it seems, particularly in this world of illusion. Given that Kizaru and Sentomaru were previously associated with protecting Vegapunk, perhaps Cypherpole's attack will somehow draw them into this conflict. And perhaps, as I discussed in my review for chapter 1061, this conflict will somehow drive Smoker away from the ranks of the Marines. In any case, despite Bonnie's warranted anger and the experiments performed on Kuma, it seems the Straw Hats are going to be tasked with protecting Vegapunk. From the Marines, Cypherpole, the Revolutionary Army, himself, or maybe all of these forces converging. Although chapter 1063 continues the scene on Egghead, we don't really learn any more details about Vegapunk or his satellites. Atlas quickly blasts off to resume her battle against the illusory space dragon, describing her job as committing acts of violence, which I guess could further evidence the idea that the satellites represent fractured pieces of Stella Vegapunk's psyche, and perhaps that their destruction will be necessary to make him whole again.
Now don't worry, that's just a fancy doctor word for your brain is broken. Unfortunately, there's no field of medicine that deals with the brain. But I can give you a pamphlet for a cult.
Over the next several pages, we see that the society on Egghead is actually more complex than it first appeared, as what previously seemed like a playground for Atlas alone quickly becomes a bustling street of people who appear seemingly out of nowhere. And it's worth noting the design for these characters is quite strange and futuristic. As Atlas said last week, the line dividing real and imaginary isn't exactly clear, so it's entirely possible these people believed to be researchers don't really exist, at least not in the traditional sense. It wouldn't be a new One Piece arc without a themed change in wardrobe, as Luffy finds a machine which outfits the group with SSG uniforms. Luffy and Bonnie comment on the lightness of their new fits, so much so that it makes me wonder if they're really there at all, or are similarly comprised of illusory material. Either way, it seems their new SSG clothes are somehow modified with Vegapunk's futuristic technology, though Jinbei instead elects the tropical option in order to go incognito. And maybe it's just me, but his Hawaiian shirt reminds me of Tito from Rocket Power. Although it was nice to see Bonnie become fast friends with Luffy and Chopper after picking out together, she prepares to head off on her own to find Vegapunk. But before she can do so, Luffy spots a RoboCop pacifista headed their way, intent on acting as immediate judge, jury, and executioner for their theft of food and clothes.
Hi, I'm Saul Goodman. Did you know that you have rights? The Constitution says you do.
Not only does the punishment seem extreme, but it also hints toward the existence of a mass surveillance system of some kind on Egghead.
You are being watched. The government has a secret system, a machine that spies on you every hour of every day.
RoboCop Kuma was headed right for the Straw Hats without any sort of alarm or security system going off. Nevertheless, a battle ensues, and although the Straw Hats are outlaws, it's still an extreme response for a petty crime, but fits pretty well with the ideology of a totalitarian world government. I do appreciate the Honorable Knight of the Sea Jinbei narrating the minute-to-minute morality of Luffy's unintentional dine and dash and subsequent fight with the excessively forceful local authority. The battle doesn't last long, as an emotional Bonnie jumps in front of the pacifista, pleading with Luffy not to hurt her father. As always, Oda does a great job of capturing the depth of the emotion in this scene, but even more touching, we get our first glimpse of the real Kuma through Bonnie's memory of her father. Kuma has been active in the story for a long time, but because of the experiments conducted by Vegapunk, he's always had a cold and unfeeling demeanor, making him seem like nothing more than a robotic Terminator. But we also know that the real Kuma was once a very different person, so seeing this brief glimpse of who he once was really hits home after becoming so familiar with Machine Kuma over the past 15 years of publication. Before we can find out how the battle between Luffy and the pacifista resolves, following a massive explosion, the scene cuts away to elsewhere in the New World. This is rather unusual for Oda, who usually remains focused entirely on the Straw Hats and their adventures on a given island, except for the intervening chapters between story arcs as they sail from one island to the next. This could be indicative of Oda's haste in reaching the finish line, but could also be a deliberate choice because these events are directly building to what's on the immediate horizon. I wasn't expecting to see Law again so soon, but it was even more surprising to learn he and his entire crew were turned into women through the power of a devil fruit. The Heart Pirates traveled northeast from Wano toward the end of the Grand Line, taking the most direct route toward Laugh Tale. But even before reaching the next island, were swiftly attacked by the Blackbeard pirates aboard their flagship, the Saber of Zebek. The devil fruit power in question belongs to Doc Q, which allows him to infect others with transmissible diseases seemingly of his own design, and in this case, he's crafted a contagion which disorients the Heart Pirates by transforming them into women. As we saw during the rooftop battle on Onigashima, strong Haki trumps devil fruit powers as Law is able to forcefully undo the effects of Doc Q's power, restoring the rest of his crew in the process. This supports my assertion that devil fruit represent the manifestation of the dream, desire, or will of whatever living entity or spirit resides within the fruit. Although the Heart Pirates successfully make landfall on an unknown island, they're immediately faced with Burgess, now in possession of the strong fruit, single-handedly lifting an entire mountain. We also learn that Van Augur has acquired a teleportation ability, and Doc Q's horse Stronger has eaten the mythical Pegasus Zone, as he now resembles Ganfall's steed Pierre. Teach himself soon arrives on the scene, cutting off any chance of escape, though Law makes clear he has no intention of running or hiding. Blackbeard says he knew he would find Luffy, Law, and Kid en route to this island following the events of Wano, and announces his intention to steal all the road poneglyphs in Law's possession. Coupled with the fact that we learned through the Germa 66 cover arc that Kuzan abducted Pudding, it seems Blackbeard is preparing to make his move on Laugh Tale. It's interesting that given Blackbeard's fixation with powerful devil fruit, that he's not after Law's extremely valuable Op-Op powers, which Doflamingo asserted are the key to seizing global authority. Teach is really here for Law's poneglyphs, though that of course doesn't prohibit the possibility he'll also serendipitously manage to steal a power which could suit his interests of world domination. After all, Doflamingo wanted Rocinante to eat the fruit to perform some type of operation on him, so in theory another member of the Blackbeard Pirates could do so for Blackbeard, though there's no indication he's aware of Marijoi's secret like Doflamingo, at least not yet. On that note, the Titanic captains accompanying Commodore Teach in the scene are the original members we were introduced to in Mocktown, so it's fitting all of their devil fruit powers are being revealed together. At this point, we know all of the Titanic captains, except for Pizarro and Vasco, have devil fruit powers. Those San Juans and Lafitte's haven't yet been explained. Of course, it's entirely possible that the remaining two also already have powers, as we haven't yet seen either of them in action. It seems Sabo may have done some serious damage to Birch's face, as the right side is now covered in metal plates. Certainly the powers on display in this chapter are impressive, and seemingly fit the respective wielders. Doc Q's bespoke maladies, in particular, have a lot of potential, as they're seemingly only restricted by the Doctor of Death's imagination. I could foresee Chopper being forced to quickly devise cures to a wide range of contagions, perhaps relying on Brainpoint to decipher their exact nature.
It's not lupus. It's not lupus. It's not lupus. So we know it's not lupus. It's never lupus.
That said, the fact that they can be reversed through strong hockey is a pretty powerful counter. Burgess' ability is a bit plain, but fits his wrestler persona. I thought Jozu's Diamond Fruit would have also complemented his power set quite well, adding defense to his already powerful offense. Van Augur's teleportation ability leads me to believe Usopp's observation hockey may need to develop into future sight during their eventual battle. But on that note, I want to point out that it's not Oda's usual style to show off the power set of an entire team of antagonists long before they fight the Straw Hats. He likes to save some surprises, which again leads me to further suspect that Titanic captains aren't shaping up to be the endgame antagonists many seem to be expecting. I know I've said this before, but I think Blackbeard is much more interesting than the other members of his crew. Or in other words, Titanic captains...
You're basic.
In particular, I can't imagine Shiryu supplanting Mihawk as the world's strongest swordsman, and last obstacle in the path to Zoro achieving his dream. The very fact that Shiryu now has a Devil Fruit power and can fight dirty means it won't be a duel of pure sword skill alone, and in that sense it can't compare to Zoro versus Mihawk. And again, I can't imagine Oda depriving readers of a rematch he's been building up for over 1,000 chapters. Personally, I still believe Zoro's true final duel will be against the member of the Five Elders who wields Shodai Kitetsu, who may be a member of the Amatsuki or Heavenly Moon clan. After all, we know Toki was born outside of Wano and belongs to the Amatsuki clan, the name of which fits quite well with the Celestial Dragons, who believe themselves to be gods and reside in the so-called Holy Land. While Mihawk is certainly the strongest swordsman in the world, that doesn't mean there isn't one who resides in the heavens whom even Mihawk was unable to defeat. After all, Zoro's dream is to make his name known in the heavens. Just like those who carry the name D, Zoro has often falsely been labeled the demon, and as we saw in his battle against King on Onigashima, he's even embraced this title. Yet in truth, Zoro is a good and honorable person who fights against real demons in his climb to the top. This journey and thematic arc is reflected in the names of Zoro's three swords: Enma, the King of Hell, Kitetsu or Demon Splitter, and Wado Ichimonji, straight line through the path of harmony. We also know that Wano is deeply connected to the world's lost history, so what better way for Zoro to not only realize his own dream, making his name known in the heavens, as well as reconcile Wano's history, than dueling a member of the Amatsuki clan, said to be the strongest in the heavens, during the final battle to liberate the world in Marijois. Ultimately, it's hard to predict how this battle between Blackbeard and Law is going to be resolved. While the scene echoes the confrontation between Ace and Blackbeard in some way, Law is also too important to be killed unceremoniously. While Law himself is a force to be reckoned with, who could likely put up a good fight against Teach alone, the Blackbeard pirates fight dirty, and the Heart pirates are rather useless, so I can't really see them holding off the Titanic captains, though I'd love to be pleasantly surprised by Beppo finally doing something useful in the story. Then again, the sun is out, so we know he won't be going too long. While Teach will almost certainly manage to steal Law's robe poneglyphs, at least partially evening the playing field with the Straw Hats, I'm not sure what will happen to Law himself, and I could see it going several different directions. Of course, it's entirely possible Blackbeard will steal his Devil Fruit. We still don't know if he's somehow able to take a power without killing, though I'm not sure why he'd choose to keep his victims alive, even if it were somehow possible. Law could be captured like Kobe, as it seems Oda might be intentionally gathering the participants of the Rocky Port incident. I'm still hoping we see a flashback, which could be prompted by Law and Kobe being in the same place as Blackbeard. It's also possible his crew will be wiped out or taken by Blackbeard, leaving Law himself solo and seeking vengeance, bringing him back to the Straw Hats, though that seems like an unlikely outcome. Ultimately, I lean toward Law being captured, but as I said, anything can happen, and there's always the possibility someone else will intervene, though it's hard to imagine anyone but Shanks having the same influence as Rayleigh. I'm curious if we'll actually see this battle unfold in chapter 1064, or if Oda's going to leave Law's fate hanging for the time being, just like Ace after the duel on Bonnero Island. I'm also curious if we're going to follow up on Kid in similar fashion to Law, though as I said, I still think it's possible he could somehow be drawn into the battle on Egghead, since thematically he fits well in this story arc. Whatever the outcome of Law and Blackbeard's battle, I think the bigger takeaway is what this is all building towards. While I've talked at length about the distant past and the approaching final war to liberate the world, what lies ahead more immediately is a throne war on the final sea among the world's most powerful pirates. As Blackbeard says, Big Mom and Kaido's fall has turned the entire world upside down. In fact, despite the fall of Kaido and Big Mom, Luffy's rivals for the title of Pirate King have only increased, with the rise of Law and Kid, as well as the advent of Cross Guild. Chapter 1054 further suggested that Shanks is more serious about taking the title of Pirate King than it previously appeared. Luffy and the Straw Hats need to surpass Shanks, Blackbeard, Law, Kid, Crossguild, and any other members of the worst generation still standing in their way before they're fit to inherit One Piece and the heavily guarded knowledge which will equip them to lead the charge against the world government in the final battle to liberate the world. Indeed, we're likely going to see a mad scramble in the New World to fill the resultant power vacuum. The Emperors had been locked in an intractable stalemate for decades, but now things are changing rapidly. The hunt to find One Piece is now heating up, and it would seem Luffy, Law, Kid, Buggy, Shanks, and Blackbeard will soon be scrambling to assemble the 4 keys to charting Laugh-Tale's location. While the course remains uncertain, I imagine the Straw Hats could also visit the still very mysterious Lodestar Island and God Valley, in addition to Beehive, Elbaf, and Laugh-Tale. One of the biggest questions guiding the Straw Hats' course in this final saga is where to find the Last Road Poneglyph. In chapter 1056, Eustace Kid indicated that a certain burn-marked figure might have some idea where it could be. Personally, I think this burn-marked man could be Nico Robin's long-lost father. Ultimately, we don't really know if this person knows the location of the presently missing poneglyph, or if they could be another person capable of deciphering these ancient writings. Personally, I lean toward the latter, as it would seem far more important for the Heart and Kid pirates to find someone who can fill this very needed position aboard their ships if they're going to be serious contenders for the Pirate King's crown. Law told Luffy that the next time they meet they'll be enemies. This isn't particularly surprising, as their alliance has now formally concluded with Kaido's downfall. But given just how close he had gotten to the Straw Hats over the past 400 chapters, he certainly knows enough about their weaknesses to make him a particularly formidable adversary. Though Law didn't betray Luffy while they were in an alliance, now that their rivalry has resumed, I'll be interested to see how he plans to account for his current inability to decipher the poneglyphs. All signs indicate he's intent on becoming Pirate King, and he wants information about those who carry the name D, which can only be found on Laugh-Tale. Interestingly, Law's silent response indicates that he also might know something about this mysterious burn-marked person, and Robin seemed puzzled. While there are a few known characters with burn marks like Sabo and Kuzan, I don't really think they fit as a lead on the poneglyphs, and it also wouldn't make much sense to refer to them so cryptically given that they're figures known all around the world. My guess, and at this point it's just that, is that this mysterious burn-marked person could be Robin's long-lost father, a man capable of reading the poneglyphs who might even have some clue regarding the location of the last key to finding One Piece. And going further down this rabbit hole, perhaps Law's shadowed face indicates he's intentionally withholding this information from Robin and the Straw Hats, despite the close bond they formed. When Olvia departed from Ohara, she said she was going to be carrying on her husband's wishes, and though no further details about Robin's father have been provided, this seems like far more than a throwaway line of dialogue. Given the importance of the poneglyphs in locating One Piece, it would make a lot of sense for Robin's father to still be out in the world somewhere, perhaps assumed dead, explaining why he's marked by flames. Personally, I've always hoped that Robin's father could be a Henry Jones Sr. type of character, and that the two could have a joint adventure. For a time, I had even wondered if her father could be Dragon. Though of course that seems rather unlikely, as interesting as it might be for Luffy and Robin to be half-siblings. That being said, I do still suspect Robin could be a bearer of the will of D through her father. Blackbeard and Shanks are both planning to make their moves to find the One Piece, which could result in their long-foreshadowed clash. Ultimately, it's not just a matter of besting the competition in combat to decide which crew makes their way to Laugh-Tale, as the future Pirate King also needs to gather all 4 road poneglyphs and find someone able to decipher them. The Straw Hats seemingly have the lead on that score, with copies of 3 of the 4 road poneglyphs, as well as Nico Robin, one of only 2 known living characters capable of reading them. Law and Kid each have at least 2 poneglyphs, as both received a copy of the one on Wano. We can assume Law copied the one on Zoe, and Kid confirmed he stole a copy of the one on Whole Cake Island. Meaning, if Blackbeard manages to defeat Law, he'll have at least 2 himself, but more likely 3, as it's hard to imagine he deployed forces to Totland without securing a copy of the road poneglyph. The last thing he needs is some leverage to coerce Pudding into deciphering them if he somehow manages to awaken her yet-to-be-explained third eye ability, which Big Mom believed would be the key to finding Laugh-Tale. Perhaps capturing one of her siblings, like Katakuri, Lola, or Chiffon, will serve that purpose. We don't yet know how Shanks, Kid, Law, or Crossguild plan to chart a course to Laugh-Tale, but it seems Teach has stolen Big Mom's plan. And very quickly, I'd like to say that the formation of Crossguild is one of my favorite developments after the close of the curtains on Wano. Crocodile remains one of my favorite villains, and I already love the dynamic Oda has established with Mihawk and Buggy. I imagine, given Buggy's penchant for failing upward, that he's going to continue finding success, and could even be involved in the decisive battle for the Pirate King's empty throne. The very fact that Buggy is now paired with Mihawk, whom we know Zoro has to face in order to become the world's greatest swordsman, means that Buggy is bound to play an important role in the future. Perhaps he really will become the self-proclaimed pirate god when he discovers Captain John's treasure. On the topic of Captain John's treasure, in chapter 233 we saw Buggy searching on an island which resembles a bootleg version of Fullerwood. Maybe he was simply searching the wrong skull-shaped island, and given that John was once a member of Rocks, I suspect whatever this mysterious treasure might be, Buggy will someday discover it hidden on Pirate Island. My biggest question is now who else is going to join Cross Guild? Could they stage another mass breakout from Impel Down, liberating those like Doflamingo and Bon Clay? It's hard to imagine those characters sitting out the final war, and though I initially thought that Big Mom and Kaido could have been the catalyst for another great escape, it seems pretty clear at this point that they haven't been captured by the Marines. Moreover, it would seem there could have been some earlier foreshadowing for Crocodile and Doflamingo eventually joining forces. I also don't mean to discount Luffy's remaining worst generation rivals Bonnie, Drake, Capone, Arouge, and Apu, who managed to miraculously escape somehow from the battle on Onigashima unharmed, with Inbi as his new companion.
She's like the cucaracha, you know? Born survivor.
While it might seem a bit premature, I get the sense that we're building toward a more immediate clash between the Blackbeard pirates and the Straw Hats on Fullerwood, perhaps following Egghead, especially now that Blackbeard's beginning to gather people like Kobe, Pudding, and potentially Law personally connected in some way with the Straw Hats. Perhaps the reason Oda has chosen not yet to add to the ranks of the crew beyond Jinbei is because the showdown with the 10 Titanic captains is fast approaching. Perhaps all of the worst generation will gather for this impending battle on Pirate Island, leaving Elbaf, Cross Guild, and Shanks for later. In such a scenario, I could imagine Teach himself managing to escape, returning in a big way further down the line. But of course that's just one way things could play out, and I still think a climactic battle between Luffy and Blackbeard, perhaps involving Admiral Kobe, Buggy, and Shanks on the lost island of God Valley, would be the most fitting finale for the New World before the Straw Hats discover One Piece and Luffy becomes the Pirate King. On the cover page of chapter 1064, we receive confirmation that Aokiji was indeed the one responsible for abducting Pudding from Totland. We also learn that Van Augur was his partner in crime, which is notable as he's now with Blackbeard, which isn't surprising in that we know the events of the cover story arc took place weeks earlier, but it does mean that the ongoing narrative and cover story have intersected in real time, which is a first. This is a possibility I brought up regarding the Vinsmokes and Caesar somehow becoming involved in the battle on Egghead, which now seems like a distinct possibility. I also think this explains the reason Oda didn't show this battle before the Straw Hats reached Egghead, because the cover story hadn't yet progressed to Aokiji and Augur's abduction of Pudding. I was pleasantly surprised to learn Oda isn't off-paneling the battle between Blackbeard and the Heart Pirates, which unfolds over the first several pages of chapter 1064. As expected, it seems Law's awakened abilities are a powerful counter to Blackbeard's Quake Fruit. I really didn't expect Law to be taken down easily, but I was very pleasantly surprised to see just how effective the Heart Pirates were in battle, and I admit I mistook their lack of focus on Onigashima for a lack of ability in combat. It's nice to know that despite the fact that we haven't really seen them do much on panel until now, the rest of Law's crew are no pushovers, and are managing to put up a remarkably good fight against the Blackbeard pirates. We learn that Penguin and Sachi are specialized in underwater combat, which makes me wonder if they could be practitioners of Fishman Karate. In particular, Sachi's devastating use of Hydro Pump makes me wonder if he could be part Archerfish. Man, Beppo preemptively detects and pinpoints an attack from Van Augur, while Jeanbart tanks it without flinching. Together they create a defensive wall, allowing Law to focus on his fight with Blackbeard. I think this could also suggest Beppo and Jeanbart are specialized in observation and armament hockey respectively. Law has proven himself to be a master tactician, so it makes sense he's assembled a team of specialists who all complement his abilities and counter his weaknesses, making their teamwork particularly effective. I'd also like to point out that Beppo, a mink from Zou, seemingly acts as the lookout for the Heart Pirates, which is the exact same position I originally suggested Carrot could fill aboard Thousand Sunny.
Why are you the way that you are?
So perhaps this is Oda's way of subtly foreshadowing her return.
Every word of what you just said was wrong.
By extension, I think it's also safe to assume the Kid Pirates are equally formidable, beyond just killer, which means that a big battle between all of the remaining worst generation captains and their crews on Pirate Island could be pretty exciting if indeed that's where things are headed. Meanwhile, we see that Pudding is being held inside Blackbeard's ship, as expected, based on Van Augur's presence during the battle. Of course, this makes me wonder if Kuzan could also be aboard somewhere, given he and Augur were last seen together. Though the ship is being rocked by Penguin and Sachi's offensive, the guards of Pudding's cell continue to praise their captain's unrivaled strength, to which Pudding responds that if her mom is alive, they won't be singing that particular tune for very long. The guards then respond that Blackbeard is currently fighting Law, one of the people responsible for killing Big Mom. After all, a new era can't begin while the old legends are still hanging around. I think this speaks to a couple important points. First, Pudding was abducted from Totland before the battle on Onigashima was finished. She clearly doesn't know what happened to Big Mom, so this scene doesn't confirm anything regarding Linlin's fate. As I explained at length in my discussion of chapter 1063, I believe both Big Mom and Kaido are still alive. Oda is more conservative than most authors when it comes to death, so I find it extremely unlikely he would kill two of the biggest antagonists in the series unceremoniously off-panel, and leave their fate ambiguous. If anything, Pudding's dialogue here hints that Big Mom's eventual return is going to be impactful. The uncertainty of Kaido and Big Mom's fates is a deliberate narrative choice on Oda's part to build anticipation for their eventual return. This current throne war in the New World is about the new generation. As the guard says, the new generation can't rise, with the old legends still dominating the seas. A significant power disparity remains between Kaido and Big Mom and the worst generation captains responsible for their downfall.
You know what a disparity is? Yeah. Hey, well.
Thus, it was all the more important for Oda to clear them from the field for the new generation to rise. This confirms that Big Mom and Kaido haven't been seen since the end of the battle on Onigashima, meaning the world believes they're dead. This lends more weight to my suggestion that they could be imprisoned in the sea stone caverns below Wano. As noted, Pudding was abducted before the battle ended, but Big Mom's children should have access to her Viver card, which would confirm not only her location, but also the fact that she's still among the living. It would seem this is the very reason we haven't checked in on the rest of her crew after the battle ended, as they're likely still searching. In any case, I expect that both Big Mom and Kaido will return in a big way at some point down the line, but by that point, the worst generation will have risen to match them, if not completely eclipse their still overwhelming strength. Returning to the battle, although Law has successfully countered Teach's Quake powers, he ominously draws on his Devil Fruit negating Darkness Logia in the last panel, which suggests Law could soon be outmatched, but it's far from a foregone conclusion. Law should not be underestimated here. As I said, I still think this battle could go either way, but if Kuzan is indeed aboard the Saber of Zebek, it would seem Blackbeard has an ace in the hole.
You need an ace in the hole.
Interestingly, we saw Law's crew evade Aokichi's ice powers in chapter 580, as they escaped from Marineford with Luffy, but perhaps this time they won't be so lucky. If Kuzan attacks, Penguin and Sachi would certainly be in trouble despite growing up in the icy waters of the North Blue. Perhaps putting the Heart Pirates on ice and taking them captive while Teach steals their poneglyphs could be Oda's way of resolving this battle between D's without either being killed. On a related note, the Marines somehow receive word that Blackbeard and Law are fighting on Winter Island. The most likely explanation is that Kuzan is reporting in secret to the world government as part of a sword initiative, but it almost seems too obvious. As I said, although it's not likely, I still think it would be more interesting if Kuzan joined Blackbeard in earnest. Notably, if Kuzan is undercover, Sakazuki is withholding that information from the Five Elders, which seems out of character. Perhaps Aokichi's operation is entirely off books rather than a sword mission, a handshake agreement with Akainu after their battle on Punk Hazard. The only reason I can think of for Sakazuki not to tell the Elders is to prevent Cypherpole's interference, as he doesn't seem particularly fond of HS0. However, another possibility is that Drake is reporting on the battle from aboard Law's ship, as we don't yet know how he made his exit from Wano, and the two seem to be linked. Akainu remarks that he's frustrated by his inability to act as fleet commander, as he's forced to wait this battle out and resolve on its own. As we saw, once he was promoted to fleet commander, Sengoku only intervened directly when Whitebeard brought the fight to the world government. As leader of the entire fleet, Sakazuki is similarly forced to remain far from the front lines, which doesn't really complement his hot-tempered desire to personally carry out absolute justice. I expect this frustration will continue to build in Akainu until he erupts like a volcano when he finally does have the opportunity to confront the worst generation captains, including Luffy. This further indicates that the three current admirals are otherwise occupied, unable to intervene in Law and Blackbeard's battle. I think this is particularly interesting, as I've suggested Kizaru could soon be deployed to Egghead, if he isn't already en route. Which brings us back to the Straw Hats. We see that Bonnie has used her powers to alter their ages, resolving the conflict with the Robocop Pacifista without a fight. While Bonnie and Jinbei have turned into children, Luffy and Chopper were aged 70 years. Notably, 70-year-old Luffy and Chopper resemble the sketches from SBS of their potential future selves in a timeline where everything goes wrong. The narrator even describes old Luffy as belonging to a potential future. I believe this reinforces my theory that not only can Vegapunk see many possible futures, but that the world is currently headed toward the darkest timeline. Something needs to change to put the world on the right track. Maybe Momo needs to awaken his powers and open Wano's borders. Maybe Blackbeard is currently on track to become the Pirate King before Luffy, which would in turn allow Imu to complete his master plan. In any case, the world may be headed toward destruction, as indicated by 70-year-old Luffy, and it would seem Vegapunk is intent on fighting the future. We then get some more backstory about Kuma, as Jinbei describes both his infamous reputation as a tyrannical king and the process by which he was captured, set loose as a warlord, and turned into a cyborg. It's interesting that Jinbei is the one who describes the world's potentially false perception of Kuma, given that he was similarly foreshadowed as a monster by Yosoku. Oda distinguishes Tyrant King Kuma as Jinbei's mental image, which starkly contrasts with Bonnie's memory of her father. She directly addresses this discrepancy by insisting her father wasn't the monster Jinbei described. Despite the Straw Hats themselves being outlaws, Jinbei indicates Kuma's association with the Revolutionary Army as a negative trait. It's important to note that these Straw Hats are still learning some of the things which may be more apparent to readers regarding the true devil the world government was built to serve and the nature of the battle to liberate the world. But I think this also speaks to the fact that the world's most dangerous criminal dragon and the revolutionaries may represent a more extreme brand of justice than future Pirate King Luffy. I think it's very likely Kuma's story is tragic, and that he succumbed to Vegapunk's experiments willingly as part of a master plan to save the world from Imu, further evidenced by the end of chapter 1064. But before getting too far ahead of ourselves, we have to discuss something very important. Imu may have a Death Star and a clone army, but thanks to Vegapunk's scrapyard, Bonnie now has a lightsaber, and I'm just as excited as Luffy at this prospect. Bonnie then remarks that part of the reason Kuma was selected by Vegapunk is because he belongs to a special people or race. While it's possible he could belong to a known group, like the Three-Eyed Tribe, I actually think it's likely Kuma's people haven't yet been formally introduced or distinguished. Big Mom told King and Queen that there were 3 races not yet in Totland. We know one of them to be the Lunarians, and can assume the second to be the Giants given the animosity they have toward Linlin. The third, however, remains a mystery, and while it doesn't seem she has any ogres or oni like Kaido and Yamato, I don't think we can rule out that possibility either. While it seems very likely the Lunarians are the race Big Mom described as lost to the mists of time, it's also not entirely clear based on the odd phrasing. All that being said, I don't think the third race not yet in Totland are the ogres or oni. Rather, I think this third race is not yet identified, and thus Kuma's people could be a pretty good fit. Jinbei says Vegapunk was enamored with both Kuma's muscles and his latent abilities, which I think suggests the latter is unique to Kuma's particular race. So if Kuma indeed belongs to one of the 3 races not yet in Totland, what could he be? I actually think we might have a clue, which I brought up in my discussion for chapter 1059. The Seraphim seem to have been created using genetic material collected from Albert, but they also seem to incorporate elements from other research subjects like the 7 Warlords. Notably, they have star-shaped irises resembling a pentagram, which we haven't yet seen represented among the known races in the One Piece world. Perhaps not so coincidentally, we've never actually seen Kuma's eyes, which have always been hidden behind some type of glasses or visor. Perhaps then the distinct star-shaped irises originate from Kuma's yet-to-be-identified race, and if so, like Pudding's third eye ability remains dormant in Kuma for the time being. Now, if Kuma belongs to a special people, shouldn't this extend to Bonnie as well? Not necessarily. I suggested in the past that her relationship with Kuma might be a bit more complicated, and I don't think that this has been ruled out entirely. I don't think being the child of the King of Sorbet fully explains Akainu's remarks in chapter 595, or her being known in Marijois as the Queen Dowager Connie. While it's clear Kuma raised Bonnie, I'm not so sure he's her biological father, as there really isn't much resemblance, which means Bonnie doesn't necessarily share Kuma's heritage, thus explaining her lack of star-shaped irises if my theory is correct. In the final scene of chapter 1064, we see the Sunny and the rest of the crew being lifted into the heavens by Punk 02's mecha suit, using its jet boosters and anti-gravity. While this might trivialize sailing to some extent, it's hard to imagine Frankie not adopting this technology into Sunny in some capacity, if even during the final war after One Piece is discovered. Vegapunk says it's currently only possible on Egghead due to the island's environmental control system, but could someday be possible everywhere, which explains the reason the world government isn't currently using airships to control the world, but also hints that once the technology is perfected, could see more widespread use in the endgame of the series, meaning Sunny could fly at some point down the line. The crew then arrive at the egg-shaped Labo phase, which resides on island clouds high above the futuristic city where Luffy and Bonnie are presently. In the wide establishing panel, we see the phrase Punk Records written on the ceiling of the egg, which could suggest Vegapunk's memories have been uploaded in some way, as I indicated in earlier discussions. The use of the term records could also fit with the source of inspiration for Saka's design. Although Zoro and Brook remain on guard duty, the rest of the Straw Hats prepare to embark on a tour of Vegapunk's main lab, and I'm just as excited as them to find out what's inside. Just like Luffy's group, they're outfitted with SSG uniforms before stepping into the future. Punk 02 informs them that they were able to recreate island clouds and sea clouds by modifying the density of pyrobloin, the first time this particular fictional molecule has been mentioned since Skypiea. Knowing that sky islands can be created makes me wonder if perhaps Laugh Tale was lifted into the sky, as we have some indication that ancient technology in the One Piece world was rather sophisticated, not to mention the thematic connections between Shandora, Skypiea, and One Piece. Inside the lab, we see a clearer view of Saka, or Punk 01, whose helmet appears to be a very clear homage to Daft Punk, with Frankie's new visor seemingly completing the duo. This scene seems to confirm, or at least offer very strong evidence, in favor of many of the theories I outlined in earlier discussions and theory videos. On the phone with a mysterious caller, Vegapunk says that being a genius means also being able to foresee what your own future contains. He then says he suspects his death is imminent, and thus asks Dragon to hear him out, presumably before it's too late. Not only does this strongly indicate that Vegapunk indeed sees the future, but that he's been working behind the scenes for a very long time to help save the world through the power of science. His apparent alliance with Dragon and the Revolutionaries indicates that Kuma's sacrifice was part of a coordinated effort to save the Straw Hats, perhaps acting with foreknowledge of the pivotal role they're meant to play in liberating the world. This would also suggest that the erasure of Kuma's memories, and perhaps the fracturing of Vegapunk's psyche into 6 satellite bodies, were measures to prevent their clandestine actions against the world government from being detected. It's worth noting that Ivankov was surprised by Kuma's demeanor at the Battle of Marineford, so he wasn't involved in whatever plan Vegapunk and Dragon may have worked out together. It's interesting to consider that Vegapunk is old enough he may certainly have met the previous Pirate King, Gold Roger. If so, perhaps he might have some awareness of the world's lost history, even more reason to partition his mind. Perhaps, much like Pedro, his belief in the Straw Hats is predicated on recognizing the inherent similarities between Roger and Luffy. I wonder how Bonnie's going to respond to learning that her father may have willingly sacrificed himself for Luffy's sake. I'm hoping there may still be some positive resolution for her and Kuma. But if Vegapunk's premonition is to be believed, it would seem his demise is imminent. I think this lends more weight to some of my earlier suggestions, that we could see Sword and Aegis Zero positioned on opposite sides of this conflict to decide the fate of the world's premier scientist. More significantly, it's possible Vegapunk is correct, that his journey is nearly at its end.
Spoilers.
As I said, I think it's very possible Vegapunk's efforts to aid Luffy's quest extend back many years, and have impacted the crew in more ways than we're yet aware of. And if so, it would be bittersweet for their paths to finally cross at the very end of his life. While superficially their friendship may be short-lasting, their bonds may be far from ephemeral. Vegapunk's mind sees the future, and though he didn't occupy the same space at the same time as the Straw Hats, he would have nevertheless had a powerful influence on their adventures and in determining the fate of the world, a fact they may only fully recognize in retrospect. We know CP0 is en route to eliminate Vegapunk, perhaps because his true intentions have somehow been discovered, most likely through Momo's artificial fish fruit. Yet it's also possible the Straw Hats will succeed in rescuing Vegapunk. If not his bodies, then perhaps at least his mind. Downloaded into Sunny, uploaded into an orbiting satellite, housed as an alter ego inside Frankie, there are lots of possibilities, some more likely than others. What this scene makes clear is that more than Vegapunk's life hangs in the balance. Punk 02 told the crew that in the Fabrio phase below, they're manufacturing the world of tomorrow. Vegapunk clearly envisions his technology will be used for the betterment of the world, which we may very well see come to pass at the very end of the series. Vegapunk's dream could be accomplished through the Straw Hat Pirates, but perhaps this wonderful future can only be built if the catastrophe the world is presently headed toward is somehow averted. I talked at length about the distant past, but before those secrets, including the origins of this millennia-old conflict, are revealed, the Straw Hats will be given a glimpse of the future through their meeting with Dr. Vegapunk. Both the potential proliferation of his wonderful inventions if the New Dawn arrives, as well as the imminent destruction should they fail to stop Lord Emu and the forces of darkness now on the move. Throughout their adventures, the Straw Hats have been slowly maturing into the heroes the age demands, and seeing a glimpse of the world's dark fate should they fail to discover One Piece may add a very real sense of urgency in this last leg of the voyage. Returning at last to my original thesis, perhaps there's very good reason Oda waited so many years to introduce Vegapunk, a character who bridges past and future. While he may or may not know what happened in the past, he sees the world's many possible futures, and thus understands better than anyone exactly what's at stake in this battle between the forces of darkness and light, freedom and oppression. However his own story ends, he knows the world needs the right person to become the Pirate King, and thus, acting with this foreknowledge has made it his lifelong mission to help put the right pieces in place. Franky, Nami, Sanji, Kuma, Momo, the ancient weapons, and the artificial fish fruit, all impacted in some way by Dr. Vegapunk. Perhaps Vegapunk is not only a man of science, but also a man of faith.
Because you're a man of science. What does that make you? Me? Well, I'm a man of faith.
That despite visions of a dark future, destiny, or fate is going to raise up the hero the world needs in order to someday deliver the new dawn. I was originally planning to end this video here, but there are a few key points I want to discuss from chapter 1065. First, we're introduced to the remaining 3 Vegapunk satellites, York the Greedy, Edison the Thinker, and Pythagoras the Wise. Seeing all 6 faces of Vegapunk in action clarifies several key details. First, while they each have their own distinct personality and are capable of independent thought and action, they remain interlinked. Edison's revelations are worked through and analyzed by Pythagoras. The ordinary bodily functions of all 6 Vegapunks are routinely performed by York, and Atlas' perpetual battle against imaginary dragons serves to maintain his metabolism. Lilith and Saka remain the most interesting, seemingly representing the good and evil dichotomy within Vegapunk. Where Saka wants to make the world better, Lilith is more than willing to sell her services to the highest bidder. It's also important to remember that none of these 6 faces are the real Vegapunk. Even Saka the Good is a piece of the real Vegapunk. They're all equally part of him. Earlier, I suggested Atlas took inspiration from Atom, or Astro Boy, by Osamu Tezuka, but it seems Edison, and even more so Pythagoras, resemble Toriyama's robot designs. So ultimately, it seems Oda has used these 6 faces of Vegapunk to reference numerous sources of inspiration. Next, we learn some important details about the Seraphim. The fact that Vegapunk could make one based on Jinbei means they've been working on this project for some time, as he was last in captivity at the same time as Ace. This means anyone whose genetic material Vegapunk could access is fair game. As I suspected, Pythagoras confirms that the Seraphim are indeed still aging, and that their growth has been accelerated much like the clone army in Star Wars, meaning they'll become an increasingly deadly force the more time passes. We also receive confirmation that these Seraphim can indeed possess Devil Fruit, as the Jinbei model now wields Senor Pink's power, which Franky immediately recognizes. The Don Quixote family were likely taken into custody alongside Doflamingo, so it makes sense Vegapunk had access to this power, but makes me wonder if he was executed or if his power was somehow extracted or copied. We see through Jinbei's arm that the Seraphim seem to contain some type of fluid, and Pythagoras refers to the concentration of green blood, a substance which may have some ties to the cloning experiments conducted by Germa 66, and may be instrumental in modifying the abilities of the Seraphim. I even wonder if there could be some connection to the bloodline elements used to modify Sanji and his siblings. Pythagoras indicates that bloodline elements may somehow record an individual's life experiences, which may reference Lamarck's outdated theory of inheritance of acquired traits, which predates the Darwinian model of evolution. Lamarck's theory suggests that traits inherited over the course of an organism's lifespan could be inherited by its offspring. This could indicate that either Vegapunk is still working through outdated real-world scientific models, or that bloodline elements somehow provide a mechanism for a phenomenon impossible with real-world genetics, inheritance of acquired traits, somehow encoded in a way that can be passed down. This could make sense given the thematic importance of inherited will, and also lends more weight to my thoughts about Devil Fruit, perhaps evidencing that they indeed have some type of memory of their previous wielders and the original living entities from which they were first created. I love the crew's interactions and teamwork in this test battle, and I'm once again very happy to see how Oda has been utilizing Robin. Nami's reference to a flower made of jewels seems oddly specific, and leads me to believe it's hinting towards something. Also, Franky is wearing pants for the very first time in the series, which deserves to be recognized, especially after he's stuck with the Speedos on the frigid islands of Punk Hazard and Baltimore. Moving on, Luffy, Jinbei, Bonnie, and Chopper discover an ancient robot, which gives me very distinct Castle in the Sky vibes, adding Miyazaki to the growing list of sources of inspiration for the Egghead story arc. Simultaneous to this discovery, Saka tells the rest of the crew that Egghead isn't a world of the future, but the past, informing them that a kingdom just as advanced as Egghead, if not even more so, existed 900 years ago, coinciding with the start of the Void Century. I'll be interested to see Robin's response to this revelation, as Clover and the scholars of Ohara had reached the same conclusion based on their study of the poneglyphs. We already had a good amount of evidence that the technology of the Forgotten Kingdom was sufficiently advanced, so this wasn't particularly shocking. But it does beg the question of exactly how the 20 Kings prevailed, given the resources seemingly available to Joy Boy and his allies. The head of this giant ancient robot seems to be Norse themed, further indicating a connection between Joy Boy's ancient kingdom and the land of Elbaf. The horns may also be inspired by the ogres or ancient giants, or as I suggested earlier, indicate a connection between Elbaf and these other races. This naturally will lead many to believe Vegapunk's inventions are simply reverse engineered from lost technology belonging to the distant past, but I think this assumption is a bit premature. We see Edison have multiple spontaneous eureka moments without any reliance on studying ancient technology, at least directly. Thus, I stand behind my earlier suggestion that Vegapunk's genius is more likely rooted in his ability to foresee a potential future in which these miraculous inventions from the distant past are reborn. Which leads me directly into my last point of discussion. How was this advanced technology lost to time? If the world government plundered the conquered kingdom from Joy Boy's era, why has it taken 800 years to begin reclaiming some of these technologies through Dr. Vegapunk? As the Straw Hats prepare to enter the lab, Punk 02 says the island is powered by fire, which can be converted to all sorts of energy, and that new fuel sources are constantly being researched. This may refer to the now debunked 17th century phlogiston theory of matter, which proposed the existence of a fundamental fire-like element called phlogiston. This alchemic theory proposed that energy in the form of phlogiston could be extracted from phlogisticated matter through the process of combustion. The idea that flames can be released and converted into usable energy by burning various sources of fuel could of course be describing the laws of thermodynamics as they're presently understood.
Did you know that the food you eat becomes energy? Yeah. Boom, that's spaghetti. Nachos. It's a cookie.
But the postulation of fire as a fundamental element seems to fit this earlier model, much like the potential reference to Lamarck's model of inheritance through bloodline elements. However, the most interesting detail from chapter 1065 is Vegapunk's reference to an undying or eternal flame, which may give us our biggest clue to the nature of the ancient Forgotten Kingdom and perhaps even One Piece itself. Haki is a manifestation of personal will or desire. But this undying flame could represent a universal power source, more akin to the Force in Star Wars, accessible to everyone. This fits with the idea that the Lunarians, guardians of the center of the world, are somehow powered by this undying flame, perhaps carrying a piece on their backs, explaining why they remain invulnerable as long as it remains ignited. This may even recontextualize Luffy's Red Hawk, Sanji's Diable Jambe, and other flame-based attacks. It's important to note this undying flame seems to represent an energy source which shouldn't be mistaken as the artificial sun Vegapunk proposes it could be used to create. The two are distinct. Vegapunk describes this undying flame as a universal repository of power. The artificial sun, perhaps referencing a cold or controlled fusion reaction, would be built by tapping into this limitless reserve of energy or power, the undying flame.
The power of the sun in the palm of my hand.
And perhaps that's exactly what powered the Forgotten Kingdom. Vegapunk is releasing the fire or energy from various types of matter to power Egghead, but the Forgotten Kingdom could power the entire world. We even saw a symbol resembling the sun in the Lunar City paintings, evidencing the idea that this artificial sun may have been constructed during the Void Century to channel the undying flame. This could mean that the light which once burned has gone out, or perhaps was stolen.
The warmest, brightest light you've ever seen or felt. And if the light goes out here, it goes out everywhere.
The eternal flame is thus either put out or inaccessible in the modern era, which will need to be reignited to power Vegapunk's imagined world of tomorrow. But where is this flame now? Could this eternal source be related to One Piece? Could One Piece be the key to turning it back on? Mari Joie is referred to as the center of the world, and this belief predates the world government, extending all the way back to the Lunarians' land of gods. This could be explained if the undying flame resides in the Holy Land, and was once guarded by the Lunarians, each of whom are somehow tapped into this same universal power source. Perhaps this is the sacred treasure Doflamingo referenced on Dressrosa. Vegapunk indicates this undying flame needs to be harnessed before it can be translated into usable energy, meaning the artificial sun is a necessary intermediary step, which perhaps the world government can't presently accomplish. Or maybe the solar weapon Imu used to destroy Lelouch somehow channels the undying flame, Maybe the lost race of fire-breathing dragons are also bearers of this undying flame like the Lunarians. Maybe the giant frozen vault beneath Pangaea is meant to contain this flame and prevent its use, as suggested by the obfuscated sun in Giola's living art. Maybe the Undying Flame is needed to power Pluton and Uranus, weapons which will somehow be necessary to combat Emu and the immense powers of darkness he controls. If so, cutting off or restricting access to the Undying Flame may be the means by which the Forgotten Kingdom was toppled. The light went out everywhere, sending the One Piece world not just metaphorically, but quite literally into a dark age, which is now on the brink of ending thanks to Dr. Vegapunk. Perhaps his revelations about the Ancient Kingdom and Undying Flame, coupled with his efforts to protect the very important mythical fish fruit, have marked him for death by the world government. But most importantly, perhaps the One Piece is the key to reigniting or liberating this Undying Flame, if it has indeed gone out or been contained, thus explaining how discovery of the treasure will bring about a global revolution, and ultimately allow the arrival of a new dawn. The will of Ohara lives. As expected, Robin makes the connection between Vegapunk's claim about an advanced civilization which rose to prominence during the Void Century and the discoveries made by the scholars of Ohara. In fact, we learned through chapter 1066 that Vegapunk didn't arrive at this conclusion independently, but by continuing the work done by those very same historians, whose will, he assures Robin, still survives. Vegapunk's summary of the events of the Void Century isn't anything entirely new to readers, but it hasn't ever been presented quite as succinctly as our timeline of these events has slowly been pieced together over the course of the story. The Void Century is the history of a war between an extremely advanced civilization of the past and 20 kings. The 20 kings won and later formed the world government. This is all information we already knew. Robin was of course already familiar with this tale, but the news shocks the rest of the crew, particularly when Vegapunk confirms that all those who learn this truth are marked for elimination by the world government. Vegapunk stresses that the true motivation for history's erasure wasn't to mask the world government's rise to power, but to eliminate all traces of the Forgotten Kingdom and its ideals. After all, a person only truly dies when they are forgotten. The key point Vegapunk emphasizes is that these claims about the past are still conjecture, which indicates, giant ancient robot aside, that tangible proof remains elusive. It's also important to note that Vegapunk and these scholars of Ohara don't know the full story learned by the Roger pirates on Laugh-Tale. While they identified this kingdom's existence through studying ancient manuscripts, it seems they haven't yet uncovered the ideals it espoused or the true nature of its key figure Joy Boy. Vegapunk reasons that the government's sensitivity to this particular subject confirms that these hypotheses must be true. Vegapunk then reveals that he visited the charred ruins of Ohara 22 years ago, at which time he was already affiliated with the world government. We also learn that the elderly Professor Clover had actually lived quite the life of adventure and collected texts about the Void Century from all over the world through his voyage. And it seems in that time he crossed paths with many now well-known figures, including Dr. Vegapunk. This probably isn't the last we've seen of Clover's adventures, and I suspect there may even be others influenced by his pursuit of lost history. During the Ohara flashback, we saw Robin's mother, Olvia, and the other scholars sacrifice their lives to preserve the ancient texts by throwing them from the burning tree of knowledge, filling the adjacent lake. History is humanity's greatest asset, and the scholars of Ohara won their battle with the world government. Vegapunk arrived on Ohara to discover the manuscripts had not only survived the fire, but have been preserved for the future. Not only is this revelation thematically important, but it's also incredibly emotionally resonant. Robin's mother sacrificed her life not only for Robin, but to preserve history, knowing it would serve as a guiding light for the entire world. The 20 Kings believed they triumphed when they vanquished the Forgotten Kingdom, but its history was preserved through the poneglyphs, and now the same is true of Ohara. Vegapunk arrived to find the books were being salvaged by a group of giants from the land of Elbaf, Harridan, Gerd, and Goldberg, who in the present comprised the new giant warrior pirates, part of Luffy's Grand Fleet formed on Dressrosa. This leads me to suspect the impending Grand Fleet incident may even take place on Elbaf. We here learn a great deal more about the nature of Vegapunk and Dragon's relationship, as Luffy's father also happened to be visiting the site of Ohara's destruction at the same time. This conversation reveals that Dragon, aged 33, was already the head of a band of freedom fighters, and had at some earlier point failed to recruit Vegapunk to join his ranks. Much like Vegapunk, Dragon also knew Clover, though in what capacity remains uncertain. I've never quite settled on this idea and I'm still not fully convinced, but I've wondered for a very long time if Dragon could be Robin's long-lost father, which is perhaps more likely now that we know he was somehow affiliated with Clover and potentially the scholars of Ohara in the past. Dragon and Olvia were the same age, so the timeline does add up, meaning at the very least, the idea can't be fully refuted. Much like Vegapunk, Dragon recognizes the grievous injustice represented by the massacre of innocent Oharan scholars, and while Vegapunk suggests that Dragon once hated war, this was the incident which spurred Dragon, Kuma, and Ivankov to band together and form the militant revolutionary army a short time later. While these revelations are shocking enough on their own, we can actually extrapolate a few more important details. Dragon, Vegapunk, and Clover's past remains an important mystery, as it's unclear how they previously crossed paths. Dragon indicates that Vegapunk's head had expanded since their last meeting, which suggests his cranium may be a bit more modest in size should we see a Mads flashback. This also indicates that the size of Vegapunk's brain is directly proportional to the amount of information it contains, and at some point in the past 22 years it grew to the breaking point. Vegapunk's body appears to be frail, likely because most of his metabolism supports his massive brain. I still suspect this could be resultant from a devil fruit power of some kind. Dragon was angered when he learned Vegapunk had joined the world government, but as suggested earlier, the dissolution of Mads and Vegapunk's recruitment was seemingly compulsory. It's interesting that we see various shades of Vegapunk's currently fractured personalities reflected at a time when he presumably still remained whole. This also confirms that Vegapunk was already a genius before learning about Ohara's research, which means his own inventions don't arise from simply reverse engineering the past. Thus, I still stand behind my earlier assertions regarding the true nature of his intellect arising from seeing the future. It's clear Vegapunk and Dragon were both already intent on moving the world toward freedom long before the incident on Ohara, but this event nevertheless galvanized their beliefs and guided their current trajectories in life. It was already evident based on the name of his ship, the Wind Granma, but even more so now based on his style of dress in this flashback that Dragon in part takes inspiration from Cuban revolutionary Fidel Castro. Vegapunk told Dragon that the world government is a massive organization with plenty of good people, particularly within the ranks of the Marines, a truth Dragon should already understand knowing his own father Garp. But this also brings to mind others like Kobe, Smoker, and Tashigi, who serve true justice and seek to protect others. Vegapunk warned Dragon not to lose sight of the bigger picture, which I think only serves to ominously foreshadow that he has indeed become lost in his own anger over the past 22 years.
I lost that part of myself a long time ago.
Part Castro, part Robespierre. It's also possible Bartholomew Kuma could reference the Russian bear. It's surprising, given the allusions to Che Guevara, Fidel Castro, and the French Revolution, that the Soviet Revolution, which similarly resulted in the violent end of Tsar Nicholas and the Romanov family, thus far hasn't been overtly referenced in One Piece. The Soviet Revolution is just as, if not more notorious than the French Revolution for its excessive violence. On a related note, I've often wondered if perhaps the Red Line, or Red Wall which separates the world's oceans, could have in part been inspired by the Berlin Wall, especially given that Oda began developing the concept for One Piece in 1995, a short time after the ostensible end of the Cold War. Dragon vows to change the world, and while the world government's abuses of power are extreme, the nature of the response is just as important. The way victory is achieved matters.
Set out to correct the world's wrongs and you'll almost certainly wind up adding to them.
Vegapunk has played the long game, and has been working behind the scenes to benefit the Straw Hats, perhaps knowing that the world needs a pirate king who won't confuse vengeance for justice. Perhaps most significantly, we learn that the new giant warrior pirates return to Ohara guided by Jaguar D. Saul, now covered in bandages after surviving the Buster Call. Saul and crew then returned these books to Elbaf. Sometime later, Vegapunk visited Saul to read all of the manuscripts preserved by Ohara, and thus all of the mysteries they deciphered now live in Vegapunk's brain. I suspect some might take issue with Saul's miraculous survival because they believe it reduces stakes, but I really don't think that's the case. It wasn't a cheap fake-out death. Not only were Olvia and Clover still killed, but the ramifications of the Ohara incident are far-reaching. Saul's fate was always ambiguous, as we never actually saw him killed, only frozen. In fact, many of us even suspected he could turn up during the Impel Down arc. It even logically makes sense within the story. Saul was frozen while the island was on fire, meaning he could have thawed quickly. Robin and Luffy survived a similar encounter with Aokiji, and Saul was quite formidable, both a giant and a vice admiral. Most importantly, this is likely a twist Oda planned long ago, as this gives us the first real narrative thread drawing the crew toward Elbaf. While I still think it's possible Robin's missing father could be the man marked by flames, it seems Jaguar D. Saul is now by far the most likely candidate. I don't think this necessarily means the Last Road poneglyph is presently on Elbaf, but it certainly lends more weight to that notion. At the very least, this indicates Saul has some idea where it's located, which makes him a target, for Kid in particular. but it seems Law's shadowed expression indicates he too knew something about Saul, which makes his withholding that information from Robin a somewhat potent betrayal of the trust they had established. I'd love to see a clash between Luffy and Kid in the future, which now may even take place on Elbaf. Given that Ohara's research is now protected by the Giants, I wonder if perhaps the world government will attempt another mass book and tree burning, this time targeting Yggdrasil, or maybe Adam. I've long suspected that Usopp, adopting some of the storyline Oda planned for the lost botanist Straw Hat, might win over an army of 8,000 giants by somehow rescuing the massive tree which grows in their homeland, and perhaps this future conflict will provide such an opportunity. In any case, we now have our first real clue that Elbaf isn't too far off on the horizon, and it's certainly shaping up to be a massive story arc in more ways than one. The crew's response to Vegapunk's tale is interesting, as each member latches on to details they most identify with. Nami focuses on Luffy's father, Usopp on Elbaf, Sanji on Ivankov, Frankie on Kuma, and Robin on Clover and Ohara. It certainly hits home seeing Robin move to tears when she learns Saul's alive, and perhaps more than anything else on Elbaf, I now can't wait to see their eventual reunion. In the final scene of chapter 1066, Stella Vegapunk at last makes his grand entrance. He happens upon Luffy and the others in the junkyard in what appears to be a teleportation experiment gone wrong. Luffy helps pry him loose after he accidentally partially phases through the giant robot. We saw 43-year-old Vegapunk earlier in the chapter during the Ohara flashback, at which time his head was inflated to inhuman proportion, presumably by his massive brain, but in the present, it seems to have deflated substantially, now entirely vacant and replaced by what appears to be a cored apple. This may lend weight to the idea that Vegapunk has uploaded his consciousness into the cloud through a devil fruit power, visually represented by the distinctive spirals seen surrounding Egghead. This could explain how the satellites, fractioned pieces of Vegapunk's psyche, are all drawing on Vegapunk's intellect and memories. The island of Egghead itself would thus, quite literally, be comprised of Vegapunk's massive brain, broken open and shared across multiple bodies. I said I was hoping Vegapunk would take inspiration from Doc Brown and Back to the Future, but perhaps should have expected that the smartest person in the One Piece world would be visually patterned on none other than Albert Einstein, which honestly makes a lot more sense than drawing inspiration from another fictional character from an 80s sci-fi movie, especially when Emmett Brown was also loosely patterned on Einstein. Vegapunk's tongue seems to perpetually hang from his mouth, referencing Einstein's iconic picture. The apple atop his head may further reference Sir Isaac Newton, physicist and mathematician famed for the invention of calculus among a multitude of other discoveries, and whose work in modeling gravitational forces on celestial bodies served as the starting point for Einstein's own theories of special and general relativity. Oda's choice of inspiration is interesting, considering Einstein once described time as little more than a stubborn illusion, which may lend evidence to my theory about the true nature of Vegapunk's intellect, arising from his ability to peer forward through time. The theory of general relativity proposes gravity as a push rather than a pull, resulting from a curvature in the space-time continuum proven by observing the shift in stellar light during a total solar eclipse. Vegapunk even refers to a twist in space-time, indicating his work is similar in nature to the real Einstein. E equals mc squared, or energy equals mass times the speed of light squared, proposes the speed of light as the speed limit of the universe. An object traveling near the speed of light approaches infinite mass and experiences dilation of time, which could in theory facilitate travel forward through time, if this process didn't also require an infinite amount of energy. Vegapunk's experiments also involve manipulating light to construct stubborn illusions which take on the characteristics of physical matter, further tying them to the real Einstein. Einstein was also a well-known pacifist who encouraged Franklin Roosevelt to pursue construction of an atomic bomb, only ever imagining it would be used as a deterrent force, operating under the faulty belief that the Germans were close to completion of their own. The use of nuclear weapons on Hiroshima and Nagasaki greatly distressed Einstein, whose theories laid the groundwork for their construction. It would seem then that Oda has patterned not only Vegapunk's appearance, but also his character, at least partially, on Albert Einstein, further indicated by the term pacifista used for his cyborg army. Perhaps Vegapunk's work and the weapons he developed were only ever imagined as a deterrent, fearing an even more deadly force could arise, like the ancient weapons from the Forgotten Kingdom. The very name of Vegapunk's former scientist supergroup seems to reference his pacifist tendencies and underlying motivation. While the name MADS may certainly invoke the image of mad scientists, it also seems to reference the military philosophy or strategy of mutually assured destruction, or MAD, which dominated the Cold War era. The idea being that attacking a nuclear-armed defender with nuclear weapons would result in the total annihilation of both parties. Thus, rationally, it wouldn't make sense because nobody wins. This could suggest that Vegapunk has facilitated the proliferation of technologically advanced weapons in the One Piece world as a predominantly deterrent force. Albert Einstein reportedly said that though he did not know with which weapons World War III will be fought, World War IV will be fought with sticks and stones. A dire warning that nuclear weapons have the power to return our modern civilization to the Stone Age should they ever be used in open warfare. This sentiment may also be applied to the One Piece world, in which a war of epic proportion occurred in the distant past, with another fast approaching on the horizon. The advanced technology of the Void Century was lost in the wake of the last war. Perhaps famous physicist Willie Caron, who believed anything man can imagine is possible in reality, was Vegapunk's Void Century analog, whose inventions, both wonderful and terrifying, were used not only in the construction of this advanced civilization, but also its annihilation. I suggested Emu manipulated both sides of this conflict, resulting in his ascension to sit in secret on the empty throne. But hopefully the world won't be fooled again, and the new boss won't be the same as the old one. Every weapon depends on how it's used. Pluton, Poseidon, and Uranus were hidden away for a reason, and are somehow needed to liberate the world. But it's important to recognize the inherent danger these weapons pose, and the role they may have played in the downfall of Joy Boy and the Forgotten Kingdom. Luffy and friends must lead the charge not only to liberate the world, but also ensure it isn't destroyed in the process. Thus, the future Pirate King may be uniquely qualified to inherit Joy Boy's will and deliver the world's new dawn. On the cover of chapter 1067, we see Judge and Caesar ready to battle, indicating that they're not only well acquainted, but that they may have had a Zoro and Sanji type rivalry within Mads, which heavily implies that Caesar was in fact part of this group in the past. Vegapunk confirms my suspicion that he indeed possesses a devil fruit ability, the Nomi Nomi Nomi, or Brain fruit, which allows his brain to grow proportional to the amount of information it contains.
You guys, I'm like really smart now. You don't even know.
It's important to note that Vegapunk says this fruit enhances his ability to store information, or form memories, which complements his innate genius, meaning Vegapunk's cognitive ability was already impressive even without the ability to store and draw quickly on large volumes of information. His devil fruit might make him an unbeatable contestant on Jeopardy! I lost on Jeopardy! But his already well-developed frontal lobe is the reason he's able to synthesize and process this large volume of information to innovate new technologies. As I suggested, Punk Records houses Vegapunk's memories, which are indeed floating in the clouds, though in analog, not digital form, as the island's upper half is a massive hangar built to house Vegapunk's brain. The real Albert Einstein's brain was extracted, preserved, and studied, which may have served as Oda's inspiration for this decision. Vegapunk and his clone satellites all draw on these same memories, though only Stella seems to remain in constant contact. This explains both their shared memories, as well as their capability for independent thought and action. Earlier, I suggested this could explain the discrepancy between Vegapunk's ideals and the manner in which his creations have been utilized by the world government. Lilith is undeniably a part of him, and there's no doubt an evil genius could devise a way to prevent her actions from being detected. Even Stella Vegapunk isn't quite whole absent the other parts of himself, meaning he may not know the full extent of Punk 02's actions. He pitches that his brain, or Punk Records, could someday be used to essentially build the internet, all of humanity sharing one brain. Jinbei correctly notes the inherent ethical implications, and worries that such technology could worsen existing ideological conflict, or perhaps even more concerning, be used to impose a singular ideology.
I want to live under a more just rule. His decisions will be based on pure logic.
Vegapunk's insistence on progress without concern for the cost deviates from Einstein.
Yeah, but your scientists were so preoccupied with whether or not they didn't stop to think if they should.
Likely because Saka, essentially his superego, is presently housed in an independent body. Thus it would seem, unless he's reintegrated with his other parts, Vegapunk is currently barreling out of control toward the singularity. His cavalier attitude toward the potential impact of his inventions justifiably incenses Bonnie, though regrettably it seems the faulty lightsaber she found would be better classified as a glorified bug zapper.
One of the most significant bummers of my lifetime.
On the upside, Luffy's enthusiasm for finding beetles never gets old, and I love the fact that he now has a new pet to ride on the brim of his hat. Vegapunk empathizes with Bonnie, and seems to have regrets about what happened to Kuma. We don't yet know the full story, but it seems to be even more tragic than we're yet aware. Nevertheless, I still hope there's a chance for, if not a happy ending, then at least closure of some kind for Bonnie. Seemingly out of the blue, Vegapunk steers the conversation to the artificial duplicate of Kaido's Devil Fruit. Interestingly, Luffy now refers to Momo as Wano's guardian deity, just as Kaido was once regarded. This further indicates the mythic dragon is revered as such on Wano, likely based on historical precedent. Unsurprisingly, Vegapunk affirms that in terms of ability, the fruit is fully functional, only lacking in the category of appearance, as Dragon Momo is pink rather than blue, deviating from the Azure Dragon of legend. Regardless, Vegapunk's perfectionism compels him to consider the fruit a failure.
I'm such a perfectionist that I'd kind of rather not do it at all than do a crappy version.
Now, some might consider the mystery of Momo's artificial fish fruit to be a closed matter, but none of this addresses the question of why the government was so intent on replicating this power that they granted Vegapunk 20 years and an unlimited budget. Nor does it explain why he left it behind on Punk Hazard, or why Guernica said it was a good thing the fruit was only a failure. The very fact that Vegapunk brought up the topic indicates the fruit's true importance has yet to be fully revealed. So while this doesn't fully confirm my theory, it does suggest we could learn more about the mythic fish fruit in a not so distant future. Vegapunk reveals the giant robot attacked Marie-Joie 200 years before the present. Around the same time, significant progress was made toward addressing the discrimination against fishmen, but ran out of energy before it could do any real damage to the world government's capital. No one knows where this robot originated from, which suggests perhaps more weapons from the distant past could lie dormant, waiting to be revived. This could reinforce that these weapons were meant to bring about the world's liberation. Resultantly, it was activated when the movement to bring the fishmen on the path toward the sun gained some forward momentum. It's also interesting to note that the robot was built long before the world government came into being, meaning its attacking Marie-Joie may be predicated on targeting an even older oppressive force, or in other words, Lord Emu. Vegapunk says the robot ran out of power, supporting my theory about the eternal flame powering the ancient world. Saka describes a dynamic power source accessible in the distant past, capable of rewriting or reshaping everything known about the world in the present. This connects back to physicist Willie Caron's words, anything man can imagine is possible in reality. Perhaps not so coincidentally, Awaken's Devil Fruit also have the power to reshape reality. And as has long been foreshadowed, make no mistake, what's coming is a war to reshape the entire One Piece world. I also suspect that the distinct emblem on the sail of the ship which fell from the heavens, accompanying this quote from Willie Caron, may be significant, originating from the ancient world, either during the Void Century or even earlier. CP0 have arrived, and have now added Bonnie to their hit list. It'll be interesting to see the crew come face to face with Rob Lucci again, but it seems the conflict on Egghead is just getting started. As Saka gives the order to prepare for battle, on the far side of the world, the real Kuma suddenly reactivates, much to Dragon's surprise. I thought perhaps the Revolutionary Army could be drawn into this conflict, and though it seems they're a bit too far away presently, it remains an interesting possibility. Not to mention, I still believe the Marines, particularly Smoker, Tashigi, and potentially Admiral Kizaru, could also be involved, perhaps with Sword standing in opposition to CP0. Above all else, Vegapunk may also be at war with himself. Saka told Dragon his death may be imminent, and while that remains a distinct possibility, it could also mean the end of the Six Satellites and their reintegration with their Stella source. Vegapunk's evil side may even be fully complicit with the world government, and intend to emerge from this battle the dominant Dr. Vegapunk, if not the last. Stella Vegapunk asks Luffy to take him away from Egghead, which I suggested as a possibility in discussion of earlier chapters. Maybe Vegapunk's mind will survive, if not his body. Maybe a new satellite will be built. Maybe once fully reintegrated, his plans to save the world will become clear, and he'll rendezvous with the revolutionaries at the next step along the line. Or maybe Vegapunk will actually join the Straw Hats. Much like other members of the crew, he's uniquely talented in his particular field. Zoro endeavors to become the world's greatest swordsman. Jinbei is the best helmsman. Nami excels at navigation. Robin at archaeology. Frankie at shipbuilding. The point being, together with the dream of discovering the eternal flame and transforming the world through the power of science, his unique character quirks, special meeting with Luffy, and potentially a tragic flashback in the dissolution of Mads, Vegapunk shares many similarities with other members of the crew, meaning it's not at all unreasonable to imagine he might actually join the Straw Hats. Ultimately, while the revolutionaries are undoubtedly important, the Straw Hat Pirates are the ones destined to someday lead the charge in liberating the world. Luffy's quest to become Pirate King and discover One Piece serves a higher purpose, even if he hasn't yet fully realized the role he's meant to play. I suggested Vegapunk is both a man of science and a man of faith, and indeed he believes fate brought him and Luffy together at this moment.
It's destiny.
Maybe he also trusted fate to deliver the artificial fish fruit to the right person, even if he didn't have exact foreknowledge that it would wind up in Momo's possession. This belief in the guiding hand of fate echoes the sentiments of both Roger and Joy Boy, which aligns his views more closely with Luffy than his father Dragon, and it would certainly seem his work behind the scenes has aided the Straw Hats throughout their voyage. Most importantly, I believe all of the Straw Hats' dreams are interconnected, all related to the central narrative conflict to bring about the dawn of the world, and Vegapunk's quest to reignite, or perhaps more accurately, liberate the ancient eternal flame in order to build his imagined world of tomorrow may only be accomplished through the future Pirate King. I was originally planning to end this video here,
You keep using that word. I don't think it means what you think it means.
but I want to address a few details from chapters 1068 and 1069 before closing. First, in chapter 1068, Kuma uses his power to teleport himself away from the other revolutionaries, presumably heading toward Egghead. Based on what we know of his powers, they likely won't bring him to the land of science instantaneously, so he may miss the action. However, it would seem this implies the time for Luffy and Dragon to meet hasn't yet arrived. The title of the chapter, A Genius's Dream, reinforces some of my points from the discussion of chapter 1067. Much like other members of the crew, Vegapunk is fundamentally motivated by a dream, and it just so happens that achieving said dream coincides with Luffy's quest to find the One Piece. Vegapunk dreams of making the intangible tangible, or more accurately, transforming dreams into reality by making the world's abundant energy available and free to everyone. He believes doing so will eliminate one of the primary sources of war, as people will no longer need to compete for resources. Vegapunk's quest led him to study the past, unearthing information about the Forgotten Kingdom and its unlimited power source, which the world government is willing to kill to keep secret. It's here worth noting that while Vegapunk's utopian vision is admirable, it may be a bit overly idealistic. He asserts that an abundance of resources will eliminate the need for conflict, seemingly overlooking the fact that said energy was available to the Forgotten Kingdom of the Void Century, which was ultimately destroyed in a cataclysmic war. Thus far on Egghead, we've primarily seen the influence of the utopian science fiction stories of the 1950s and 60s. For example, Isaac Asimov and Star Trek, which emphasize all that can be achieved through the powers of invention and discovery. Vegapunk's World of Tomorrow is presented as a sort of amusement park, full of anything and everything man can imagine, just as Willie Caron described. Yet it's important to note the Fabrio phase is primarily comprised of light-based illusions. That isn't to say these technologies can never come into being, but Vegapunk also needs to consider people's inherent potential for both good and evil. There's a reason the Forgotten Kingdom was destroyed, despite its ability to provide abundant and free energy for everyone.
The greatest teacher, failure is.
Thus, Vegapunk's dream is just a part of a larger whole. It's just a piece of the puzzle. His idealism needs to be tempered by an understanding that the potential for evil is inherent. Indeed, we see this dichotomy represented among his own satellites, with Saka and Lilith embodying Vegapunk's good and evil respectively. Technology itself is morally neutral, but it depends on how it's used. Technology can't be developed without also understanding that it can be misused by those with ill intent. As Michael Crichton said in an interview discussing Jurassic Park, it seems to me that we live in a society in which technology is continuously presented as wonderful. We were less exposed to the negative aspects of technology which were inevitably there. One of my interests is to provide that kind of balance to these notions that cell phones and faxes are all wonderful and great. Isn't it fabulous that we all have computers? Well, yes and no is my response. Yes and no. Oda is a nuanced writer, and as such, I suspect we could soon see the influence of dystopian science fiction stories like Terminator and Blade Runner, as the battle on Egghead begins to heat up. Although Vegapunk envisions a brighter tomorrow, his inventions have already been misused, a truth Vegapunk may need to reckon with before setting sail with Luffy. Or if Shaka's premonition is correct, his own dark side could be his ultimate demise, though that doesn't really seem like Oda's usual writing style. Which brings us to the matter of Egghead's string of mysterious disappearances. Lucci reports that for months, Cypherpole agents have been disappearing in the waters surrounding Egghead. It seems Lilith may protest a bit too much, as she insists that the Vegapunks aren't involved in these incidents. As I said, Vegapunk's psyche is currently fractured, and he may be unaware that his evil side has been fully complicit in the world government's misdeeds. We learn in chapter 1069 that Kizaru is already en route to Egghead for an unrelated operation. Not only does this fit my assertion from recent chapter discussions that Kizaru may serve as the primary antagonist on Egghead, his involvement in a potential Vegapunk story arc is something I've been expecting for a very long time. Sentomaru refers to Kizaru with honorifics befitting a Yakuza boss, which leads me to suspect he may be heavily involved in the underworld, perhaps even serving as its architect. While Doflamingo was responsible for distribution, the seedy underbelly of the New World is much farther reaching. Sabo and Koala noted that the weapons flowing through the underground port on Dressrosa contained a unique drunken iron ore, the origin point of which hasn't yet been identified. Kaido is exporting sea stone munitions, but the weapons he was manufacturing and amassing on Wano were primarily intended to equip his own army, meaning Doflamingo's supplier may have been a marine or world government source, evidenced by their heavy presence on Dressrosa. This reinforces the notion that the underworld benefits not only the reigning pirate emperors, but also the world government. Thus, it would make sense for someone like Kizaru to be heavily involved in the underworld's operations. Akainu indicates that while Marine Intelligence is aware of CP0's operation to eliminate Vegapunk, they weren't in on the planning, which reinforces my earlier suggestion that we're going to see Sword and CP0 positioned on opposite sides of this conflict. This is further evidenced by the fact that Sentomaru, S-Snake, S-Shark, and S-Hawk were tasked with fighting by Luffy's side. Akainu stresses that Vegapunk is needed to maintain the world government's, and more directly the Marines' military superiority, and thus it wouldn't really make sense for him to want to end Vegapunk's life. There also doesn't appear to be any love lost between him and the Celestial Dragon's servants. It's notable that the disappearances involved only Cypherpole, not the Marines. We learn in chapter 1069 that there is a hard-coded authority hierarchy, with authority chip holders at the bottom and the 5 elders at the top, outranking even Stella Vegapunk. Meaning, even if Vegapunk makes his escape, the Seraphim will remain loyal to the world's highest authority. The fact that the elders wield a military force which completely bypasses the Marines could explain Akainu and or Kizaru seeking to build a secret military force of their own to conduct their own off-books operations. Perhaps this is the fate befallen by the missing Cypherpole agents and maybe even the missing level 6 inmates. Perhaps this operation to abduct Cypherpole agents, conducted with Punk 02's help, is the very reason Kizaru is en route to Egghead. The motivation isn't entirely clear, but Akainu's frustration with his inability to act without orders is notable. The elders are only concerned with maintaining balance, or the status quo. Maybe Akainu wants to bolster the Marines' military might such that his agency can entirely supersede Cypherpole and the world government's other forces. That is, assuming he's involved in planning this operation with Kizaru. I suspect that Vegapunk's evil persona may be conducting these off-books operations independently. So perhaps the same can be said of Saka, if indeed Vegapunk is presently at war with himself. Perhaps much of the effort to aid the Straw Hats from afar, coordinating with Kuma, and protecting the artificial fish fruit was primarily Shaka's doing, compartmentalized from his other selves, including Lilith and even Stella. When CP0 enter Vegapunk's futuristic city, Kaku says he's always wanted to fight one of the giant space monsters, but notes that they're not meant to be down on the blue seas, indicating that such creatures are already confirmed to exist. It's not entirely surprising that extraterrestrial kaiju have already been documented in One Piece world, given these space pirates Enel encountered during his moonwalk, but this does reinforce the idea that these Straw Hats could very well venture to the stars at some point down the line. It's interesting to note that when Kaku crosses through the Egghead Frontier Dome, the number orbiting the island cloud has changed from 66 to 72, which may be somehow significant. On the cover of chapter 1069, we see an image of the original Mad ship provided by Underworld Emperor Dufeld. While not a perfect match, some elements of the design strongly resemble the ship Frankie happened upon when set adrift after being run over by the sea train. This offers even more weight to my assertion that Frankie originally modified himself using Mad's technology, a topic I first brought up in my discussion of chapter 1017. Chapter 1069 offers very strong evidence supporting my theory about the true nature of Devil Fruit. In fact, it's nearly a perfect match.
Vindication!
As expected, despite losing his battle with Luffy 2 years earlier, Lucci remains a powerful adversary. Good antagonists are also dynamic characters, capable of growth and change. And just like Luffy, Lucci has grown considerably stronger by awakening his Devil Fruit. He mercilessly attacks Atlas, enraging Luffy, and the resultant rematch is one of the most exciting battles in quite a while. It seems the government officially designates the 4 emperors as targets who can only be engaged under direct orders, which does nothing to abate Lucci's bloodlust. Although Luffy seems to have the upper hand, Lucci remains a cunning and bloodthirsty warrior, and targets Sentomaru to gain command of the Seraphim. Further, his awakened form reveals quite a bit about the true nature of Zone Fruit. Vegapunk notes that most zones, like the Jailer Beasts, absorb and control their user's personality. Thus, Lucci's ability to maintain control is remarkable, and speaks to his incredible strength of will. I love the visual callback to Luffy and Lucci's first battle on Enies Lobby, which emphasizes just how far both warriors have progressed over the past 650 chapters. On a personal level, this scene hits even harder as I first caught up to Read Weekly during the CP9 saga. While not confirmed, it certainly seems Lucci now possesses Conqueror's Haki, evidenced by his clash with Luffy. Awakened Lucci features the same distinct billowing cloud of flames as Luffy and Yamato, indicating that the latter may have been awakened. From the satellite above, Vegapunk and the Straw Hats observe awakened Luffy in action. It's interesting that Stella seemed to anticipate the warrior in white would be making an appearance, adding more evidence that Vegapunk is acting with some degree of foreknowledge, perhaps even through the awakened power of his brain fruit, or Nomi Nomi Nomi. Vegapunk tells the Straw Hats that even in the oldest book of devil fruits, there is no record of a Gum Gum fruit. We learned in chapter 1037 that the elders made the decision to redraft the existing devil fruit manual, removing any reference to the name Nika. This lends more weight to the idea that the devil fruit existed before the Void Century, as the reference materials Vegapunk accessed from Ohara predate this change made by the world government, presumably at the end of the Void Century. Vegapunk further indicates that the sun god Nika only exists in the very oldest manuscripts, and we know recorded history in the One Piece world dates back at least as far as 5,000 years. Thus, these recorded tales of sun god Nika likely date back to the prior epoch, the Age of Heaven, or Tenreki. The idea of Nika existed long before Joy Boy sailed the seas. This was already evidenced by the very fact that Jinbei was familiar with the name Nika before his battle with Who's Who. Unlike Joy Boy in the Forgotten Kingdom, recorded only on the poneglyphs, we know that at least some conventional records of Nika have survived, which once again reinforces the idea that while Joy Boy may have channeled the power of the Warrior of Liberation, he was himself a mortal rather than a divine being, just like Luffy and Roger. Which brings us to the major revelation in chapter 1069 regarding the true nature of devil fruit. Vegapunk suggests that every devil fruit is a possibility for human evolution that someone desired. These powers represent the many branches of the future of humanity, or in other words, devil fruit represent fulfillment of people's dreams. Anything man can imagine is a possibility in reality. So while this description nearly perfectly matches my own theory, it's important to remember that for the time being, it remains Vegapunk's unproven hypothesis. There are still many unanswered questions regarding their point of origin, their mechanism of action, as well as both the process and materials involved in their creation. These are all topics I already addressed, and as noted, at this point there are many potential explanations. Vegapunk's phrasing regarding branching potential futures leads me back to my earlier suggestion, that he possesses imprecise precognitive ability, foreseeing the world's many possible futures. He describes the devil fruit as unnatural, alluding to the idea that they may be artificial, meaning they may have been created through the power of science. While that remains a distinct possibility, I think perhaps much like Vegapunk, a man of science and faith, the devil fruit represent a marriage of science with the supernatural. The world government don't want the name Nika to be known, and have taken great lengths to erase the supposed sun god from history.
Shut up about the sun! Shut up about the sun!
Yet Vegapunk says he will never disappear as long as people continue to wish for him.
Hope is a good thing, maybe the best of things, and no good thing ever dies.
It's possible that devil fruit bring to life entities like Nika, which otherwise only exist in man's collective imagination, just like Egghead City of Illusions or the delusions of Don Quixote de la Mancha, blurring the line between real and imaginary. Is this the real life? Is it just fantasy? Devil fruit offer an escape from reality. Vegapunk's description alludes to the existence of different dimensions, which would certainly explain the behavior of powers like Brulees and Bluenos, and may even hint that the energy used to rewrite the fabric of reality draws from some higher plane of being. Or I guess it could mean that just like every other media franchise, One Piece is about to enter its multiverse saga. Perhaps most significantly, Vegapunk says that devil fruit users themselves are in a way untethered from the objective material universe, existing in their own dimensions of reality, as they reshape the world around them by the power of the will or desire of whatever living entity by which the fruit was created or powered. Vegapunk says that this unnatural status is loathed by the sea, the mother of nature, thus explaining devil fruit users being cursed with the inability to swim. This is particularly interesting as Vegapunk for the first time in the series anthropomorphizes the sea, or the mother of nature. As I've asserted, the world's dating system, Kaienreki, or the Age of the Sea Circle, indicates that the sea is currently regarded as the ruling or dominant force in the One Piece world. Evidence suggests that the mythic dragon revered throughout the Grand Line may be the embodiment of the sea's power, which when combined with Vegapunk's description may indicate that this dragon I've referred to as Ryujin may in fact be feminine, synonymous with the mother of nature to whom Vegapunk alludes. Whether or not these beings like Nika and the Mythic Sea Dragon are real or emergent from mankind's collective imagination isn't particularly relevant to Vegapunk's theory, but does bring us back to the topic of the mythic fish fruit. Devil fruit are regarded as unnatural forces which transform objective reality through the imaginative power of the subjective individual, abhorred by the sea or mother of nature. But what can then be said of a devil fruit which embodies or invigorates the power of the sea itself, or herself? While awakened, Lucci's teeth seem to match the change in Kaido's facial structure toward the end of the rooftop battle. This chapter only further reinforces my earlier assertion that Kaido's power was never awakened. For one thing, he lacks the collar of billowing flames possessed by Luffy, Lucci, and Yamato. More significantly, devil fruit, particularly of the zone variety, have a powerful will of their own, and thus seem to choose their wielders. It was no small coincidence Luffy awakened Nika while fighting as a warrior of liberation. It thus would seem Kaido didn't awaken because his own will so starkly contrasts with that of the mythic fish fruit. He was either unwilling to lose his own consciousness or entirely incapable of drawing out the mythic dragon, representing the power of the sea itself, a divine protector deeply connected to the land of samurai. Kaido's own desire to achieve a warrior's death may run contrary to the fruit's will to keep him alive, if there's any validity to my good fortune theory. But on a more primary level, the sea is the power which guides the world toward freedom, and thus it may be more fitting if its power is fully awakened by Wano's new guardian deity Momo. If not Luffy, then perhaps Momo is the monarch from a distant sea who will someday meet with Shirahoshi when the promised day arrives. While Luffy and Joy Boy, channeling the power of Nika, stretch smiles across people's faces and bring hope to those living in captivity, the sea truly represents the limitless power of imagination. There's no telling what lies on the infinite horizon. It may also represent the supernatural power of nature, or even metaphorically, the divine source of everything, which creates and sustains life itself.
It's a metaphor.
I get it.
The hierarchy of which power is the most special isn't really relevant, but the fact that the sea itself may be embodied by a devil fruit power could suggest that those who dream of transforming the world may be able to atone for their sin of eating the devil fruit. The Egghead story arc may be exploring technology's capacity to transform the world for either the better or the worse, and similarly, dreams and strength of will may also be used to do either good or evil. Ultimately, neither Joy Boy nor Roger was able to successfully transform the world. The new worlds envisioned by pirates wearing the mask of the Shadow, Kaido, Big Mom, and Teach, would be fundamentally corrupted by their errant worldviews. But even those with noble aspirations like Vegapunk and Dragon, who will likely play an important role, are ultimately not fit to lead this global revolution. Luffy's insistence that he doesn't want to be championed as a hero is the very reason he's so uniquely qualified to become the next Pirate King, and perhaps going beyond Roger and even Joy Boy, Luffy will be able to restore harmony between the cursed dreamers of the day who consumed the devil fruit and the power of the sea itself, the ruler of the One Piece world. Vegapunk says all things are born into the world with hope, including the devil fruit. This suggests that whether by divine or natural process, much like the dreams they invigorate, the devil fruit exists for a purpose and were birthed with noble intention. Vegapunk's theory, while compelling, almost certainly doesn't tell us the full story. These powers perceived to be unnatural may have in fact originated from a divine source, but were stolen or corrupted. It's interesting that the phrase all things matches the mysterious voice of all things, which thus far can only be heard by Luffy, Roger, Odin, and Momo, an ability even less common than 1 in a million Conqueror's Haki. It would seem then that the supernatural, divine hand of fate delivered the dreams of Nika and the Mythic Sea Dragon to Luffy and Momo respectively. While Pedro told Carrot that Luffy would fulfill the world's long-held prophecies of liberation, Yamato said it would be Momo to deliver the new dawn. Perhaps then Luffy and Momo represent two sides of the same coin, the sun and the sea. These distilled or manifest dreams can be powerful forces for good when paired with the right person, and the divine powers which be have selected Momo and Luffy as the fated mortal heroes needed to resolve this millennia-old conflict and deliver the world's new dawn. There isn't much to discuss in chapter 1070 that we haven't already covered in discussions of earlier chapters, but there are nevertheless a few noteworthy points. First, on the cover of chapter 1070, we see the original Mads lineup assembled. Based on 43-year-old Vegapunk, it would seem this scene took place 30 or 40 years ago. Seeing the first glimpse of a young queen is certainly interesting, but perhaps the most notable detail is the mysterious woman who completes this quintet of geniuses. Her face is obscured, so I imagine she could be introduced in a future flashback. Certainly it would seem she's going to be an important character. A friend of mine noted that this woman has some visual similarities to Stussy. It would seem she's too young based on the time frame, but Stussy does have some familiarity with Egghead. Perhaps she's more important than we're yet aware of, and Vegapunk has discovered the key to biological immortality, de-aging or eternal youth. In fact, halting the aging process may be another scientific marvel of the ancient world lost to the mists of time. Personally, my first guess was this woman could be Luffy's yet-to-be-introduced mother. It would seem only fitting that an idiot like Luffy would have a genius for a mother.
Ironic.
While Luffy emerged the victor in this quick rematch against Lucci, he appears to be considerably drained from using Gear 5. In fact, it seems that both combatants were worn out by using their respective awakenings, fitting with what we learned previously about the relationship between Devil Fruit, Dreams, and Haki, or willpower. Luffy's Gear 5 Toon Force powers extend far beyond stretching, as he creates a pair of glasses from his own hair. The bounds of his ability truly seem limitless, but come at a heavy cost, as he can't sustain Gear 5 for very long. It's also nice to see that although Luffy had the upper hand, Lucci was no pushover, and seems to have recovered quickly. Sentomaro has been knocked unconscious, leaving the Seraphim completely under Cypher Pole's command. While it seems they indeed retained some aspects of the personality from their original source material, the hard-coded authority hierarchy seems to be absolute. Vegapunk says the Seraphim are a culmination of all his research, and may be the strongest beings to ever sail the seas. And as noted previously, they will continue to grow more powerful as they age, which means that when it finally comes time for the Straw Hats and friends from all around the world to band together and fight for freedom, they will be faced with a seemingly insurmountable enemy force, including the Marines, Cypher Pole, Seraphim, Heavenly Knights, 5 Elders, and of course Lord Emu himself. Vegapunk further clarifies that while he's currently able to create artificial zone, he hasn't yet confirmed they can be awakened. This ties back to our earlier conversation regarding Momo's duplicate of Kaido's mythical fish fruit, as it seems Momo should ultimately be the one to awaken a power which embodies the will of the sea itself, but perhaps doing so will require facing off against Kaido again in the future. While Vegapunk can't grow artificial paramethea, he's nevertheless been able to replicate their powers through a synthetic material referred to as green blood, made by extracting the lineage factor of living paramethea users. Not only does this confirm Senor Pink is alive and well in Impel Down, it also reinforces the idea that Sanji and his siblings were indeed modified using the lineage factor of Devil Fruit, as I previously suggested. Although Vegapunk was seemingly able to duplicate some aspects of Kizaru's power in the original Pacifista, he notes that Logia presented the greatest challenge. Indeed, these powers seem to remain the most mysterious class of Devil Fruit, as we have yet to see an awakened Logia user in action. That may soon change, however, now that Admiral Kizaru has arrived. Oda recently confirmed at Jump Festa that 2023 would see the long-awaited battle between this person and that person. Personally, I'm still expecting that other person to show up, but that's a topic for another day. Intentional ambiguity aside, he suggests that this soon could turn into a battle royale, and while this could imply the start of a global-scale conflict, I expect the next year will remain primarily focused on the adventure in the land of science. The Frontier Dome has been fully fortified, as the number orbiting the island cloud has once again increased to 99. CP0 are aligned with the Seraphim, and Kizaru's fleet is assembling in the waters offshore. It seems they're waiting for even more ships, presumably from G14, which likely means that, as expected, Smoker, Tashigi, Helmeppo, Hibari, and Doll should soon be joining Kizaru. As detailed in previous chapter discussions, I think there's a very strong chance CP0 and the Marines may not be on the same page concerning the fate of Dr. Vegapunk, and Kizaru could be coordinating with Vegapunk's evil satellite, as well as potentially the New World's criminal underworld. It may also be notable that Stella Vegapunk said he had no intention of betraying the government. This could reinforce my earlier suggestion that Saka has compartmentalized secrets even from the original Dr. Vegapunk in his efforts to save the world. Extracting Vegapunk is certainly going to be no easy task, but even if the Straw Hats escape, they will draw even more attention from the world government's forces with Vegapunk on board their ship. It's been repeatedly emphasized that Vegapunk's disappearance would be classified as a major incident. This makes me wonder if the approaching battle could evolve into the long-foreshadowed Straw Hat Grand Fleet incident. It seems the Frontier Dome should be able to sustain a prolonged siege, but perhaps the Straw Hats will need to call in the cavalry in order to make their escape, brought together on Egghead by Luffy's Viver Card. Or maybe the Labo phase itself is mobile, and the entire island will lift off into orbit. Sunny is, after all, conveniently safely among the clouds. At this point, it seems all options are on the table, though I suspect this approaching incident on Egghead is going to be the battle royale Oda hinted would develop, given the sheer magnitude of the forces already involved. If Shaka's premonition is correct, then perhaps the satellites will need to be sacrificed in order for Stella to survive. While we may learn some more details about the Devil Fruit through a potential Mads flashback, it seems Vegapunk is still missing some key information, which can presumably only be learned through the true history found on Laugh-Tale. While it's certainly possible Vegapunk will meet up with the revolutionaries or remain on Elbaf among Ohara's research material, we also can't rule out the possibility that he will accompany the Straw Hats all the way until the end of the line. Perhaps unlocking the secrets of the ancient world's advanced technology and discovering the Undying Flame will be the key to restoring harmony between Devil Fruit users and the power of the sea or the Mother of Nature, thereby allowing Luffy and Momo to fulfill their fated purposes, channeling the powers of Nika and the Mythic Dragon respectively, in the coming war to deliver the world's new dawn. Okay, so this is really the end. I know this was a long video, so all I can say is thank you for watching.
I may have gone too far in a few places.
As I said at the start, I wrote and recorded each chapter review individually as the chapters released, and never really intended to string them together in such a long video. This video was originally meant to only contain chapters 1059 through 1061, but slowly morphed into something much bigger than I was planning, as editing took longer than I expected. Simultaneously, I've been working on a big Void Century theory, which is nearly finished. In fact, I've uploaded an even longer version of this video, which contains most elements of that theory. I'll provide a link if you're interested, but the full version should be uploaded very soon. If you're interested in seeing more videos like this, albeit much shorter, please consider subscribing and remember to hit the bell icon to turn on notifications. It really helps this channel grow and I really appreciate your support. But most important, I'm really interested in hearing your thoughts about anything and everything discussed in this video. So please be sure to let me know what you think down in the comments.